Okay, mic check, mic check. I didn't know if you were talking to Joe or me. Testing. Mic check, there's some. Check, 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 mic check, mic check.
Good morning, surf fans, and happy finals day as we check out the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam and check out the state-of-the-art basin, world-class wave, world-class facility, and now we're down for the final 8 men, final 8 women, and only 2 can call themselves the champions of the first ever Surf Abu Dhabi Pro here in the Middle East. Unbelievable last couple of days, 28 hours of competition to arrive on our finals day. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Jessie Mendez. Imagine if we could put the lights in the ocean, how efficient we'd be on tour this year, Flick.
Oh, we'd get so much done. Think about all those unridden waves going through at night.
Oh, my goodness. And I was really impressed with some of the pressure that they handled even last night, looking at what Sawyer Lindblad turned in with her 7 under the lights.
I mean, I know those guys very well, and I expect that. Like, they're so good being under pressure, and that's when they perform the best. And if you see it both on the men's and women's sides, those night session, they stepped it up. Everyone actually did, and it was a great performance.
Let's now focus in on the men's bracket. I'm going to have you guys pick your favorites to go all the way to the victory. And, yeah, the basin can hear you. Everybody's showing up. It's all on the line. Finals day. Check this out. Ethan Ewing takes on Miguel Pupo, followed by the rookie Jackson Bunch, who had the 9-2-3, but Indonesia's Rio Waida, he has a lot of supporters. I saw a group of Indonesians this morning on the hill. Italo Ferreira, Kanoe Garashi, that will be a battle. And then Jack versus Yago. What a big finals day draw, Flick.
Yeah, wow. I mean, hard to pick a favorite, right? But one that's standing out to me, I think quarter 3, just 2 performers. You know, they've put on a show this whole event. I mean, Kanoe yesterday, his performance and applying that pressure really early on and just with that really high, hefty heat total of 15.77, one to watch.
That's a huge one. Also, the women's draw is looking very intense as you look at a wild quarterfinal series. Molly Picklum, a rematch with the rookie Erin Brooks to kick things off at the top. Jesse.
I mean, that's going to be a very exciting one. You have two phenoms. One, just a little bit more mature than the other, has been on tour for a little while and has performed for us to the highest level. It's going to be interesting to see if Erin's going to step it up and put her best performance, and we should see a very good heat.
Quarterfinal number 4 is a big one. We just mentioned Sawyer's clutch performance last night. She takes on Gabriella Bryan. Interesting part about that matchup, these two were partners in coming out here to sample Abu Dhabi. It was the most time they spent together, and now they're going head-to-head here in the Basin.
Yeah, this is going to be an incredible matchup. I think it's power v precision, right? When I think about Gabriella yesterday, I mean, just how do you match this, right? She's physically one of the most strongest women on tour. I mean, you look at how much spray she's throwing on these waves, how she's basically buckets, and then compared to Sawyer, I mean, the way that I break this down is Sawyer's precision, right? Maybe not physically as strong or big, but the timing of her turns has been impeccable, and her barrel riding too. So it's going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a point of difference for Sawyer. I think she's really going to have to get deep on those barrels because she has a better technique. Because in the other hand, if you try and match power with Gabby, like, she's not one of the most powerful women on tour. She's by far the most powerful. Like, the amount of water she can push and how much rail she gets on, it's pretty impressive.
I caught up with Taj Lindblad this morning, her brother, and he was saying the one thing that's been really standing out to him is how much he's improved in barrel riding. Like you mentioned, her offseason was filled with just getting absolutely drained, and she was able to apply that here to the wave pool system and helped her get that 7.0 last night to show up on finals day. Yeah,
that was very clutch. Like, I mean, talk about just having to perform under pressure, and she's a young girl, just been on tour for a few years, and it's impressive to watch.
A lot of excitement into finals day, AJ McCord, as we're standing by with you. I know that was just electric seeing Sawyer perform last night.
Electric, buzzing. We're really running out of ways to describe Sawyer's emotion last night when she locked in her spot at the quarterfinals. I talked to her this morning, and this is not her first time she's made a quarterfinals on the CT, but she said going into last night's night session, it was one of the least confident times heading into a round that she's had as a professional surfer, because this format is just so different from anything she's seen before. It is so cutthroat, and so she was really not feeling very confident, and then she hits the water, flips the script, smashes that 7-point ride to lock into her spot on finals day. And catching up with her this morning, she told me she's also completely flipped the script mentally. Now, after feeling the least confident she has last night, this morning, feeling very confident heading into her quarterfinals.
AJ, give us a quick lay of the land at the moment. You know, with the Final 8 for men and women, are people kind of hiding away to prepare mentally, or are people starting to walk on the boat ramp there?
You know, it's a little bit of a mix. We've got some burner waves coming through, so there's a little bit of a buzz right now for those who are getting the burner waves down here on the deck, and now the competitors are making their way down here. Some of them having breakfast, some of them starting to do their warm-ups. Molly Picklum, Erin Brooks, both in my sights right now as they prepare to hit the water for this first women's quarterfinal. But what I'm expecting is there's going to be the competitors slowly rolling in, but then the rest of the field, I think, is going to come watch the show as well, and so it's going to be a lot of fun today, Joey.
Thank you, AJ McCord, and happy finals day. We'll be checking in with AJ throughout the day today. I'm also going to continue to put Jesse and Flick on the spot to predict the champions here, the first ever event at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Stop 2 of the season, just completely changing the platform of the World Surf League Championship Tour. You can see how big that basin is. It's nice and quiet. So AJ did mention burner waves. The whole idea before the event starts is there's 2 waves that are more glassy than any others throughout the day. And you've got to let those go just to make the competition fair. But it is a scramble for people on the sidelines going, can I get that wave? Can I get that wave? And you
I wonder who got the golden ticket for that.
Everyone is so jealous if you're not on that wave.
I think Julia might have a wave this morning, so I heard.
How about that?
Yeah,
that's
pretty exciting for her.
That's a lot of pressure as well.
Oh, hey, it's scary getting a burner wave. Everyone's here, they're watching.
Hey, mostly the very first one, because it's so crystal clear and so beautiful that everyone wants to look at it. So there's going to be a lot of eyes on that wave.
Well, coming up in that first quarterfinal, it's going to be an awesome clash. Molly Picklum preparing for the rookie Erin Brooks in that first quarterfinal of the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. When we come back from break, we'll dive into the men's bracket here on Finals Day.
Thanks, Aussies. Hi, Mum.
Good morning, surf fans. It is finals day as you check out this view from the Surf Abu Dhabi Flight Cam. The state-of-the-art facility hosting the best surfers in the world for the first time ever. And all these athletes making it to finals day through that night session that you saw coming off the break. Seeing the women perform for the final 2 spots, feeling pressure like never before. And we're starting to dive into storylines comparing maybe to what tennis players go through. Some have strengths on the clay courts, the grass, the hard court, and now surfers getting used to this pool system. But with the salinity, it's been a bit more of a natural transition, except for the pressure that you have when you're all by yourself.
Yeah, I don't know if you can really truly ever replicate that pressure. There's just nothing quite like knowing you only have 2 waves and, you know, everyone's watching.
I mean, let me just break it down that. Like on the ocean, you have so many excuses. You come in and you can blame everything else. But here, it's all new. So that's why the pressure gets set up.
Checking out the finals day bracket for the men. The big quarterfinal that's popping out is an emotional one. It's been intense. It's affected the world title race multiple times. Jack Robinson and Yago Dora, even though that's Australia versus Brazil, they're basically brothers. And they've got to figure out a way to put the emotion aside to move forward. Leandro Dora, Yago's dad, coaching Jack as you see the form that Robinson's been putting down in the basin flick.
Oh, this is just a matchup for the ages. Whether they like it or not, fate is bringing these two together and making them rivals, whether they want it or not. It's pretty crazy, right? You think back to how many times they've matched up, but when you think about performances, I mean, we've been talking about Yago so much in the pool, but Jack has been incredibly consistent. And one thing I will say is he's put time in here at Surf Abu Dhabi over the last, sort of time that we found out we're going to have a World Tour event here. It's evident to me too. He looks calm, and we know what Jack is like under pressure. He likes to call on those Jedi mind tricks. He's a bit of a master of wizardry, so I just can't wait to see yet another matchup.
That score for Jack came in at an 8. This one a 7.77. Have we seen the best of Yago the last couple of days?
I was just about to mention this. We haven't seen it yet, and that's why he's one of my favorites. He can kind of shift gear, mostly at the wave pool on the left. Like, I feel like he's going 65%, maybe 70 right there. And then as soon as he gets to the end of the wave, he puts it in a little bit more. But there's still so much more for him to show on rail. As you're going to see in this turn right here, beautiful carve. Right there, you can see a little bit more energy, but he's saving it. He's not putting that energy throughout the whole wave because you kind of got to hide your game a little bit. You only push it when you actually need to. And this is just, he can do it in his sleep, and that's how good of a surfer he is.
A lot of big alley-oops. Yago's got a ton of variations. If he wants to mix it up, we know that he can. So a pretty massive matchup for these two again. And oftentimes they're meeting at least in the quarterfinals or the semifinals as well. But the big story for them is how much it's affected the world title race. When it's coming down to the season and Yago hoping for a spot to move on to the WSL Final 5, and then Jack shows up and they're in the draw together. That's been pretty wild for surf fans to watch. And now we get it early in the season here at stop number 2.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, whether they want it or not, this is a rivalry in the making. And something that I really like about it is they are like brothers, right? And which means I feel like they can go a bit harder at each other. Obviously, they're not in the water at the same time, but I feel like it brings out the best in each other.
And I think we do feel that competitive energy. When one surfer will be riding the bike on the deck, you're watching an entire wave go by, and you have to cross paths when it's your turn to hit up the wave pool.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy to think about it. Like, doesn't happen often for us, and I wonder what they're thinking when that's going through, Like, they're just watching, like, are they hoping for them to smash the wave and do it better? They're hoping, like, I hope he kind of bogs.
Yeah. Well, one man that's really excited about that matchup in quarterfinal number 4 is our own Kaipo Guerrero. Good morning, Kaipo. Happy finals day. What's more at stake, in this quarterfinal 4 between Jack and Yago?
Well, Joe, I feel it's the battle of the brothers in the basin. They've met up 5 times before. 3 of those victories go to, whoa, got a little water right here. That was a burner wave. 3 of those victories have gone to Jack, 2 to Iago, so Iago's going to want to make it even. The dynamic, however, is very interesting. Iago's dad, Leandro Dora, is going to be coaching Jack. Iago took the year off with his dad as a coach. Leandro's just going to be Iago's dad. Iago now has Leandro da Silva as his coach. So this is one, to look forward to. All of their matchups have been high-scoring heats, so expecting that once again. It pretty evenly matched as well when you look at skill set.
Definitely. Thank you, Kaipo. We are fired up. So noticing that different change for Iago, deciding to keep his father as his dad and then going with a good friend and who was actually traveling with him last year to some successful momentum in the back end of the season with Leandro da Silva. We are getting very close to the start of the first ever finals day at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Be right back after this.
We surfed and there was the train which created the wave, and then the coaches pushed our board and then we surfed over the wave.
We're at stop number 2 at Surf Abu Dhabi and we're doing rising tides. The girls all come down and it's their first time surfing today. So
I'm nervous and excited.
this is Molly. Hi. The fact that they're going to remember it and it's going to be captured as well is like such a cool, unique experience for them.
It's always cool to see someone surf for the first time. You can tell that they just like love it from the start.
This one was one of my favorite ones so far. It's so cool to watch. I was like screaming the whole time. My voice hurts right now from screaming.
When you see someone catch their first wave, you remember all again how much you just love this.
Tyler is really sweet, really kind. She kept telling me that I was like doing really good, and she was helping me throughout the experience, telling me what to change, and it kind of got me more motivated to do it again and to keep trying. I had a lot of fun.
It's a really big opportunity to spend time with pro surfers.
The girls were charging. They were going on these 4-foot whitewaters.
It's a really big wave, so we have to go over the foam.
I remember my first wave, and I remember how special it was, and hopefully they fall in love with it like I did, and yeah, it was so cool to see.
Rising Tides!
Big thanks for all the pro surfers like Molly Picklum that got to hang out with a future generation here in the WSL Rising Tides program, brought to you by Body Glove. Picklum inspired by just that youthful energy, the feeling of stoke you get from riding your first wave. And as Jesse Mendez knows, if you ride that first wave, you're really in for life, creating the best lifestyle you could ever imagine. Traveling around the world, connecting cultures, growing our surf community. But Jesse, it's time to focus on finals day. Molly Picklum takes on Erin Brooks at the top. A classic one there. Just a quick note, Brooks came out of the Rising Tides program, and now she's given back. Already on the main stage with so much hype for a good reason. One of the most prepared pool surfers that's on tour.
Yeah, that's going to be an exciting match. I mean, if you break it down, it's pretty even. Both are very good on their forehand and their backhand. Probably got to give the edge right there to Erin Brooks, a little bit more speed. But also on the other side, obviously Molly's going to be more powerful. So it's really going to be up to whoever's feeling the best on the morning of the finals.
Everyone got a little bit extra time this morning since it's finals day for this 10 a.m. local time start. So Erin Brooks got on that 8:30 shuttle from the hotel with headphones on and focus on trying to make her dream come true today. Brooks kicking us off on finals day. Throwing another nice snap higher off the top on the second turn. Big belt, best maneuver the third. Just a nice, easy progression on her backhand turns. Deciding to skip that opening two and just continue to put down big snaps. Great pace there, just super controlled surfing. A lot of different looks at that backhand snap. She'll pull in and get a nice barrel. Lights up the lip again and slips on the final turn. Countless, so many different versions of the snap from out the back. Really stayed in that same motion all the way through, and then switch it up by getting barreled at the tail end of her first ride.
That was very impressive, that tube ride for her on that last section right there. We've seen it so many people get it a little bit late and get very sticky with that lip hitting their head, and she somehow managed to pull it off. But beautiful surfing here for her. Like you mentioned, she kept the same pace throughout the whole time. I wish her to maybe break it up a little bit and maybe went bigger for one turn and missed a section or something, just to have a point of difference. But overall, very solid way to start a wave. I mean, to start a heat. Applying pressure to Molly. She's going to start to unleash. And then this next turn, if I'm not mistaken, is where she starts to push. See that? Like, she fits that barrel right there. She gets lipped right there. And most of the people, when they get lipped on the entry, they're getting sticky. They're getting stuck and not being able to come, making it out. But she's just so talented. She's so impressive on top of the board that she just pulled it off. A miracle right there for her. That was impressive and a great way to start a heat.
So balanced with frontside barrel riding and backside barrel riding for Erin Brooks. We'll be referencing her barrel at Snapper Rocks for a long time, getting a 10-point ride in the Challenger Series last year. But also charging pipe, charging big barrels in Indonesia. As we check out the finals day format, it'll be head-to-head for all the heats today in the quarterfinals. Each surfer will get 2 lefts and 2 rights. You count your best left and best right for your overall heat total. The highest total advances into the semifinals. Surfers reseeded in the quarters, so this is the last time we reseeded this round, just on the women's side. And opening score coming in for Erin Brooks of 5.5. So just to explain the format further, she'll get one more chance at the right to improve on the 5.5. But first it'll be Molly's turn on her first run, then they get to answer back.
Yeah, and that's a solid foundation. Obviously, you don't want to start with the fall, but I think the judges taking notice of how repetitive she was, and she kept the same pace throughout the wave. They don't want to see something so mechanical as the wave that we have in front of us, and the surfing kind of matched that same similarity to it. They want to see the element of surprise, breaking it up, drawing different lines, but a great way to start for her. And now she has the left, which I think personally it's her strong point.
So the lower seed surfs first. The higher seed gets to watch and react. We're asking some surfers if that does feel like advantage as the higher seed. I think they're still figuring it out on the fly. Watching Erin Brooks now on her first left of finals day. Nice spray there. Another similar type of carve. She'll settle for 2 turns before pulling in. Just getting a little bit of the pocket there, holding her line well. Now on the wind-up, tags that first section. And getting on a roll through 3 projection snaps down the line. Now it's starting to stretch out for the end section tube, and she will get clipped on the head.
Just caught up with.
So 5.5 and on her right, and now missing the finish on her first left of finals day.
And that's how tricky Surf Abu Dhabi is. Like, you have to keep your focus and your mental strength throughout a period of 40 seconds. That's very unusual for the surfers. Like, we usually have 10-second waves. And for here, as you see it, she starts off very well and she has so much energy. You can see her body language with the hands and beautiful style there. Stalling, double dragging, getting pretty deep on that middle section right there. And this is when she starts to unleash. So you're going to see that energy and the body torque. Making sure she's on the most critical part of the wave, and this is when it gets actually the easiest part of the wave for her, but she just probably loses a little bit of focus and catches that inside rail and gets a little bit too high. And what that happens is that score is going to get cut off by good points, and she was on her way to starting off the heat very strongly and very solid. See, she gets a little bit too high right there, ended up catching the outside rail and go over as a handlebar. And this is all because she probably lost a little bit of focus and maybe got herself ahead of herself, thinking about what she was going to do next. And look at the score reflecting. Like, that's a 5.67 for falling before the barrel. She had probably 1 or 2 turns after that.
You're a really fast surfer already, so if you're a little bit like thin, you've got to draw everything out a little bit more. Didn't quite get the backhand clicks that we were hoping. You went after the high line, you know, those big long bottom turns to the big snap. They kind of like looked like a little bit rushed. So that's the tempo, and like you got to slow it down a little bit. We're going to check this right barrel in the middle here for her. So you might have to get a barrel on the right in the halfway bit, if we think it's hollow enough from this wave, okay? And guess what? You got 2 more waves. All right.
That was a bummer. It like just clipped me.
I saw that. No, well, it just threw you a little high and caught a rail.
We'll break down with Jake the Snake Patterson and Erin Brooks after the first run. What a rare opportunity in pro surfing to have that chat. They get to reset and prepare for their final run. Just noting that section at the end getting clipped, that surprised Erin Brooks. But they're also going to study these waves for Molly Picklum before they make the game plan for run number 2 for Erin. Molly, 2-time event winner at Sunset Beach, winning those back-to-back, putting herself in the Lexus WSL finals. So she's understand the pressure of that format at the end of the season a couple of times now, and her first right of finals day was right in front of her. Climb to start for the Australian. Nice sweeping turn, using a lot of the rail, that DHD, and wow, beautiful snap. And then flowing into this first barrel section. Pops out the other end. And a sweeping bottom turn, nice framed up, fading cut back. Wrapping turn on that next section. Now clean off the top for Molly. End section 2, spinning behind her, and she'll set up a beautiful hack to finish. Turns it into a combination of turns, make it 3 following the final pit. Great start for Molly Picklum.
That's the difference that we're going to see, right? Like from a surfer that is more mature, has more power, she's going to draw out the turns a little bit more. At the beginning of that wave, you could see that beautiful carve that she displaced a lot of water and hold it on rail. The entry to that first barrel was very impressive, very critical turn. You're going to see right here, starts with the foam climb. That's when she's going to draw out. Look how much power she can apply to the board. Gets up in vertical in the most critical part of the section with a lot of flare. Gets a nice barrel there. So just for that first half of the wave, she's adding some points on top of Erin's first right. And then here, she mixes it up. Nice setup, layback. Goes a little bit softer on that section. Hits it nicely. And right here, she just knows she needs to finish the wave because she's on her way to a good score. And I think she was just very smart to finish it off, and she's going to apply a lot of pressure on top of Erin with that first right specifically. And in my opinion, I mean, this has to be the best score of the heat so far. Look at how critical that section is. Up in vertical, you see she has to stomp on that back foot to keep the nose out of the water. And then this might be the last barrel, not the first one. That's the only downside. Like, she didn't get so deep on that last one. You're going to see she just gets covered up. And that's an angle that's helping actually her to disappear. If you see the front angle, she wasn't too deep. But the damage was done. This is going to be a solid score for her to start the heat.
Such a well-surfed opening ride. Molly Picklum, like you thought, Jesse, turns in the best number of the morning so far. 6.83 on her first right. Now she'll head left.
I mean, halfway through, like 70% of that wave, I was thinking like she's going probably two points higher than Erin. But then she had the flaw, like on the end, she barely got barreled. That angle that we just saw there, it kind of helped her get a little bit more tucked in. But she was a bit in front, and she didn't finish as strong as Erin. So that's why it kept like in that 1 point range, a little bit over that.
So far, Molly Picklum with the 1 score, 6.83 on her right. She's about to go left. Best number for Erin is on her front side, the 5.67, even though she got clipped in that tube section at the end of the ride. She was already talking to her coach, Jake Patterson, about improvements on her backhand for run number 2. And Molly looking comfortable. We use the word challenging a lot when it comes to sports at the highest level. And Molly loves that word. The challenge is something you embrace. You want to be pushed to see what you can handle. We've seen her do that with her relationship at Pipeline, which, she's developed in just a few years' time, already finaling, semifinal this year, winning a specialty event before, as we watch Molly set up the backhand fade. Connects well right in the pocket. Hitting it really hard before the pit, blowing her board out. What an amazing transition into that first tube. Always surfing critically, but nice flow, not overturning those sections. Her pace and tempo are just spot on. And now getting completely behind the curtain. Here's the wind-up final section. Molly Picklum wraps it. Jams it on the end section. A very solid opening run here on finals day for Molly Picklum. Standing by for scores from the left. 6.83 already came in for Molly on the right. Look for her to take the lead over Erin Brooks after their first run here in quarter number 1. We'll be right back. Molly Picklum, very happy. Big high five from Austin. Big high five from Chris Bond, a coach here at Surf Abu Dhabi, also a coach the South African surf team, spending his time from Cape Town and here in Abu Dhabi. 7.67 for Molly, going left.
I mean, I think, in my opinion, this is personally why she got that 7.67. Look how critical that section is. She gets up in vertical. She's going to exchange that nose to the tail, get drifted. And as she's landing, she has to stomp on that back foot to airdrop so that to make sure that nose is not going to get caught. And look at the entry to the barrel. The thing's already barrel on top of her, and she's somehow able to regroup and sets up a beautiful tube stance right there. That was the most critical entry we've seen it so far on the women's side for a tube ride, mostly out the back. And that's why the judge is getting rewarded.
That was so insane. So committed and got really deep in the barrel too. It wasn't just a transition for a pocket ride. She got shacked.
Yeah, that was some of the best surfing we've seen it so far on the women's side.
And all Molly's been doing is just laughing the last couple of days.
She's been doing that all day, yeah.
So much fun. Erin's already swinging, regrouping her strategy, and really looked like she's attacking harder out the back. So the thought process was maybe you have to look at this barrel, and it's going to shove her down the line. So not quite achieving it, but her turns are looking fresh. Her first wave of the morning was that opening run. So different for surfers, so she already looks like she's more warmed up and ready for run 2. So grabbing the rail, still a little out in front of the barrel, but her turns looking solid. Her timing much better on this second opportunity on the right. Finishes with a little tail slide.
That was beautiful surfing. I like what I see. You see that she took her pace a little bit off. She didn't try to keep that rhythm of intensity throughout the whole wave. When what that did, it just gave her opportunity to apply bigger turns and also drawing out her carves more on the backhand, making them look bigger. On the downside of things, like we just mentioned about Molly getting the 7.67 backhand, she had that very critical entry to the barrel, and you're going to see here the difference. Nice first turn opening up there for Erin, and then here she sets up, does that beautiful turn, but look how much time she has in order to get inside that barrel. So this makes it more predictable and less exciting for the judges. But here's what I like what she did on that wave. She takes the almost like gets a little slower in what she was doing and drawing out those turns a little bit more, make them look bigger. Gets a nice barrel to finish it off, and then right in the end here, she gets all that energy that we're so used to seeing from her in the speed, and applies 3 very critical turns, and gonna finish it off with an even better one with the tail release right there. Good surfing for her. Just lacked a little bit deftness in the barrel.
You can see her slow down to try to get drained down that end section, and then the finishing moves. Put in a lot and was able to switch gears with a bit of variety, which can be hard backhand. But like you mentioned, Jesse, I think the clear change from her first right was the pace and the tempo that she applied on wave number 2 on the right.
Yeah, and that's the difference in between usually rookies and people that have been on tour, athletes that have been on tour for longer. Like, they know how to keep their hearts rate a little bit lower, and they can think about a little bit more clear instead of getting on a rhythm and just going from start to beginning at one pace. So every turn that they do, they make sure they make them look very big on the important parts of the wave. And whenever it's not that important part of the wave, they just make sure they keep a good flow throughout.
Let's check in with AJ McCord.
Joe, you guys were noting the difference in the way that Erin is approaching this second lap of the women's quarterfinal. That's actually a direct instruction from her coach, Jake Patterson. Before the first lap, he told her, hey, just breathe and find your tempo. But once Molly dropped those 2 really good scores in her first exchange, he told her, you got to throw everything you've got at these waves, and that's what we're seeing Erin do.
Thank you, AJ. The pace and the tempo, you heard Snake talking about that with Erin Brooks. It's like you've got to find that perfect balance of not looking rushed and have your turns really impactful. But when you have your adrenaline through the roof and you've got so many opportunities in front of you for turn choice like Erin Brooks has, it might be hard to just settle down and just surf what's right in front of you.
It's so complicated. Once you put on that jersey, it's a whole different world. And for her luck right now, she has all it takes for her to get that 8.57. I just think she needs to be a little bit innovative on this. This is going to be a point of difference for her on the left.
Erin Brooks representing Canada, But one of her local breaks would definitely be in Waco, Texas, as you check out this stall for the barrel. Puts herself in a great position, maybe a touch deeper than she was on her first try, and goes completely behind the curtain. Well done on that read. Nice, solid connection in the pocket, belts it again. Much more spray flying off that Mayhem.
Big finish, come on.
So seeing improvements from her right, now on her left as well. Real deep, she doesn't get clipped, makes it this time. Throws a big tail release, but doesn't get the finish. But serious improvement on run number 2. Her coach loves it.
How's the heat IQ for a girl that is 17 years old to recognize that she needs to go that big on the end after doing such a solid 35 seconds of a wave previous to that? But she had to. Like, she needs an 8.57. Starts off pretty well. Only down part of this wave just sets up a little bit too much once again for the barrel, but makes it up. That's probably the deepest barrel we've seen on the woman's side so far. She gets very deep right there. Seems like she's going to push her out, and then she's going to slow herself down again, get fully covered, disappear from the side angle, and then she starts to unload. Super critical first turn. Gets on that good rhythm, attacking a lot of body energy, up torque. And then here she gets that second barrel, gets deep again, and she knows she needs to go massive and be progressive. And she goes for the air, unfortunately. Would have landed that, I had no doubt that was going to be into the 9s.
So explosive, one of the best in the air. And she was also able to have some really lethal turns before that pit. What an improvement from Erin Brooks.
Huge improvement. Even more on this left than comparing to the right. Like, and that's just that pace. Keeping her heart beat a little on the lower side and keep herself calm and making more clear decisions. Unfortunately for her, that offshore wind's gonna push that board away from her, and just landing perfectly but without the board.
Make it.
So close.
2.5.
Oh! Everyone knows they're kind of expecting her to go to the air, you know, like, so that's fun that she that's very fun that she actually went for it.
Cool to see the reaction of two-time world champ Tyler Wright.
And you had to do something huge. And you were going to get a 9 or something. Then that would have put pressure on her both ways to improve the score. So I would have told you to do that if you needed anything over an 8. Yeah.
Scores for Erin Brooks, not enough, a 7.10. But a lot of positives and a great high five from Jake to Erin, because he was proud of her. She surfed it just like she was supposed to, lands the air. We're talking probably a 9 and a lead change, but it will be Molly Picklum going back-to-back with her wins over the rookie on tour. Got her at pipe, now gets her at stop 2 here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. And now Molly, you know, probably making a plan for finals day. See how she takes this winning lap here. Well, first she's going to enjoy it, laughing. She might be freestyling out there. She's singing a song for sure. Yeah. She was doing karaoke the other night, sang an Adele song, also Bruno Mars. And that joy is just translated into this wave pool. So Molly into the semifinals. What would you do, Jesse? I mean, if you're going, I got semifinals, I have finals, is this wave so demanding where she should kind of relax here?
Yeah, I think she should. I think she should try and draw a little bit of a different line for her to see how the judges feel about it. But doesn't need to go 100%. She needs to just save up. It's going to be a long day, and it's a very taxing day for all the surfers. Imagine how many 40-second waves they're going to get if they want to win this event. So
be fun to see Molly try something different. Like you mentioned, the judges are scoring this, you know, they're looking at every turn. So if she wants to see how they like a certain section or a different line, she could try it there. So just feeling out her frontside air. And it's not an air that you see a lot at the end of the right for the regular footers or the end of the left for the goofies. It's often that alley-oop to stay in the wave. But a straight air would be pretty rad if someone could land it.
Would be refreshing, that's for sure. It's just the angle doesn't cooperate so much for the surfers to actually direct their boards clockwise in the air. As you're gonna see right there, the wave bends at you, so it's better for you to just go on clockwise, and you're gonna see the board's gonna fly away from her. And that's all because the lip right there, it's not matching the perfect angle that the surfers would like for that specific turn.
Molly from Australia, North Shelley board riders, but also happy to be an Australian where they have high performance centers that they can use. The government really supports them to be the best world-class athletes they can be. She's already gotten a taste of what it means to represent her country in the Olympic Games with tons of coaches that she can use, and they also have skate ramps where you can practice different grabs and land into a big foam pit, video analysis, training advice from top sporting professionals. And women like Kate Scarrett, who was on tour in the past, hard charging Australian. Exciting season already unfolding for Molly. Let's catch up with her now.
Yeah, I think breaking through the performance of women surfing at the moment, I'm just so honoured to be a part of that. You know, it's not just me, there's so many other women, and I'm just grateful I had some magical moments in myself. Obviously they're huge highlights for mine. But yeah, I'm just so honoured to be a part of this next crop of girls coming through.
Definitely game-changing moments, and Molly's been all over it. Her class is unbelievable, changing the look of the top 17 so quickly. She has a fun rivalry with Caity Simmers, where Katie's been getting her more often than not, and then the opposite with Betty Lou. That generation is going to be pushing each other for a very long time. Molly with a 6.83 and a 7.67 on her first two waves. Vahine Fiero was really impressive last night in the night session, being the top seed. She had to wait a long time for her surf, and she was able to grab one of the last spots to move on. Only 2 spots available last night to get yourself back in the quarterfinals, and the rookie from Tahiti got the job done. She has Caroline Marks coming up in quarterfinal number 2. And this will be the last wave for Molly Picklum in the quarters. All prep work for her semifinal later on today.
Do you notice the difference of intensity that she's surfing right now compared to what she surfed in the previous wave? And that's just holding herself down. She just doesn't want to waste that energy if she doesn't need to.
And right there, her run is going to stop. So just kind of feeling out her board, not trying to rush anything. Everything is working for Molly Picklum right now. Didn't need the right or the left in her second run. And the impressive part of that is just waking up ready. You know, she didn't have a surf this morning. You know, I remember a wave pool event in the past. Sally Fitzgibbons just always loves that warm-up, and the basin's flat in the morning, and she was just doing laps in it, just trying to be in the water to keep her routine the same as if she was at an ocean event. As we see the final scores, Molly Picklum moving on to the semifinals, and Erin Brooks will start preparing for stop number 3 in Portugal. Finals day continues after this break. It'll be Caroline Marks versus Vahine Fiero when we return.
Just put it in your pocket, it's fine. How long do you think you'll take here?
When I get my shot, at least an hour.
Oh,
then I have
no
to
way.
edit. Then I have to edit.
Will there be that long to get a good shot?
Well, if I'm lucky and I get the shot I want.
It's crazy. Photography is a game of patience, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
All right, bud.
Yeah,
Thanks, Amen.
I'll
See
leave
you.
this back, but yeah, you let me know what.
Okay.
I can take you there or
All right,
you can
thanks.
take some other bit.
Will do. Thank you.
Medyo lang.
And this, ano ako din na. Wala naman, ano, okay naman, walang injuries or what, or... So far...
Modon, Connected Living by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by Surf Abu Dhabi, find your wave.
Hindi, yari ka talaga. Hindi, yari ka. Kasi sa mga concert na atin sa gabi.
Quarterfinal number 2 underway. Vahine Fiero on the opening ride against Caroline Marks. And down to her finishing section here. Quickly to the lip. Another snap there to finish. As she takes off first against a world champion named Caroline Marks. Both Vahine and Caroline were in the event in Tahiti. Vahine's local break, representing their countries in the Olympics. It was Caroline winning gold last summer. And Vahine had so much training, so much focus, worked really well with Jeremy Flores, and it was great to see Jeremy get the flight out to Pipeline to be in her corner. As we check out her opening ride, Jesse.
I mean, what I love so much about this wave is just how she's going to set up. Nice critical turn right there. Look at that backhand. Just touching the water to add some style, and that's just how comfortable she is setting up for a barrel. Gets nice and deep, comes out, gets the water off her face, starts to unleash again. That was a nice critical turn. More pressure even on that last one. Almost got a little too awkward on that entry. It seems like she was going to lose it, but regrouped it and finished it off strong. Good way to start. Like, she's going to apply pressure into Caroline.
As we break down a couple of these moves from Vahine, what'd you see here, Jesse?
Just the timing is impeccable. Like, she is great at that. Like, you see it how high she got on the lip once again. Beautiful timing. You can see the fins are coming off the back. That just means she's on edge right there, like as critical as it gets. Sets up for this barrel. You're going to see it almost feels like she's going to lose. That front arm is kind of swinging to the left of her. But then she regroups somehow and pulls it off. Great work for Vahine.
Molly Picklum is with AJ.
Thanks, Joey. Molly, what a way to start off our finals day. How did you find your rhythm so quickly once you hit the basin?
Yeah, it's interesting to me in the first heat, you kind of come down, everyone's just like cruising, the vibe's so mellow, and you've got to try and get yourself up and about to get, like, you know, that intent on your waves. But it was epic. Julia, Jack's wife, was like on the burner waves, so I was all pumped for her, and watching a couple of the burner waves roll through and Erin having to go first. I was just all psyched after that.
We saw the psych, and then you got a chance to sort of cruise in your second lap on the right and the left. What did you really want to feel out, knowing you've locked in your spot in the semifinals, but you want to level it up?
Yeah, for sure. It's a long day, you know, they're long rides, so saving the legs, but also I feel like just feeling out the wave, making sure you keep to your tempo and keep your rhythm going.
You have anything special for us in the semis?
No, you're going to have to stay tuned, I guess.
You heard it here first. Send it back to you, Joey.
Jay, well done to Molly Picklum. That transition into the barrel, one of the best we've seen the last couple days.
Yeah, I mean, personally on the women's side, that was the best we've seen it. Like, as critical as it gets. And that bottom turn with the lip on top of her was clutch. And the way she was actually able to stall afterwards as well and get a deep barrel was impressive.
Great start for Vahine Fiero. A 6.67 now prepares for her first left of finals day. She was absolutely beaming after getting through the night surf last night. Attacking it in the critical part of the wave. There's her transition. Well done, Fiero. Enjoying a nice barrel ride. Frames up that top turn, drives off the bottom. And getting a little bit stuck there, but she still got rhythm to find some speed for the inside pit. And positions herself really well. One of the best in frontside tubes in the world, and she will wrap that to finish. Really fun opening run for Vahine, representing French Polynesia.
We're gonna do a thing.
Her mom,
in this
Tahisha,
heat.
and her dad from San
Yeah, just
Diego,
here's fine.
California. Her dad went on a trip to one of those beautiful islands in French Polynesia and, well, never went home.
I don't blame her. It's one of the best places in the world, mostly for surfers, but beautiful technique right there. Double hand drag, gets deep in that section. Comes out maybe a little early. There's a little bit more left in the bone of that barrel. And then that's a problem she's gonna have maybe on this one right here. Just pushed a little bit too lateral on that outside, that inside rail. Ended up getting caught. So that was like, unfortunately for her, if she could have cleaned that up, it would have been a pretty decent score to start the heat. I wonder if that's what I was trying to mention right now. She's gonna be too lateral, and the wave is not steep enough. Like, it's steep where she starts the turn, but it's a little bit flatter down the line, and that's where her rail gets dug a little bit. Still beautiful barrel to finish it off.
Nice start for Vahine. Her two younger sisters also competitive on the QS.
Putain, le turn en gauche, il t'a fait bien vif sur le dernier barrel, c'était pas mal.
J'avais un peu les cheveux tremblants.
C'est bien, là, t'as validé les deux premières.
Sur la droite, il y avait un peu des bumps sur les deux premiers, j'ai eu un peu du mal à taper.
Ouais, mais par contre, le quart et les deux turns, c'était bien marqué, t'as bien posé la main, c'était top après le premier barrage. Mais le deuxième, on voyait que ça bougeait un petit peu avec du clapot. Ouais. Donc c'était pas mal, on est bien sorti. C'est dur d'être vraiment
So Vahine throwing down a 5.6 and a 6.67 on her first run. So Caroline was able to watch all that unfold as the higher seed. Always had some exciting performances over in Lemoore, California in the Surf Ranch events. So she is comfortable with this system as we check in with Kaipo.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I'm here with Caroline's coach, Luke Egan. Louis, what'd you tell Caroline?
Kaipo, look at the conditions right now. It's probably the best I've seen it since I've been here. The wind, all the windsocks around the whole place are just laying down. So go out there and rip and take it above what you did yesterday. To be on finals day, you have to pull it all out today. So let's see it.
Is it choreographed or is some feeling in it too?
She's been doing so well in the basins for so long that you don't want to reprogram too much, but there's some little areas we're going to work on from yesterday.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Kaipo. Luke Egan, one of the best ever on tour for so long, and now one of the super coaches who's coached Caroline to a world title. Caralupo getting started, got that nickname for the Mark Akalupo comparisons as she'll slam on the brakes. Gets a nice backside barrel. So much patience and just kind of resets on that first turn. Adapting to the curve of the wave and really nailed that last snap. Once she's got it down once, she can repeat it with success and just getting a little bit offbeat and gets tackled by the inside barrel section. So her right not as long as she was hoping. And she'll try to make that adjustment on her second opportunity.
Yeah, that was a big mistake for her. She was on her way to a very solid score to probably match what Vahine has done previously on the right with a 6.67. She actually gets deep on that section right there, disappears, comes back, and this is when she starts to unload. Just so good on rail. Great timing from now on. Beautiful crack out the back. Nice bottom turn, gets vertical once again, and right here pushes maybe a little bit too much. Then once again, that entry for that last barrel, it's been clutch for most surfers on the men's and women's side. She was just a little bit too behind, and this is going to apply pressure for her on the next right she's going to have to perform, because Vahine already has a 6.67.
Looking at the view and those conditions that Louis Egan was making a note of from the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam, you can see how big this basin is, about 10.5 football fields in length. This whole area is really a center for major sports. On Hudariat Island, we see people riding bikes on the way here from our hotel, triathletes. It's just growing, still under construction. And now for the first time, the best surfers in the world enjoying it. Caroline start 4.77, so with two goofies in the water, it's easy to compare the rights together. Vahine winning that first run, just focusing on the backhand attack. Vahine's first right, the 6.67 compared to Caroline's 4.77.
I mean, that last part of the wave, if you think about it, there's probably about another 1.5 for her, so she would have been probably matching that score from Vahine or getting pretty close. Vahine was a little bit deeper on that barrel on that first one. That technique of entry with that back arm kind of touching the water is very unique. Might have took the edge anyways, but she would have been in a way better position if she would have finished it off, and now it's just added pressure.
We caught up with Caroline Marks to ask her about her confidence heading into this season.
This year we have a lot of waves of consequence. I think you've noticed, you know, the men have always had waves of consequence, but now the women are surfing all the same waves of consequence now. So to win a gold medal in waves of consequence gave me a lot of confidence, and that's been an area of my surfing that I've really wanted to work on. And yeah, I'm really excited. We have an amazing schedule this year, so that's really fun for all of us, and I think there's gonna be some amazing performances.
Caroline is so fun to ask questions about the season when it's, you know, she's on a break. She's such a Grom at heart. She loves her job, first and foremost. She still pinches herself that she gets to ride waves for a living. And I think that stoke factor is going to carry her on for a couple more decades competing with the best in the world. She's fighting for a second world title this year. Came close last season as she was runner-up in the world to Caity Simmers. Just a little reset and then absolutely tagging that snap. So settling for one major move before this barrel. Enjoying a bit of a vision there on that first hollow pit, and then she'll attack the lip line. Throwing some spray on that third turn out of the barrel. Now really risking it, but she'll get stuck. Really wanted to stay on the lip for a moment, but it put her really far behind. So the world champ finishing her first run on her left and right. And it looked like the advantage will stick with Vahine.
I mean, on tour, Caroline Marks is the person that the least do mistakes throughout the whole year. And I'm talking about on the men's and women's side. You rarely ever see her, and it's very uncharacteristic for her to do twice back to back. Look how beautiful that turn is, extended. A lot of amplitude. And this, she gets deeper. You see more intensity on her already because she knows she's with the back against the wall. Look how much she stalls. She hasn't been doing that on the previous heats or the previous runs she had on the day yesterday. She's gonna bring that board all the way back around, but just pushed a little too hard once again. And that's the problem. That entry of the barrel, it's very small and tight, and you need to make sure you're ahead of it. You wanna be a foot or two in front for then the wave to catch up to you. A beautiful surfer, and she was on her way to a very solid score if she would have finished that wave. If you think about it, she missed one turn before the barrel, had the barrel, and still a finish afterwards. So now she has pressure on both sides, and actually Vahine has the freedom of just trying to better the situation that she has already. It's not a massive lead, but it's a solid foundation.
Caroline Marks will have a chance to reset on the deck and prepare for run number 2. She'll also get to watch Vahine on her last right and left of this quarterfinal. Fiero still leading after Caroline's first run, a 6.67 on her right. Vahine is going to look to improve on her left, which was a 5.6, so has 2 higher scores than Caroline Marks heading into her second run. And Great job to the rookie class on the women's side of making finals day. We did just lose Erin Brooks to Molly Picklum, but we also have Bella Kenworthy coming up next against Caity Simmers. Vahine, you'd say, with the most experience as a rookie, just by age and competitively throughout the QS and Challenger Series. And also having a crazy home break called Teahupo that we'll be heading to at the final event of the regular season. So for Vahine, it's going to be all focus on getting past the mid-season cut, which is at stop 7 this year, still at Margaret River. And mentioning earlier her 2 younger sisters on the QS, they're going for a spot on the championship tour and going for it at a really exciting time for women's surfing. Next year, the tour growing to the top 24 in the world. It's been the top 17 for a long time. And usually that 10th spot was the cutoff mark for qualification on the CT. That moves to top 14. Vahine setting up run number 2. Really love that first turn. It's a slopier canvas to start, but she hit it with purpose. The third turn supposed to be the money turn, and she was able to drill it right there. Now into the barrel, showing that she can do it backhand or forehand inside the pit. The surfer from French Polynesia gets out of that long backhand tube, hammering that section, letting go of a lot of spray, and now putting her head down to get barreled again. Vahine looking solid. Snap there, hits it hard again. What a performance in quarter number 2. Looking for improvement on her right, which was already her best score. A 6.67 on her first right. Where are we going with that one?
I mean, personally, I think this is the best wave surfed on the women's side so far. Deepest barrels, longest barrels. The aggression that she actually, she pushed a little bit harder on the beginning of that wave, which was kind of her flawless in my eyes from the previous ride. She was like safety surfing, nursing a little bit too much. Still critical, good timing, but right there she really pushed it, as we're gonna see her right here. First turn to set up, the wave gets steeper. Look how critical she gets on that turn. Then does that beautiful layback drag. And then this is when she's on a next level compared to the opponents. Look how deep she's gonna get in this section right here. The wave's gonna start running in front of her. She does the high line to make sure she comes out. Keeps herself very calm throughout that section because she's not seen much because all that water coming down in her face. And then once again, get another barrel. Beautiful technique and finish it off strong. She's already got a 6.67 in her first wave. I mean, and how much improvement she had on that last wave. Or sorry, her first ride. So how much improvement she had on this last ride. Look at that technique, touching the water. Look how much rail she has. Getting dug right there in a good way. Beautiful tube stance. Look at her back knee touching the deck of the board. She gives that stability, and also giving her the opportunity to kind of open up her shoulders and have a good vision, a good position, very stable position inside a backside tube ride. And that's the point of difference that most girls don't have it. Some of them do, but most of them don't.
Let's now check in with Kaipo.
Yeah, we've been touching on boards a lot during this event, but also strategy of Vahine Fiero using 2 separate boards, one for the right, one for the left, both Channel Islands round pins. One is a Rook 15, the other one's a CI Pro. So those boards have different rocker profiles to fit the right and the left, your toes, your heels. So, and also those boards have different fins in them. So customizing your board for the direction you're going is a strategy with Vahine Fiero.
Thank you so much, Kaipo. It's been a popular topic at these wave systems. I was talking to DVD, David Silva, and he was going, I can go shorter on my front side. On my back side, I actually want another inch. So he's riding boards smaller than what he normally does on his lefts, and then for him being a goofy footer, he just wanted a little more length. And we remember that from goofy foots like Owen Wright, who really experimented with that length. He went actually really short riding one of his friend Wilco's boards, and he's going, hang on, this fits great in this wave pool system. That's not for everybody, but certain surfers can identify a pretty severe change in their equipment compared to the left or the right. Vahine dropping an 8-point ride on that last wave. Now looking to improve on a 5-6. Already had the lead with a high score on the right. Improved on it. And now she's looking to maybe put it away if she can improve on this left. Nice stylish down carve into a snap out in front, creating some speed, and now setting up for the barrel a little bit early. She's out in front. Let's see if she can put together a big move here. Hits it well in the pocket. Another solid snap. She will ride away. Nice response from the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Marco Mignot, a rookie on tour, liking that one. And now Vahine jumps back on the Red Bull ski, looking to better a 5.6. How'd she do?
Yeah, I mean, once again, she's just stepping it up, cleaning up the mistakes that she had previously, gets a nice barrel here throughout the midsection. I think bottoms out, just keeps stalling, a lot of good technique. This middle section here, unloads it, cleans up that carve she had before. She caught a little bit of that inside rail. And here was where the mistake came previously. She had that turn and got stuck. Now she cleaned that up, made sure she was calm and collected, going through that last section and finish it off. Strong with two beautiful turns, pushing it even more on that last one. This is trouble, and this is the importance of starting off on a good note. Look how much freedom she had in front of her. Like, she was able to freestyle and actually put all of her soul into the surfing, and that translated into the scores that she had. And she's going to put, in my opinion, she's going to put even more pressure into Caroline Marks, and she has a huge task in front of her. She's going to need to go pretty massive.
So Vahine Fierro, the rookie on tour, surfing first, being the lower seed, but just applying pressure.
Excellent score de la compète. Je l'ai eu, mon 8.
Bravo, Manon. Ça,
Merci.
First 8. First 8. La compète. Franchement, là, oui.
Vahine just glowing, getting an excellent score.
Tombé dans le tube.
Non, franchement.
Je suis tombé. Ça a fait le chien des livres, j'ai quand même failli tomber.
Tous les trainings, tu les traverses.
Oh, j'ai amélioré.
Ouais, t'as amélioré parce que t'as pas accroché.
Ouais.
La première partie était bien, et c'est juste.
La deuxième partie, il me manquait une manœuvre.
C'est peut-être en sortant de l'arrêt qu'il faut que tu fasses le layback slam.
Ouais, et après le
layback carve, parce que c'était un peu stiff.
Ouais.
C'est un peu stiff, mais par contre, c'est bien, c'est que sur le dernier, t'as vu, tu shootes le.
Ah, ça a rendu? J'ai pas vu le dernier.
So Vahine's excellent score, an 8. Last wave for Vahine, a 6.27, improving on her lead already. As we go to the CT by the numbers, highest average on the rights in the wave pool CT events. Currently on tour, Caroline Marks third on that list, just behind Lakey and Joanne Fay. Both of those veterans have been eliminated from the event. A 7.95 on her average on a backhand that's won her several events on the championship tour. 2023 World Champ rolling in, and a comeback scenario here. Great start, real composed turns, nice and smooth. I love that little stall she does on the tail. Not super deep, but she's gonna get back to business. Super clean, focusing on a nice pace. Going more vertical, that was the money turn. Holding that bottom turn and tagging it. We'll see if she can get drained in here. There is the grab rail out in front. Solid setup and putting a lot into her finishing turn. Caroline making a significant improvement compared to her first run. That was the 4.77. And now she'll catch her breath and see what her requirement turns into on her last left here in this heat with Vahine Fierro, the world champ, feeling the pressure, but stepping up on this last right-hander. We'll give you the update on the scores right after this. Welcome back to finals day at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Stop 2 on the championship tour this year from the pipeline over to the Middle East. And crunch time for surfers, looking to nail down a big result here in a high pressurized atmosphere with incredible opportunities to express yourself and impress the panel on a long wave, multiple sections. Joining me, Paul Evans, to talk you through it, Flick Palmatier. How are you going?
Oh, I'm going great. I mean, the volume's been turned up. Vahine absolutely applying the pressure right now, but it's Caroline trying to fight her way back.
Marksy trying to get involved here. She's got a little bit of scoreboard pressure against her at the moment. 7.95 the requirement. The tube will help her cause significantly. How deep will she go? That'll be the sort of things the panel will be analysing. That was a hammer.
Oh, wow.
Caroline Marks has looked quite a bit out of sorts, actually, in this quarter thus far. And once again, the surfers that get to go first do get to put a bit of scoreboard pressure on. A wry smile from Caro there. Anything like that number that she needs. What happened?
Yeah, so she gets super deep in the tube here, and I really like that stance. Really just trying to maximize that time, but she comes out of this barrel and starts lining up this section, drops to the bottom, and carves her way through this turn. It was this moment here. So it goes up to hit that lip, and that lip maybe not quite steep enough. Just sort of getting caught on that outside edge rail. And that was all she wrote for Caroline. That's that last chance. And obviously on the flip side of that, Vahine moving through to the semi-finals. So big result already for the rookie.
Caroline Marks lethal in the pool, but just today, not going her way. Unable to get the numbers that she needs. She'll come back, get ready to go again in Portugal. We have to say, félicitations to Vahine Fiero. She'll be into semi-finals. A job well done, an excellent number from her. We watched that wave as well and felt like that was the best wave we've seen in the pool on the right. Certainly brilliant surfing from her.
Oh, by far, that was the best wave we've seen on the women's side of the tour in this wave pool. It was incredible. I mean, I don't know what more you can do. I mean, yes, you can get progressive above the lip, but for not going above the lip, far out, I mean, I was so impressed. Just technically amazing in the tube, and I just love that entry on the backhand that she has, that real drop wallet style into the barrel.
Speaking of technical brilliance, let's set up the next heat. Look at this one, third quarter, the World Champ Simmers taking on the rookie Bella Kenworthy. A couple of surfers who, a few short years ago, part of a subgenre, really, an emerging subgenre known as the Ladybirds. What they did in wave pools, and right now, they're on the CT. We have Bella Kenworthy, the rookie here. She's been really impressive. Also got that just point of difference in terms of her line, the way she's been approaching this flick. Let's hear from her, and we'll chat about some of those influences from other sports that Bella's bringing.
Yeah, I think that skateboarding was like a big factor. I know, like, especially for me, because I grew up like competitively skateboarding, it really helped like my airs and progression in surfing. And I'm pretty sure, I think everyone else like grew up knowing how to skateboard too, like Sierra and Katie and even Erin. I think like we all like grew up skateboarding. So it definitely like helped our progression of airs for sure. And then just going to wave pools, we've all like been to we've all been to like Waco and like wave pools with air sections a decent amount of times. That's really helped us as well.
Insights there from Bella Kenworthy. It has been a recurring theme that we talked about, the rookies on tour. In this event early in the season for them, doesn't feel like you got that gap in terms of trying to climb and reach the standard being set by the established order. Here goes Bella, strapping on that back knee. That's actually something that she sustained right here a couple of months ago, but she said she's back to full health. That's really just to offer her a bit more comfort, kind of mental support as much as the physical. Looking all right so far from the tube section. She'll rip one down, carve in, snap into the lip, and again putting a bit more oomph into this maneuver, mixing up the line into the tube. Kenworthy getting cover, bowl on the ends, another layback with a ton of spray.
She'll hit the lip again for a finish. Bella Kenworthy, her opening run on the right. First of all, it's complete. We saw some tube riding. We saw a bit of variety as well, a bit of power.
Yep, I liked it. I just applying that same sort of method as what Vahine was, just get the finish, get the completion, and start applying that pressure early on. I mean, sort of funny, you know, you think maybe the higher seed has the advantage, you know, seeing what they need as a requirement. But, you know, as this event plays out, I almost think it's the person that's going first that Semi doesn't have that pressure on them. So let's see here. I mean, she gets a series of maneuvers done. A lot of progression as well. Gets those fins above the lip, and then nice amount of tube time here. This second performance section I really liked because big variety of maneuvers here. Jams in the pocket. She gets a layback here coming up as well. So nice combination of maneuvers, giving us some variation to look at. And I think there's still room for her to move as well. So still a measured approach, knowing that she's got another shot at the right. But well done for the rookie.
Excellence on final days. January, a recipe for success. Let's go and hear from our semi-finalist, Vahine Fiero, with AJ.
Semi-finalist, Vahine, how does that sound here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro?
I'm super happy to be here today and just, yeah, super happy to have won this heat against a really, you know, amazing surfer. So, yeah, it was a good battle and I'm happy that I got to perform under nerves, you know, against someone like Caroline.
Didn't just perform, but excelled, giving us our first excellent wave score of the day. How did you do it?
Yeah, I guess I pushed a little harder on the right. It's a little bumpy at the beginning, so the timing was really important, and then I was able to get really deep in the barrel. I almost actually got knocked off and then got out, and yeah, I was able to ride it all the way to the end, so I'm happy with that.
And we noted the fact that you're using different boards for the right and the left. What is the biggest thing that you notice that makes a difference in?
Yeah, I like to complicate things, you know. It's too simple in the wave pool. I know the wave is coming at me, so I needed to complicate my life a little. And so I have two different models on the right and the left and two different fins. For some weird reason, I've been switching and it's been doing good for me, so I'm going to keep doing that.
Keep the complications coming. Well done, Vahine.
Vahine Fiero, great value again with her performance. I thought she was real impressive last night in a clutch situation under the lights. Just bringing that. Quick vision there, the way she got into the tube there. The difference between expressing yourself, showing something creative to go in, as she did, between just stalling for an eternity and waiting for something to happen. Real impressive. She just looks so natural, Flick.
Yeah, for sure. I think it just eliminates that downtime of waiting for it to happen. She's not waiting for it, she's just adapting to that section. As we see Bella taking off on her first left.
Spot in the second semi is available to one of the two surfers in this quarter. Here's the rookie Kenworthy on her backhands, pumping for speed, not opting for the barrel, and using that steep face to get good maneuvers done, dropping down. Now this one will cup out. How does she go here? Just adjusting on a real steep face. Another hit from her. Plenty of spray being displaced, but patience here to set up. She'll get cover, let go of the rail. Don't think we've seen many successful no grabs in terms of that backhand tube, and ultimately can't come out.
Yeah, maybe she just missed the rail a little bit. We'll be able to see when we have a look at the slow-mo, but yeah, you definitely need to be holding that rail, getting super compressed, but there was some definite damage done on the outside. Just seems like with every turn she was just gaining confidence and they were just sort of getting bigger and more precise down the line. So just looking really whippy off the top here. That turns so much more powerful. And then, yeah, decides here, I'm going to miss this barrel section, utilizes that steep section of the wave up into the lip twice there. And here we go. She's setting up for this inside barrel section. Let's see what she gets done. So just sort of stomping on the brakes here, goes for the grab, sort of misses. Yeah, I thought that's probably what happened. So, and then straight up and over. That end section is definitely not forgiving. So you'll really be able to see here. Goes for the grab, sort of misses there, and then tries to regain. Gets a little bit lipped in the head, so not as good as the right, but sign of good things to come. Her turns were looking super strong and super powerful.
Definitely room for improvement, certainly on the left. I think her score on the right, 6.33, in terms of like been around about par or just slightly better than that. It's a decent platform for the right, but that left should definitely be looking to improve.
The leg was great. So it'll allow you to sort of push it. I like where you came out.
As we turn our attentions now to the world champ. Coming here, ranked number 2 in the world after another final over a pipe and another amazing performance. Caity Simmers. Let's check out the CT by the numbers. In terms of going excellent at the pipeline, she did that 3 times.
Yeah, she did so well. I mean, we had a real mixed bag of conditions over there. There was everything from small to really north swells to, you know, finals day being pretty epic. And I think she just has a good understanding of it now. She's feeling more comfortable, obviously, with a win the previous season. But, yeah, excellent waves, right up there.
She's surfing to an established criteria, but she did win that world title very much on her own terms. What is so unique about Caity Simmers?
I speak about it all the time, but you know, it's the creative lines, and I think just showing up as her authentic self. I think that personality really shines through in her surfing, Paul.
In her surfing, her approach as well, even just between heats and around and about the place. And as a world champ, sometimes people come back, they're going to be different. Now they're a world champ, they're established, they're the person to beat. Not sure we're really seeing that from her. I think she's just kind of rolling with it, whether she was, you know, trying to make sure she stayed on tour by making the cut, or whether she is the world champ. We just get Caity Simmers in a natural, artistic self, and it looks pretty good. Here she goes, opening run for her, kicking off on the right, little crumble to the lip line. She'll use that well. The last turn was inventive and creative. The barrel is deep, it's committed, loads of cover, gets that secondary section as well. Middle section here, using the rail. Simmers, as ever, with great rhythm to things and looking really comfortable, so nothing's hurried or forced. She looks pretty relaxed. She's deeply tunneled in the second tube.
Wow.
Grab rail, carve the snap. Caity Simmers, she is going great out here thus far.
Wow, she's looking so good. There was so much variety there, and my favorite part of that wave was just her entry into that first barrel. You know, we've seen a lot of people waiting for it and like preempting when it's going to happen, but the turn she did before the entry to the barrel set her up just to go straight into it. So let's have a look here. Gets a couple of turns underway, and it's that moment there that gets her positioned pretty deep, and then she just goes up and underneath. She's not waiting for it, which I really like, not using any of that downtime, and that in turn makes her so deep in that barrel. And then here in this moment, I mean, series of maneuvers, all different, lots of variety. Goes the big layback jam here and just perfectly sets up this inside tube for a really deep pit. So I'm thinking this is going to go pretty high. Gives us more variety on the inside with that trademark grab rail out the barrel. So really, really good things from Caity right now. I mean, Bella's got a pretty hard task ahead of her. Obviously, current world champ, and she's come out firing. Just so in control. And just looking steezy too, you know, up, under there. Cool, calm, collected.
Unbelievably relaxed as well. You know, we think about the criteria, and there's a lot of words in there. It's based obviously about the maneuvers that you're doing, but just your sort of overall impression, almost like an alternative criteria. Just looking really, really relaxed. I thought just rather than just kind of make the wave and kind of figure it out while you're surfing, actually looking like, you know what, this wave is here for me. This is my canvas to paint a picture on. I just thought she looked so relaxed and in control of what she was doing and having fun as well.
For sure. For me, it looks like she's bringing that ocean element of surfing to the wave pool. It's like she's making it look like she's just reacting to what's happening as opposed to she's thought out the run. You know what I mean? It doesn't look manufactured. It's really pleasing to the eye.
She'll complete her opening run with the left. And in the meantime, a massive number drops for Simmers, 8-9, huge for her. And a best score of the event for the women to Caity Simmers. and just rewards really for that type of surfing, creative, artistic.
So epic. It seems like it happened yesterday for the men. They'd had a day on the board. They came back the next day. Excellent scores started dropping, and now we're seeing that for the women as well. It's like, just get that monkey off the back. They've had a couple of runs, and now they're really settling into it on finals day.
Another point as well, on finals day, generally quite often see surfers understandably a little bit tense before they surf. I just felt this morning from people that I saw around about on the deck in the Red Bull athlete zone, they actually looked a little more relaxed today, and I think, to your point, that seems to be the fruits of just having more laps out here, more reps, getting to know the wave. Simmers on her left now. And an 8-9. What is that? Does she already look pretty languid and relaxed on her right? Ready with a huge score in. Getting in the tube here, Simmers will find cover. And then she'll bank a turn that's a setup. Steeper section. Goes to the lip, not hammering away through the mid part here, setting up for this tube. It gets tight and steep and runs pretty quick. Maybe just coming in with a touch too much speed, and as a result of thinking, all right, let's go to the air. Throw that down on the end of the wave. So definitely quite as good in terms of the number that will come for that in terms of the left, but just the way she's approaching this and how relaxed she is. She looks real dangerous flick. It's time to go to a break here on finals day. The world champ is in the water. She's dropped the biggest number of the event so far. More live action from Surf Abu Dhabi right after this. A very warm welcome back to finals day here at Surf Abu Dhabi. World champ in a heat right now against a rookie. It is Simmers against Kenworthy. Here's how the numbers stand up right now after a run apiece. Advantage to Caitlin Simmers. That 8-9 standing large in the scoreline. Kenworthy will be up next. Let's get down and get some thoughts from AJ McCord.
Thanks, Paul. We were seeing Bella Kenworthy enter the basin here with the big brace on her knee. She's been dealing with an injury, a partially torn ACL, since November, right after she qualified, and she actually injured it here at Surf Abu Dhabi. She couldn't surf for 2 months. She worked 6 hours on a day on her own to prep for pipe, didn't get a chance to test her boards there, so she's wearing a CTI brace. That is the most intense option, and at Pipeline, Flick, we were talking about this yesterday, when you wear a brace on one knee, it sometimes affects the other leg too, and so now we'll see how it affects her here on a really critical right.
Yeah, thanks, AJ. She needs to get going here under a little bit of pressure after the first run. Starting well on this one already, though. Just already looking a bit more in flow from the early work and the way she got into the tube there, now loading up. Into the lip and throwing some tail, plenty of spray and power. That layback maneuver that she does, bit of a signature move, and she does it well. And the tube section again will prove tough. She had to stall, she had to get deep there. Wasn't trying to pack in and overdo it in terms of the maneuvers, so thought I need to go deep, and the consequence of that is she goes down flick.
Yeah, she definitely turned it up a few notches, though, I will say that. Like, you could tell from the moment she took off, I mean, she was looking more feisty, more fired up, a bit more oomph in the turns, laying the board a bit more on rail, a bit more risk. And you can see even just a bit more longevity in this barrel. And she comes out of this section and, yeah, just laying it on rail. It looked like she had all the right, you know, sort of feel for breaking this combination. Big layback hack there. I mean, that was super critical, real risky. Just getting a little bit, maybe stalling a little bit too much before entering that last barrel section. So it was a nice wave, but to see here, I mean, she's got a big task ahead of her. I mean, it's a pretty hefty number, and we'll see if she's going to better that 6.33.
Yeah, just the sort of positive uptick would be this. The right that she rode previously was her better number. That compares actually favourably with the low number that Caity posted on the left, right? So you think if she doesn't get the improvement here, she'll keep that number. And she's sort of in touch in the scores, but she will need, obviously, to match that huge number that went down. There it is. It comes in a little under 5.93. So now her requirement will be her last wave in this quarterfinal. 8.41 is what Bella Kenworthy is going after here. So she needs to just do something crazy on the backhand. You've got 2 tube sections. You've got your performance section in the middle flick. What's she going to try and do here?
Well, we've seen 2 excellent rides already this morning.
Yep.
One in this heat, Caity with the 8.9 and Vahine with that 8-point ride. So we've got something to go off now. We've got something to go off on the scale. We sort of know what an 8 looks like. And, I mean, Bella would have been watching those, no doubt about it. You know, she's on the surface deck watching Caity get hers. She would have been warming up the heat prior, watching Vahine. So she knows what an 8 looks like, which is good, right? And we know too, she's basically, this is her last shot. So if I'm her, I don't want to die wondering. I just want to give it my best shot, go hard. You're going to feel better about yourself actually giving it a full-on crack other than sort of safetying it. She needs to go hard right now. It's now or never.
One of the unique things about this format, exactly that. She needs to go excellent. We know she needs to push hard. We know the wave is going to be there for her. It's not like you paddle into a wave and go, ooh, would this thing maybe have an 8 on it? That's baked in. So that's all really about performance. If this were to be her last wave in the event here before she heads to Portugal, quarterfinals, second event on your rookie season, really solid. But she'll want more when you get this close. Chance to set up something really special. And if you're going to do that, you're going to have to get past the very best. She's facing one right now in the World Champ. And she needs to go with a huge number here. This would have to be the second high score of the day, at least. And of course, we've still got another run to come from Caity Simmers. Bella Kenworthy into it here. The blue wall will stretch out. There'll be maneuvers before the first hollow section. Let's see how her approach goes in terms of trying to get tube. She'll sweep a really nice dynamic maneuver and then set up and just run past this first tube section. So go into the turns on that backhand. Super committed in the pocket. Again, she'll hang that one up. Very nicely done indeed. This is really elite backhand surfing from Bella Kenworthy. So maneuvers were sharp. Now the barrel, and it won't happen for her.
Yeah, I doubt it's going to be happening. I mean, really though, those backhand hits, they were super crisp. They were really powerful. I mean, she's going to be stoked with that performance. She did go really hard, but you know, you think back to Caity's 8.9, you think back to Vahine's, you know, they both had those couple of barrel sections. This isn't going to be it, but she can hold her head high because that was some amazing backhand surfing that we just saw from Bella, just going super vertical and critical in the pocket. Super impressed by what I saw here. And then just hasn't quite figured out this end section here, this last tube. Just getting a bit lipped in the head there, but as a rookie, like you said, Paul, quarterfinal finish, not bad.
A lot more incredible surfing to come from her. I mean, this kind of technique is so dynamic and cutting edge. I mean, these turns can't arrive any later than that.
No. She basically turned that into a sort of escape maneuver just by grinding across that lip of that wave. Super impressed by that backhand surfing by Bella.
Emerges with a smile. And overall, I think when she reflects not only on the result, just the performance as well that she's put down here, because, you know, you come as a rookie on tour. Obviously, we saw her in the CS, but a lot of scrutiny on you into your surfing from everybody watching around the world. Also, your opponents on tour, just seeing what you're all about. Have you got what it takes? How formidable a rival you're going to be? And she's already just shown us right here she's going to be very much in contention at any venue around the world this season. Let's have a look at scores. After a complete 2 runs from Kenworthy, she'll bow out at quarter-final stage. Simmers with the 8-9, a big number, the biggest one we've seen. She's got another run yet to go. Flick, and once again, we'll revisit this chat. She will certainly want to try and improve on her low number of the 5.83 on the left. In terms of the right, how do you improve what's almost a 9 when you Caity Simmers?
Well, you got to be thinking, right, I reckon the judges are waiting for the moment when one of these women is going to go to the air.
Or she's going to semi-finals. Do you maybe keep something back? You know, you're going to, if you go out and do an air, something we haven't seen yet, you're going to bust it out now?
No, I honestly, strategically, probably not, right? I mean, who knows? Because this is Caity, and Caity shows up as her authentic self every time, and maybe she'll get a bit funky. Maybe she'll get a bit free. But from a strategic point, maybe not. Maybe let's save something, you know, for these later rounds.
Predictably unpredictable. I think it's something that was seen from her. You never exactly know what she's going to do, other than, you know, it's going to look good, it's going to be original and fresh. But she really looked like she was surfing with so much fun and freedom and looseness. And just the way this event plays out in terms of the geography of the place. That surfer's deck where we see those insights from coaches does certainly feel like some of those more successful tips and insights are really just about enjoying it and relaxing. Easier said than done, and easier said than done for most. When you're the world champ and you Caity Simmers, interesting approach here, full-blooded roundy all the way back. So going for the fence, as we'll check this out from the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam. We haven't seen anyone just pick up blistering speed, go for the channel, and then try and swoop one all the way back. There's that creativity and that original line that we love from Caity.
Yeah, for me, Caity has probably one of the best roundhouse cutbacks on the women's tour. You know, even, you know, you think about the men's, but she's just so... Let's have a look at how much distance she travels just so she can make this roundhouse. I mean, super close to the fence there. Gets the rebound. If she'd gotten that rebound, I think she would have been sweet, right? I mean, we haven't actually seen someone try this, so just getting super creative here. Touches that rail. Just beautiful style. I mean, this is textbook right here. Goes up, hits that rebound like a backhand entry, blows the fins out. And, hey, it's worth a try, right? That's just why we love Caity. We love that originality. We love that unpredictability.
A free radical on the open face with exciting, refreshing surfing. Need to have good equipment under your feet in order to be able to do that. Let's get an update with Caity's boards with Kaipo.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Chris Borst, the shaper of Caity's boards, but also very unique in that most of these boards are machined on a couple of machines, the APS 3000 or the Aku shaping CNC machines. Chris Borst, Caity's shaper, actually developed his own shaping machine that's unique to himself. And these boards, they come off the machine. He has the ability for them to come off the machine, completely done, straight to the glass shop. This is some specialized equipment, and it enables the boards to be easily reproduced all the way to an exact duplicate. So machine boards. And another fun fact with Chris Borst, Caity's shaper, you may remember him from the 80s cult classic skate film, Searching for Animal's Chin. The Bones Brigade had a section over at Chris's vert ramp. So that's some insight here. And check out the artwork too.
Yeah, interesting.
There's no science to the artwork.
Yeah, Kaipo, I've got another question for you, mate. You've been checking out a lot of boards here that everyone's been riding. I'm just thinking in terms of how special is Caity's equipment? How different is it from what everyone else? Is it much different from the sort of mean of what we're seeing most people riding? And then particularly specialized or basically the sort of surfer that you expect from most high-performance surfers?
It feels and looks pretty neutral in design, but I'm sure there's some special sauce in here, Paul, that we're keeping secret right now. You see it on the wave.
All right, thanks, mate. It's looking really good so far for her, and using that equipment is looking really smooth underneath her. And we talk about that equipment just being basically an extension of the surfer's body. Don't even notice the board when it's working really well. 8-9 in for Caity Simmers, already into the semi-finals before her fourth wave. She'll just throw away what she did on her second, right? Won't be consequential. There's our top scores, 8-9, so by quite some margin as well in terms of that top score, almost a whole point on Fierro's left. And those numbers, that has been a talking point throughout Flick. We talked about the judges not necessarily holding something back, but obviously in terms of that scale and the creativity that we anticipate seeing from surfers like Caity, they don't want to go crazy with the 8s and the 9s early on in case someone's doing multiple rotations, big airs we haven't seen yet, all of that type of stuff. Here's the left for Simmers. Just look how confident she is, just cruising through. And then standing pretty tall, nothing rushed. Great form, impeccable style, and just the flow throughout this tube ride, getting deep, getting really deep. Great cover for Simmers. The high line just pumping for speed, really looking like she's free surfing at the moment here. And then the steeper tube section, she's compressed, comes out, goes up for the shove again. It'll just be a kick out maneuver. She's looking deadly.
Yeah, she's looking so cruisy, and it's just a good indication. I mean, obviously she'd already had the heat win, and knowing that gives you confidence, but you can just see it in her style, just a casual approach. It's nice to see this, you know, these sort of different lines drawn, because we haven't really seen that yet. And yeah, to your point, Paul, really surfing it as if, you know, it looks like she's just having fun, having a free surf, getting creative. It's probably one of the longest backhand barrels we've seen by the women. She really rides that foam ball really well. And then just cruising here. Changes that foot stance. Almost like she's riding a retro board, you know. It's just really pleasing to the eye. And then goes for the shove it.
I mean, there's something for everyone there. Looking
so nice to watch.
Backhand down carving, foot halfway up the board. I mean, you just, even the high line pumps with nothing forced or hurried just makes it look so cool. Caity Simmers, in terms of coming into semis with extra confidence as if it was needed, she'll have tons of it.
I mean, these are the sort of runs you want to do when you're in your practice. I feel like I just want to cruise this wave. I want to take some different lines, but
You got to commit to the front. Good job, Reggie. Have fun with that stuff. The rebound was a little. I thought you were going to go for one of those like reverse, like the rebound reverse that you used to do.
I tried to hit it way too hard, and I was like, shh.
Fun fest. If you want to jump on the bike for like.
Caity Simmers through to semi-finals here, gets the win over Bella Kenworthy. Serving a bit of notice as well. 8-9, that big number, biggest we've seen, and other than that, away from the numbers, just the sort of surfing. I think we saw maybe 4 or 5 maneuvers that no one's even got close to really attempting as she expresses herself on the wave here at Surf Abu Dhabi in the basin. So bringing plenty of form into the semis. Who's she going to come up against? It'll be one of Sawyer Lindblad, rookie on tour last year, Gabriella Bryan. Very distinct approaches to this wave from these two. Gabby Bryan, we've seen from her, really, I'm just thinking the aggression that she showed us yesterday was something that hasn't really been matched so far from the field.
for sure there's a real ferocity when she takes off, and when she's stabbing that board up into the lip, I mean, she is throwing absolute buckets. There's so much spray being sent. Physically, without a doubt, the strongest woman on tour. Just, I mean, this is going to be hard to beat for Sawyer, but what Sawyer brings precision. And so for me, this is just a battle of power v precision.
So our fourth quarterfinal for the women here on finals day. We'll kick off with Gabby Bryan. And her right-hander. See some of that forehand weaponry. And just look already how much vim and vigor is in those set-up maneuvers for the tube. Out she'll come. And then building speed from the bottom of the wave. Full rail power in the pocket. Carving in the critical section of the wave. And aggressive. Look at this stuff, just tearing in. into the lip, through it, and then in for a tube. She'll cut that and come out and hammer that steep bowl on the end for a finish. Carve to snap as well. We talked about the power we expected to see. We got loads of it.
Yeah, I mean, that was just almost the exact replica of yesterday, right? Just bringing that same venom, the power, the aggression out of the lip. And we saw a bit of variety there too, with a bit of a layback hack. But, I mean, just getting that completion on that first ride just does so much for your confidence, right? And we spoke about it, just applying that pressure to the second surfer and already just picking up right where she left off. I mean, that turn there just speaks to yesterday and that venom that she has, that aggression. And gets a tube ride here, comes out, this hack here. I mean, look at how much she lays that board on rail. Chucks the arm back for a little bit of variety. And then I really think that, you know, she has the ability to get so tight and critical in the pocket, and I think it all comes down to her bottom turn. She just pivots so hard off the bottom. When we see it right here, pivots up into the lip and just jams it so hard. And she gets another little bonus section here. So off to a great start.
Gabby Bryan, pretty relentless in her approach, just keeping that pressure on the rail, throwing all sorts of spray, and just on the attack throughout that wave. Let's get down and hear from Caity Simmers. The world champ is with AJ.
Thanks, Paul. And we're having a great time down here on the glass, Katie. As much fun, it seems like, as you're having in the water. You always talk about, hey, I really want to get barreled. No pressure. You're going to get barreled here at Surf Abu Dhabi. What is your approach to these waves, knowing exactly what you're going to get?
Yeah, there's no wondering involved. It's just, you kind of just know you're going to get a barrel, so that's cool.
So with that, we see you still bringing a lot of creativity every single time you hit the water. What are you trying to dial in and dial up here on finals day?
I just hope my legs can last until the end of the day. That's kind of the thing I'm wondering, so hopefully they got it in me. I don't know.
Do you have any tricks that you're going to try and tap into before semifinals to make sure those legs are ready?
I'm just going to get on this bike over here and pedal for a little bit. I don't know. That's what everyone's doing, so I think it's working. I don't know.
Sounds good. And we saw you working on a few little tricks down at the end section there. Are you trying to stick those in the next round?
I would love to, yeah. The wind is kind of gusting a little bit, so it makes it kind of hard if you're like disconnecting from your board. So just maybe try to flick it a little more towards the, not the beach, but the concrete over there, and hopefully I can pull it. But yeah, it would be really fun if I could pull one of those. I've never pulled one in a pool, so it would be fun.
Let's see what happens. See you later.
Cool, thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Yeah, a couple of kind of key points to pick up there. It'll be fun. Her approach, she's not putting pressure on herself to do all those moves. She's really focusing on the enjoyment side of it. Makes it a great spectacle, good to watch. Speaking of which, being good to watch, look at that number, 767 for Gabby. So straight into this with a really good start now. On the left, on the backhand. And it's a similar aggressive approach. The tube is what she's after here. And just not quite getting that entry. And she went low and then high. And just not quite getting the control to get in there, so won't be able to do anything of significant scoreboard-wise on her left. She will count her second left. So real sort of contrast in fortunes. A hammer on the right for a big number. A missed opportunity, a mistake on the left. We'll continue with our fourth quarter for the women right after the break.
to WSL's the Mayo Ripco Pro Portugal.
Pulls up and under, still traveling. Colapinto! Hello, Portugal. Coming up soon on the schedule, stop number 3, heading back to Peniche, March 15th over there in Europe, hoping for some thundering tubes out of Super 2, boss. There's been plenty pretty sick maneuvers going down as well in those beach breaks, so something for everyone in terms of surfers on tour. That'll all be happening starting March 15th. Bit of chat as well in terms of looking at the Atlantic. Tudor, Nazare, Big Wave Challenge, yellow lighted for Tuesday. It's the 18th. Exciting times in the Atlantic. It's been real busy so far this year. A lot of big swells. A lot of those swells have been kind of straight and west, which is actually pretty good for Portugal in general. Nazare likes it from a northerly direction. Looks like what we're getting could be in line for something very special indeed over there right now. Championship Tour action in front of us in our 4th quarter for the women. And we'll see very polished surfing from Sawyer Lindblad on her backhand. A great hit to complete the initial maneuver section. Now grabbing the rail and trying to stall, not going crazy deep on that first barrel. And she'll just crack this. And once again, with a bit more release, and once again, so just sort of increasing the amount she swings that board to mix up the way the turn looks. Just lying down on that barrel section. Had to try and reach for it to get there. That one tightens up and runs pretty quick. Couldn't quite do it, Flick.
Yeah, I think the rhythm maybe just got a little bit off from that after that first barrel section. You could really see her trying to read it and really seeing her trying to stall. But the moment she didn't get in there, you know, as long as what she thought she could have been, it seemed like the rest of the rhythm was off, and she kind of ended up fitting in a lot of turns in that second performance section. And let's have a look. The turns were great, right? I mean, let's have a look. The entry into the barrel doesn't get as long or as deep as what she wants, so she comes out quite early, okay? And then she's like, got a steep lip in front of me. I mean, these are beautifully timed turns, right? So critical. However, so here's her 3rd turn. Generally, we're only seeing 3 turns in this section. She goes up for that 4th, and then she's just that little bit late into the entry of this last barrel section. So just that read a little bit off this morning. But she's going to get another chance to clean this up. And another crack at the left, where last night we saw her absolutely go to town and, you know, post one of that highest score to make it through that night session. So looking forward to seeing the contrast here, and yeah, her on her forehand.
Generally in heats, obviously you get situations in terms of where you are with priority and also the score that you need, and a lot of that will kind of inform the next decision that you're going to make. In terms of where Sawyer's at with her head right now, how much is she really just trying not to think at all about any of the numbers or requirements, any of that stuff, and just look at this long left as something she can go to town on?
Look, she's got a few more chances up her sleeve, and I feel like the pressure shouldn't be too much right now. She's got another shot. She's kind of she's at pace. No problem right now. No reason to be stressed.
Lots of fun stuff to explore around the facility here at Surf Abu Dhabi. Let's do that with Ramsey.
Hello guys, here we are, Surf Abu Dhabi. Come take a look inside. Oh, our boards, everything is here. See the athletes, girls, boys. Where am I? I'm here. The Moroccan prince there. So here we are, you know, the surfboards, everyone has their locker room. There you go, the big fella. Look at him. This is my Moroccan friend from Morocco. Wait, do you want to see the ice bath? Oh, look at that, another big fella. Oh, there you go. You have Sammy in there. That's the pool, you see. Honestly, it's pretty VIP setup, huh? Look at us, chilling, the athletes watching, boom. Oh, someone's up and riding. Luana Silva, boom. Oh my God, we got the Mexican god right here. Viva Mexico! Look at the view. Oh la la. Now we're talking, huh? Wow. Yeah, beautiful day in Abu Dhabi. I hope you guys liked it. And tune in for the comp, it's gonna be a fun one.
Red Bull Athlete Zone here, fairly plush flick. Can you remember seeing a better one anywhere?
It's the most bougie Red Bull Athlete Zone I've ever seen in my life. Let me tell you that much. What one has an infinity pool looking over the most perfect wave in the world?
What a place to watch the action from, particularly when it's Soya Lindblad on the forehand, hammer in the lip, setup work from her, so giving it plenty, actually nothing conservative or safe about the way she enters this ride and into the tube. It's a critical performance outside, trying to get deep cover. She'll have a ton of speed here and a steep wall in front. That was really nice. See the commitment to the turn. That board looking great for her. She commits to big vertical hits with a bit of drift as well now. Some cover with speed, and she'll want to try and eke everything possible out of this end bowl. Up, visiting the lip. Couple of hits, nice combo of turns, and that's going to feel so much better for her after a bit of a slip up on the right.
For sure. She's keeping at pace now. I mean, there was 3 turns there in succession. I mean, big combos, release the fins every time. She's going to be getting a lot of points from that, but it's also going to feel good to get a completion as well, just for the mindset going into that second run. But, I mean, hard work's not over. Gabby's still got that big score sitting there, but let's have a look what Soya got done. Nice little entry into that barrel, not waiting for it for too long. Gets a nice little bit of shade time. You can really see her trying to stall there. But it's these turns that I'm talking about. 1 and then 2 straight up into the lip, just with so much fire and spark. And the timing, I think this is her point of difference really, is just her, it's really hard to match, one of the strongest women on tour, but what she's doing is really bringing that critical nature, and just that timing of those 3 turns in succession was just really well done. So if you see here, I mean, this is just perfect. It doesn't get any better than that. Technique-wise, it's just so beautiful to watch. Again, for the second time, it's almost an exact replica, really, of that first one, if not a bit more on edge, a bit more on rail.
Let's make a contrast between what Gabby's doing in terms of her turns, obviously going opposite ways, both on their forehand. What are the differences from what you saw there?
What I'd say, though, about Gabby's approach when I look at her score, a bit more variety. She did bring us that with that layback hat. We saw a little layback there from Sawyer at the end, out of that barrel, but when I think about Gabby, she did bring a little bit more variety, I'd say, but when I think about the turns of Sawyer's, they're super sharp.
Judges have made the comparison. Number for Sawyer 667.
Like you kind of I think you did that big turn and you kind of freaked out, so you drove really hard instead of going yeah. It felt like you were going to be too deep, huh?
Yeah.
But that's the risk we're going to have to take.
Yeah.
It's the risk you're going to have to take.
The backhand, you would have got a nice little score if you had made the barrel. What happened on the inside?
I kept going without my board.
The name of the game is to be on your board.
I was in the barrel, just not on my board.
Oh, shit, Sawyer. At least you're having fun.
But I was lined up so good.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what happened. You just leant too far forward or something?
Yeah. But see, they're even giving you a high score for trying the barrel.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, well, good, honest conversation. Probably best to try and stay on the board. But it's good being light about it, having a bit of a laugh, a snake. Getting ready to go again.
Can't be too serious.
Here we go. Gabby Bryan hammered her first right for 7.67. Look at the drive out the bottom. And again, stabbing the lip, but going up real vert, pushing herself back. So she does have a good number locked in. She could afford to take a risk, but I don't think Jog's enjoying this, what he just saw.
No, I mean, obviously, she's already got the good number. You definitely just nailed it, but you could see her really driving harder and faster. She was just trying to get a bit more critical, but what comes with that is just so much more risk, and she just couldn't get around that section. Look, her low score is the left, right? It's the 2. That's where she's trying to make up this score. So let's break this down. Carves it here. And again for the second time. It's that moment there that she just went up that little bit late. I'm almost thinking maybe she brought it around a bit too far on that second carving maneuver. So she carves it. And it's just bringing it back in that pocket a little bit too much. So she goes up for that turn, and I mean, she goes so hard. It's such a technically great turn, but when you're in this wave pool, this wave just runs off without you. It's super difficult to get back out in front of it. She does give it a crack, but there's no way, especially with this barrel section coming up. It's just going to keep running so fast.
Got that good number locked in. That's 7.67. And that's where we are in the heat, though. And it is Soya Lindblad at this stage with a lead. Gabriella Bryan's requirement is really low for her final ride. It will be a left. Just thinking, Flick has some momentum now. She does have a low number, so good chance improving numerically. But if something went wrong and she fell early, this could get weird real fast for Gabby Bryan.
Oh, well, it'll get weird because she won't be getting through. I mean, it's pretty difficult right now. I mean, good news is you're only trying to improve on a 2. Are you going to aim way higher than that? Probably, considering that, you know, Soya's going to have another couple of runs after you and there is room for her improving as well.
Red Bull Athlete Zone is pretty epic here at the facility. Kuiper, how's it looking?
Well, Paul, it's looking empty. Is what it's looking. We started the day, the competition with this whole board rack right here, all full of boards, all the competitors. Finals day, it's a pointy end. There's less surfers competing today, hence there's more room in the board rack. And speaking of the board rack, we got the men's quarterfinals coming up. Yago Dora, he's got 4 boards to choose from. All mayhems, of course. But yeah, you can hear the echo in here because it's kind of empty.
Thanks, Kaipo. Finals day. Fewer people with equipment that they're going to be able to use, and the ones that do can go for real significant career-defining results. The opportunity is available to do something really quite special and historic just because of where we are, the type of wave we're surfing, where we are geographically on the planet as well. So far at the moment, that's how it shapes up. Flick, first semi, that's set. Second semi, it's one of Lindblad or Bryan. How do you like these matchups?
Yeah, I really like the matchups, and you know, I think about who potentially could be wearing that yellow jersey as well at the completion of this event, and makes it super exciting. You know, you got Molly still in there, you got Katie still in there. It's super exciting. So here we go. We got Gabby here, chance to improve on this 2-point ride.
Yeah, she's going to have to improve. The good news is she doesn't need to do much to do that. At the moment, it's a low number for first place, but we will have another wave to come for Soya Lindblad with another run. 2 waves. Here goes Bryan. Belting the outsides and arriving real early to try and get tube. Generally, it's not exactly how you want to do it, ideally, and she'll just stick with that. Not sure she got crazy barreled right there. Now, up into this steep section in the pocket. 2 turns, they were pretty vicious, then a big pump. And that big pump, again, puts her a bit out in front. So not able to really get deep, but using this steep vertical pocket section on the inside for a combo of turns, maneuvers, tick, tubes, flick, question mark.
Yeah, look, for me, I think it was a conservative approach, but she is only trying to improve on this too, right? There's no doubt about it. She's doing that. There was some nice surfing done out the back here. She got really powerful backhand. She gets those 3 turns, sets up for this tube, and she arrives there a bit early. She's really trying so hard to stomp on the gas here, stomp on the brakes and just maximize that time. But in turn, it just looks like to me she's just really wanting a completion, and it feels like you can see it while you see her surf. And look, it's totally understandable, right? She wants to apply the pressure. She wants to move up into that first position, give something for Soya to think about when Soya's out there. There's no doubt about it. She's improving on the 2, but is it going to be enough in the end? I'm not sure.
From a blistering start to this quarterfinal, Gabby Bryan trying to put herself back in the lead. And just give a requirement for Soya.
Yeah, as you see here, this is that inside tube section. So let's just see, she's just really trying, just leaning her whole side of her body into that wave face, just trying to maximize it. But that one on the inside, I mean, both tubes, they really shoot you out really quite quickly. They want to, but she gets another crack there. There was some good work done in turns.
number for Gabby Bryan, the 4.67. You can see a bit of disappointment from her, understandably. She had the momentum. She opened up that run with a massive number, the high 7. Feels like quite a while ago in terms of surfing that she was able to do. She followed up with the right, and then on both lefts, left quite a bit out there, actually. She's in the lead, crucially. At the moment, she's heading to semis. But the number for Soya Lindblad, it's not a huge one. 5.68. What she needs to do to try and improve. She'll have a run, a right and a left, and the momentum shift, really. Even though she's in second right now, you'd probably feel, Soya Lindblad's point of view, she's not in a bad spot at all.
She's in a great spot, and obviously, I mean, you can see Gabriella just not happy with it, pretty pissed, and she's like, I'm getting out of here, and yeah, she definitely left a little bit out there on the board, she left a little bit out there, but stranger things have happened. We saw it happen a couple of times yesterday as well. I mean, personally, I'm liking this heat. We've seen the leaderboard change, and that's what you want as a surf fan. Let's see what Soya's got, chasing that 5.68.
Interesting to note, but a disparity between the scores on rights and lefts for both of these on all of the runs we've seen so far. A couple of points different at least. Meanwhile, here we go. Lindblad, the trademark backhand attack, served really well on the rookie season. Now, back again this year as a more established CT surfer, trying to impose herself on the right-hander here at Surf Abu Dhabi. A spot in the semis available for her. She tries to stall and get some cover. Second tube section on the right. I don't think she got disappeared by the curtain, so she will keep swinging for maneuvers. Kind of busy feeling to the end of that wave. Got quite a bit done.
Definitely got quite a bit done. I think the timing was a little bit off there, maybe just a little bit out of rhythm on that as she came into that last section, the last tube ride. You could definitely see she was trying to get super critical on that performance section too with her backhand attack. There were a couple of nice, really strung together turns. I mean, she's trying to improve on the 4.17 right now. That was the score for her first right. Let's have a look. I mean, really, straight away, she's looking really aggressive. First few maneuvers, throwing a lot of spray. This moment here, she tries so hard to get so deep, but it pushes her out in front. This part is my favorite. I feel like she gets a lot of work done here. Really critical maneuvers. I think she gets 4 of them. Goes up again, little tap here. And just a little bit out in front of it. So I'm pretty curious actually to see where the judges do go on this. She does get 3 turns after that barrel, but it's quite small, that section of the wave. You're wondering how much does that really count. I think these turns out the back here, these were money. Just so crisp. Had a lot of venom to them.
Number in for Soya Lindblad, not getting there. Comes in under 4.87 for her. And a bit of a momentum shift. We've seen the storyline just bounce around in this 4th quarter final. Going into that run, did feel like, okay, she's got a great shot at this. This is not a big requirement. And all of a sudden, right now, she's got to try and improve on her high score. She needs 7.48 here, Flick. All of a sudden, she needs a big number. She needs to go almost as high as Gabby's first wave, and she needs to do it on her last wave, a second left.
Yeah, well, now she's trying to improve on the second left. Exactly, right? 6.67. You think that the easier task would have been improving on that first right. But we saw her in blistering form last night, under the lights. I mean, she put in such a good performance on her forehand, so it's definitely within reach. We've also seen the women sort of click up a few notches today. We've seen a couple of excellent rides, our first 2 excellent rides. So we definitely have faith that Soya can get this done.
Yeah, you picked up on the variety, didn't we? We made those comparisons between her previous left and that first right that Gabby served. Those forehand turns, really critical serving from both of them. You mentioned that Gabby showed us Just a few different turns from the repertoire. Let's see if Sawyer tries to mix that up as well. Let's get deeply barreled. She's up and going here, looking for 7-4-8. Here goes Lindblad. The bottom turn gives her plenty of drive, and then pretty decent entry here. You actually get a couple of sections. You get almost a second deeper part on the opening tube on the left-hander. There's a big turn with an airdrop down. Once again, super critical here, and then snapping it out. Now, she'll look to try and get cover and not go too far in front with a pump. That was the advice from Snake. She'll actually do that real well and commits really hard to the end turn. So something we weren't expecting, rather than just kind of tagging it multiple times on the end, really commits and really opens up. It looked dynamic and fresh. 7-4-8, the number she's after.
You could definitely see that she was going for it 100%. I mean, just from the takeoff, she was looking super feisty, super aggressive. She really wants it. I mean, it has to be, you know, almost a point better than her original first left. So looking forward to breaking this one down. You know, if I think back to, let's have a look here. So one thing I will say is her coming out of the barrel positioned her to be super critical for a couple of these turns. I mean, look at that airdrop that she gets as she comes down from this one, this turn as well. I mean, it's really risky going up and hitting it that close to the braking part of the wave. It's so easy to get caught behind. These 3 turns here, probably my favorite 3 turns in succession that I've seen in this heat. There was a lot of risk involved there. Definitely tries to get to this section early just to make sure she rides out of the barrel, but I like it, right? You need to get a completion. If you're looking at chasing a 7.48, you want to leave that good feeling in the judges' brains. You want to getting the completion on this wave. I mean, really threw everything into that last turn. I almost thought she'd lost it here, but she did really well to recover. So I'm pretty interested. I mean, the first few turns we saw in that replay, I mean, when I watched them back for the second time, I mean, wow, can you get any more critical? I don't know.
I think the risk factor could be significant here. You think about a mechanical wave. There's a certain element of being a little predictable. Let's get down in the meantime and hear from Kaipo on conditions.
Hey, Paul, I've never seen this at a surf event before. We got a sandstorm coming through right now. People are batting down the hatches right here. We're taking down the umbrellas, and the visibility has been reduced quite a bit, but it's a full-on sandstorm coming through right now.
Thanks, Kaipo. Well, we are making history, a unique part of the world in terms of the geography of where we're at. Stop 2 on the CT in the Middle East, in the UAE.
Wow.
And you can see on your screens how that visibility significantly gone down as we deal with a significant wind blow. It's been a factor throughout this event, and it's made things, well, it's made our surfers have to make decisions in terms of doing their best surfing. Able to do that in that 4th quarter is Gabby Bryan, and really based on the virtue of her first right, 7.67, that big number, got it done. Sawyer Lindblad not quite getting there. And there are multiple storylines really bubbling over the way the pendulum kind of swung in terms of the momentum, in terms of the job. And it will be Gabby Bryan through to semi. She'll definitely look to try and improve the way she competed overall across the run, going right and left. Meanwhile,
in the sandstorm,
in the middle of the storm, it's Ethan Ewing. And here we go, over to the men. First quarterfinal. He's taken on Miguel Pupo. Ewing will look to try and put a bit of clarity with his sharp, incisive surfing. And that crumble on the lip actually happened to him when he surfed on the opening day as well. There was quite a bit of a wind from that same direction. And the crumble on the wave for Ethan Ewing as he just sort of sets up, looking pretty cruisy and in control. All of a sudden, the rail gets grabbed and he's down.
Yeah, rail definitely grabbed a little bit of a bauble, a little bit of a bump on the face of that wave. Super uncharacteristic for Ethan out here. But everything up until that point was looking quite good as we see just how much wind is happening right now. I guess that's what happens when you're in the desert. You get sandstorms. There's a massive sand dune. Seen it in a few of the shots off in the distance, and all that sand's just whipping off the top there. I mean, I'm turning around behind me right now, and it's actually quite the sight. But yeah, super uncharacteristic for Ethan, and you have to wait and see what he's got on the left.
Yeah, so throwaway number for him for his opening wave. Not really the the score that's a significant part of this. It really does come to your preparation and those unexpected things that happen, those curveballs that get thrown at you, things that you weren't planning for at all. You're looking at your runs here in quarters and you really just think about your surfing on the wave and all the external factors that sort of nothing to do with it really. It's like, I'm going to get this perfect wave. It's what I'm going to do. Now, a completely different question asked for you. And that all went down while he was getting on the ski. The time when your wave come in, that's set. And having to go out there and deal with this now, it's just a completely different question. We've been gushing really about his surfing and how amazing that is. But now a test of the resolve, perhaps, Flick.
For sure. I mean, one of the best things about surfers is the ability to adapt, right? I mean, you think about the ocean, how different it is. No two waves are the same. And right now, I mean, a bit of adaptation is about to happen. I mean, we've got this sandstorm coming through, different conditions. This is where surfers, this is their forte. This is what they're good at. I mean, look at that sand dune. That's the thing I was talking about. There is so much sand whipping off this thing. You can't even see the city behind it at the moment. There's so many big buildings behind there. They're all clouded right now. You can just make them out in the distance. I mean, that wind seriously picked up. And right now what you're looking at is, this is the drone shot, right? I mean, earlier when this sandstorm hit, I mean, look at the way it's just clouding that horizon. You can really see it traveling here. But I mean, pretty incredible scenes right now in the desert in the UAE.
So Ethan Ewing is back on the ski right now and actually heading out of the basin. So we were around about 20 seconds or so away from his scheduled wave, his left. What is going on out there? Let's go and find out. Kaipo Guerrero is with Renato.
Yeah, thank you. I'm with Renato from Tours and Comps. What are we going to do in this situation?
There is never a dull moment this tour, Kaipo. And now we have look like a close to a sandstorm. So anyway, we decided to put the heat on hold. This first wave of Ethan will be resurfed too. It was right before the wave started. We couldn't stop the machine. We're going to go on a 15-minute hold, and we're going to assess the situation after that.
There you go. Guys, take a break for 15 minutes, and we'll be back and assess the situation. Hopefully all this sand blows through, and we get going again with men's quarterfinals. We're going to resurf that wave for Ethan Ewing.
Thanks for the update, Kaipo. And really talking about expecting the unexpected here. And you think, all right, we're going to a perfect wave. It's mechanical. It's, just a unicorn, really, is how Mitch Cruz described it. And then all of a sudden, this wind blows through. So Ethan just figuring out here, getting the information relayed to him as well. So we're going to have his wave resurfed. So another shot at this for him.
Look at that perfection, just mind surf it. I mean, maybe if we're quick enough, we run out there, chuck the wetsuit on, we might get the tail end of it.
I'm actually quite surprised and semi-disappointed with Kaipo that he's not out there. I thought he'd be out there poaching already with the trunks on and just paddling into this thing.
Someone needs to put some goggles on and someone needs to surf this wave immediately. Look at that thing. Absolute perfection. That stings, doesn't it? Absolutely stings. Oofed.
Someone's heading out there. Some quick thinker around this place has seen some opportunities here. So a little hold in proceedings and a bit of a break right now at the moment. There's a big sandstorm has whipped through. It does already, just from what we can see, seem to be showing signs of slowing down a bit. Updates on that for the time being. The spectators have found themselves a little bit of cover. They'll be patient as well. They've got the update too. But right now, quarterfinal number 1 for the men is on a pause. Let's go and hear from Gabriella Bryan. She got through a tough quarterfinal to get into the semis. She's with AJ.
Thanks, Paul. Gabby, you were telling me you were feeling all of the emotions, waiting for those final waves from Sawyer. Talk me through what was happening in the locker room and inside your head as you watched those scores come in.
Yeah, that was so nerve-wracking. That's definitely not what I wanted to leave it up to because I know Sawyer's so capable. But after my left that I got a 4 on, I just went in the locker room and I was
wanted to go to the shower, but they were cleaning it, so I just sat there. And yeah, I guess just watched her, and her last lap was really good, so it was up to the judges pretty much, and so happy it ended up working out.
The roller coaster is now on a high. You've made it to the semifinals. How good does that feel?
Oh, it feels so good. Like each heat these days is worth so much. So that was a close one. I'm so happy to be moving through to the semis. That's crazy to say. I mean, in a wave pool, I think my best result was a 9th, and here I am in the semifinals. So that's pretty big confidence boost. And yeah, reset, kind of forget about that, and remind myself what I'm capable of.
Speaking of what you're capable of, we have seen people level up every single time they hit this surf basin. What can we expect from you in the next round?
I really just want to bring out my power. I mean, that's kind of what sets me apart, and that's use my strength to my advantage. So some more power surfing, clean rails, and yeah, hopefully better than my last heat.
Can't wait to see it, Gabby. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, AJ. Interesting to think about the storyline, the way an event unfolds for competitors, and your route to getting deep in the event, getting the semis. You can do it with blistering performances, maybe in the quarter, and you make a few mistakes, and you get a bit of adversity. You can actually use that to kick on, maybe feel a little bit lucky things are going your way.
For sure. I mean, what a roller coaster of emotions for Gabriella. I mean, that ups, downs, had it all, but she's moving through to the semis right now, and she's with Caity Simmers, who just so happens to have posted the highest score on the women's side of the tour so far. So she's in fine form. Gabriella probably going to have to adjust a few things. Maybe she's going to use it as fuel for fire and fire up in this semi-final.
That's the way the bracket sets up. It's blowing a bit off the Arabian Gulf right now. Plenty of sand in that wind too, affecting visibility. The crowd will batten down the hatches and just wait out this short hold before we get ready to kick off again. We're not that far away from crowning champions here at Stop 2, Surf Abu Dhabi. When we come back from break, we'll bring in Joe and Jesse for the call. See you in a bit.
Bro, we need to. Careful with the mic and the camera.
going for something big, a giant alley-oop.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Look at the landing.
Vast, he's going to go switch to change things up in the pit. Here you go, Miggy.
Forcing the reverse for a finish. Very well done, a clutch situation.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League. Welcome back to Finals Day. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on hold for another few minutes. We'll get to a call to see if this sandstorm will settle down. We had Ethan Ewing surfing through that crazy buster, which brought a lot of sand across this entire basin. And it was a good decision from Renato Hickel and officials to call things off just for a little bit to reassess the conditions. But one thing Jesse Mendes started doing was looking towards the reform because he's looking for a new sandbar potentially.
We're possibly thinking about that reform getting a little bit hollower. Maybe we have a tube ride right there instead of just going down the line, you know?
You never know. I mean, this wave and the venue could get even better if there's a double-up sandbar reform. In all seriousness, though, we'll have Ethan Ewing reset and start fresh with a complete run 1 and run number 2 as he'll be taking on the goofy foot from Brazil, Miguel Pupo. Jackson Bunch, Rio Waida, then Italo versus Kanoa. Jack and Iago was kind of the featured heat on the morning show this morning because of their history. They're like brothers. Jack has Iago's dad in his corner. Iago now working with Leandro da Silva. There's so much in that. The fun part about watching these guys on perfect waves that are repeating itself as far as sections, you wonder how they will change gears or if every turn is thought out. And there always is room for creativity, but sometimes when the world's best compete and they're so focused and consistent, sometimes it's hard to split their performances.
And that's all because of the level of surfing. Sometimes they don't need to put the 100% in there until it's the right situation, the right moment for it, Joe. If you think about Jack and Iago, they both have very good strengths on their forehand, which is probably going to be the point of difference, and their weaknesses on the backhand. So it's going to be such an even match. That's why I'm so excited about it. Not to mention, right foot forward for one, left foot forward for the other one. So, and coaches with the same name, but different coaches nowadays. It's just a trippy one. It's Destiny's funny.
There's a lot in that to unpack. One thing I want you to do is tell us the difference between the rides of Jack Robinson just focusing on his forehand attack, an 8-point ride versus a 7.33. The 7.33 is on the left.
It's crazy to think about. We already went through this wave a little bit before, and I think we mentioned about that yesterday as well. They're basically identical. Look at the positioning, the style, the timing on the wave. It's just a repetition, but with a little bit more intensity. You're going to see him on this section here. That might be the only difference on the turn, on the wave itself. He drawn out that turn a little bit more, but I want to mention the intensity. Look at all those turns that he's doing. On the right of the screen, you're going to see a little bit more flair and a little bit more power to it. And to finish it up, a higher air on the end. So if you're Jack Robinson, put yourself in his shoes. You surfed your first run about 60% of the level you can put together. You come in with a 7.33. You talk to your coach. What are you going to do else? Hey, put another 10% to it. You're going to get an excellent score.
That was just so wild how similar that was turn for turn. Like the one you picked out of the barrel on the 8, did that top turn carve, which was a little bit different, but everything else was almost exactly the same. You know, in the ocean, no wave's ever the same. Now that you have that, with the precision and consistency of Jack Robinson, he basically repeated himself twice.
Exactly, and he's the Jedi, you know, like he's the strongest minded surf we have on tour right now. And he just looked at his coach and probably said, hey, or his coach told him, hey, you surfed at 60%, add a little bit more pressure, a little bit more intensity, sell it to the judges a little better, and you're going to get an excellent score, and that's what he did.
So now let's see if he brings that same type of wave in this quarterfinal with Iago. That's quarter 4. Let's see if we're going to get quarter 1 back up and running. We'll send it to Kaipo with Renato Hickel.
Hey guys, okay. Isn't nature a wonderful thing? Because it's completely unpredictable, but we do have a plan. And with that, I'm going to give it to Renato.
Yeah, Kaipo. The plan is we actually have a break. We schedule a break for after quarterfinal number 2 of the men. So we're going to do this break now. So we extended the 15 to 34 minutes. So everybody can rest, reassess. Wind's still playing a little bit, but it's already on a weaker side. So fingers crossed we'll be back to normal. And we'll restart the main quarterfinal 1 after this 34-minute break. And we'll still be on a schedule with all the hits we had scheduled for today.
Perfect. Yeah, so we're just going to move that break around, 34-minute break that we already had scheduled for a maintenance break. We get a maintenance break. We're going to have the Sandstorm clear up, and we'll be back in action, guys.
Hey, great plan. I like it. Well done. Renato Hickel has been involved in the tour for 35 years. He's been a head judge. He's been the tour manager, but he's been through just about everything. But always time to have something new occur. We're at a new venue. We've never had a hold like this because of that sandstorm, and it just came quickly, and hopefully it exits just as quickly as it came. We'll get things back underway, hopefully at 12:55 local time. It's 12:41 at the moment here in the UAE. So check in with us at 12:55, and Ethan Ewing and Miguel Pupo hopefully will be kicking things off for us in quarterfinal number 1.
Almost felt like we're at Mad Max for a second, right?
It totally felt like that. The breeze is solid, and hopefully things will settle down, and the finals day will continue. Check back in with us at 12:55 for quarterfinal number 1.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti is on like popcorn.
Oh my, talk about now the score.
And now lining up a big hollow pig. Bella Nichols, how you feeling?
It was an incredible day. I think when we rocked up this morning, everyone was sort of surprised at how much swell there was. It overperformed and just kept getting more and more groomed throughout the day. The performances were next level. Some of the matchups were insane. 2 10s, I mean, what more could you ask for?
Felipe Toledo, backdoor drainer, down the line speed. He's deep, he's covered. Felipe is coming out, only Toledo. Oh, red, white, Alec Cleland Jr. Hola, senor, and backdoor, still going, coming out again.
Alec Cleland Jr.
Are you kidding me?
Firing back, Jack Robinson.
Oh my, drops in. Bravo, Auto Magic in the barrel, and Jack Robinson is coming out. Mr. Auto Magic, take that.
Check out this number, our first perfect 10 of the season.
What about this heat right now? John and Baron.
Wow, oh, look at this wave right here. Erin Mamia.
Dropping in, pulling up. The ultimate thing you want to do is get a perfect ride, and Baron Mamiya just did that. Check that out. 10s all the way across the board.
As we see John out the back.
Big backdoor barrel. John in a cave.
He's driving through. John Flores finds the exit. Wow!
What an incredible heat. Like, absolutely incredible.
What a day. What a day, what a day, what a day.
What a morning here on the North Shore of Oahu. What more could you be thankful for coming into a Saturday morning like this?
Stroking into this one, finds the bottom, comes off the bottom, and then stalls. Gets the hand drag, gets the barrel still in there. Nicely done. Tyler Wright at backdoor on a right.
Cruise in, tuck in the barrel, looking so casual. Caity Simmers yanks on the rail of that horse design.
Here goes Italo. A lot of speed down the line. Boost! Oh, wow.
Wow, that was like a 720.
That was not a helicopter. That was Italo Ferreira.
Here we go, Ian Govea. He's going backdoor. He's grabbing rail. He's slotted. He's pitted. He's barreled, and he is coming out.
Wow. Ian Govea on a dream run here at the Lexus Pipe Pro.
Tyler Wright locking in. Nice clean rail work on the takeoff. So much speed, really deep on this racetrack, and look at that.
I mean, what a battle between these two rivals.
Oh, in the barrel, that is Caity Simmers, and she's coming out. Baron going left, grabbing a rail, Baron in the barrel. Barrel and Baron, my man Mamiya coming out.
Theo on the hunt for wave number 2, Cole straight in at back door. He's driving, still in there. And he comes flying out.
And we're closing out this final. It is the veteran, a 2-time world champ, Tyler Wright, taking out the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti. Australians are screaming on the beach. Leo now taking this wave up and under. Still traveling, he's holding his line well. The Italian needs to make this thing, and he does it. Barron now rolling in, wave number 3, super hollow. He's got the pace. Mumia makes it again. Officially getting it done for Hawaii. Lexus Pipe Pro champion, presented by Yeti. Barron Mumia, now your world number 1. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.
Take the risk, big time, big play, gotta hit the rewind. Who you got? Pick a side. Rockstar lifestyle certified. Wins. All I know, we gon' head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins.
Good morning from the UAE Surf Abu Dhabi Pro.
The pressure only first place advances on into the quarterfinals.
Kenworthy into the lip, and again that layback straight into the tube.
Caroline Marks just keep on swinging.
Your World Champ Simmers. More speed and some tunnel time here for Simmers again.
Molly leads her head down. She's pretty deep on this inside section. Makes it. Erin Brooks, the rookie phenom representing Canada.
Men's round of 16, some scintillating looking matchups coming up. Ethan Ewing making this look so effortless. Jordy Smith.
Quick little Superman there.
Bunch. A big ramp section, a massive alley.
Wow.
The landing is absolute butter.
Saliéndote de bañar, del agua se siente bien para celebrar. Hay 4 pares de bikini para ir a nadar. También alcohol para sol y motos solo para andar. Trae la botella, hay tanta agua en el mar. Ponete bella, bellaca para bailar. Todos aquí somos amigos, toda tu amiga más tranquila. Y nos ponemos re tranquilos y nos salíamos en la playa. Conmigo yo te llevo, metamos al agua y nos secamos de nuevo.
My heart is beating like a drum, burning like the sun. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like that. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like that. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like that. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like. One for the weekend, one for the road. Drop the beat to the rhythm, take it back to the show. Show your love for the people when you come, when you go. Your next generation.
Welcome back to finals day here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro, stop 2 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. We've coming off a hold from the Sandstorm. Renato Hickel saying they'll assess those wind conditions and the visibility to see if we can get the quarterfinals back in the water with Ethan Ewing and Miguel Pupo standing by. Pupo next to one of the biggest names in the sport, a world champ in 2015, Adriano de Souza. He's won all over the world. It was an emotional win when he won at Pipeline and became a world champion, followed up with Gabriel's world title in 2014, and then we got to live with the Brazilian Storm. Thanks for being back with us, Joe Turpel and Jesse Mendez. We've been hanging tight, hoping that we'll get the good word that we can keep running with finals day. I mean, the big question will be for Ethan Ewing, you know, how he had to start his run and then kind of turn it off, take a break, and to get his head focused again on competing. He's pretty cool-headed, so I'm sure it wasn't too hard for him to reset.
I mean, and that's not his first rodeo, right? Like, he probably had to deal with that so many, not so many times, but quite a few times during other events that the things just turned off and you're already in the water with your jersey and you have to come in and wait for, I don't know, tide changes or something like that. That happens in Europe a lot. So, yeah, he's going to be able to regroup without a problem. And actually, it's an advantage because the wind was so strong and you walk outside, there's so much sand in your face and in your eyes that you can barely see it.
It's a good point, Jesse. I think if any athlete could really be mobile with this type of feeling, it's surfers where they're used to waiting periods, showing up in the morning and being called off. Even when they're told that everything's looking promising for a run day, they have to turn it off, turn it on as a life as a pro surfer. So just a brief hold for Ethan. He just reset since the sand was just pelting him and changing the visibility of the wave. He'll get a fresh run here with Miguel Pupo as we contrast these two styles. It's fun. You've got Brazil versus Australia, regular versus goofy, both with different strengths. Where do you see the advantages?
I think both on their forehand, I guess they're going to open up a little bit more. They're going to have the advantage on that. Probably two of the most stylish surfers and most smooth surfers we have on tour, so it's kind of an even match. Like, Ethan surfs a little bit bigger, but Miki has more flair. Maybe he's going to bring it to the air a little bit more, so he's going to have that point of difference. It's a pretty even match, Joe. It's very hard to figure it out. Once again, I'm going to just say, whoever woke up better today and feel more comfortable and is going to deal with the pressure better is going to take this win because it's very even right now, in my opinion.
Ethan Ewing, 3 straight appearances in the WSL finals. He's been so close to winning a world title, working with Jake Patterson, finished runner-up of the world back in 23, and that was one of the most impressive comebacks to form that we've seen for a while. Hurting his L3 and L4 vertebrae in Tahiti in a warm-up session, missed that event, had about a month before the finals, and against all odds, he got himself into gear and turned in a brilliant performance. We're back up and running in finals day. Ethan Ewing starts off with that smooth snap through the white water. Little slide to throw some variation, top turn wrap. Ewing in motion, greases that next section. Throwing some water on that punch off the roof, and now he's gonna set up that rail. Pushing really deep on his bottom turns and ditching the fins. What a rhythm he already has after that break. Now setting up the barrel section. He has a tight entry into the tube, but it's gonna keep him honest there and send him down to the bottom. Almost thought he was gonna get lipped. He had a strong stance, but just too deep. And Ewing finishes his first right. So once again with the format, 2 rights, 2 lefts. You keep your best on each direction. And right now they're hoping for a semifinal spot coming up later today. Jesse, how'd you like this one?
I mean, that's a beautiful opening wave for him. He was on his way to success right there, setting himself up for success. Nice and critical down the line. Hits it once again, and now I think that's when he's going to open up. There's going to be that section in front of him. Sorry, he kind of had that a little bit of a block. That's the section that I was talking about. There's a lip coming down from him. He extended that turn, but this is the problem. He gets a little bit too casual. Maybe underestimated that wind a bit too much. There's a lot of crumble in the entry of that barrel, and then as you're going to see right here, it's going to be better for us to break it down. Look how shut that barrel is right now in the beginning. There's so much onshore winds that is breaking through that section and making this chandelier, and that's what happens. It hits your shoulders and it makes you very sticky. And then you can't really drive through. There's not much room there. Mostly for a guy his tall, like he's probably about 6'1". Pretty big kid, and just missed time right there a little bit too much. And like his coach mentions and has his hat on, not at this level. You can't do this in the quarterfinals. This could cost him a lot.
Jake Patterson in the corner of Ethan Ewing has his hat to match that phrase, not at this level. So he's pushing his athletes to do their best. One of the most passionate guys in the game that really cares about his athletes and their performance. He's had a lot of great memories in his surfing career, but I think the best would have to be his pipe title. About 16 seconds on the clock. Bruce Irons was already being chaired up the beach, and he got blown out of a crazy one, a back door, and got the win. 5.5 start for Ewing. So he takes that one in. He knows he'll have one more chance to improve on his right. At this part of the event, it just feels like you need to be at least throwing sevens, if not now getting into the eights. We had a long build-up till we finally got an excellent score at this event. I think the judges are going to really demand that to really push yourself against your opponent.
How are you? I mean, the judges know better than anyone, Joe, that the best surfers in the world are very good at hiding and just putting on the higher gear once things start to warm up and they actually need you. Mostly those top names. So they kind of got to give a little opening on the scale so things don't get out of control, because, I mean, it's expectable. As we saw it yesterday, the type of surfing that people were doing, it was just above what we've probably seen it. You know, that wave with Jackson Bunch, 9.3, and right now Ethan Ewing up and riding.
First turn, throws some water. Australian swings into the second, perfect transition. There's that flow that he has forehand and backhand. The former world runner-up pulls in. Nice tight positioning. Featured in the quarterfinals in the Olympic Games, representing his country last summer. Nice drive through his points. Always looks like he's controlling the tempo of the wave. Super deep on that barrel ride, and comes right into some classic backhand turns to finish. Really maximize the tube time there. There's some surfers you watch on this wave system where it looks like the wave is rushing them, forcing them to catch up to the wave itself to find their rhythm. And then there's surfers like Ethan, who has the pace where it almost feels like he's dictating what's going to be happening to this human-made wave.
And that's the point of difference of those big names and the people, that, all of the surfers that are in the quarterfinals, they have been surfing with a better flow. They have been reacting to what's in front of him instead of planning it out too much. Obviously, you're going to have the plan on the back of your head, but you're going to react to what's in front of you. Incredibly deep barrel. You can see it right there, using that front leg, the outside of the leg, to slow himself down throughout that whole barrel, and cleans up pretty nicely here. Nothing major, but this is crazy. Look at the difference of having an onshore and offshore. Look how deep he was able to get on that one. It felt like he was setting himself up to fall again, but because of that wind blowing into the face of the wave, keeping just that part of the barrel a little bit wider, and he was able to muscle through that section, because he was so impressive how small he was able to get and how deep he got on that barrel. Like, that might have been the deepest barrel we've seen on the men's side. You're gonna see him setting up right there. Same exact moment that he got clamped and had that chandelier slow himself down. This time he kept everything a little bit wider open and he's going to look good at that first left he's riding.
Like as deep as you can ever get. Yeah. Oh, twice. And your turns are all good. I don't get it.
Maybe that's just the scale, so we'll just see.
Yeah.
Choose, you're on your way to a good score on the right. But that end, it didn't barrel. It kind of like you had to bust in.
Me.
I know, going
trying to get
into
in and then, damn it.
It would have been really nice to have another 7, like little 14.
Snake talking about the right at the end that clamped on Ewing, but also was impressed with the end section on the left where he got super deep. So Ewing's first run is complete, 5.5 on the right and a 7.0 on the left. And now it's Miguel Pupo's turn, the 33-year-old from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Qualified at a very young age, was really leading the charge of the Brazilian Storm when he won at lower trestles in a close decision over local boy Tanner Gudauskas.
I think in this situation here, being Miggy, I think it's very important for him to match this right hand with the left hand that Ethan Ewing already served on his backhand. So 7-point right, I feel like it's what he should be looking right now. So then when he comes on the left, which in my point of view, it's his strength, he can really open up and apply a lot of pressure into Ethan's last few runs.
Nice angle in for Miguel Pupo to get started. Riding surfboards from JS Industries. Nice flow. There's that silky smooth rhythm. He has an under the lip snap that he can perform at venues like Snapper Rocks. It's almost like an upside down floater. Using the crumble there, hacking his way through, and now pressing down in a low stance for the inside funnel. A little bit better job than Ethan on the barrel ride on the inside right, and then throwing a reverse for a little flare. As the support crew, including Felipe Toledo on deck there, liking that finishing move.
I really like what I see here from Miggy, and I like how, like we keep mentioning about the pace of the wave and how people are trying to attack every section possibly, but as you see it right here, he takes his time. Like he opts not to get the barrel, but he doesn't rush himself. He doesn't try to hit every section, but he makes sure he punctuals every big section that's in front of him. As you see right there, he kind of gets that high line once again, and then now that the wave slows down, he keeps a better rhythm to it. Gets the barrel, didn't get so deep, but finished it off with a nice blow tail and a lot of damage done on that wave. Good start for Miggy, looks solid.
Well done for Miguel Pupo after his first right, throwing down the reverse. His next opportunity will be on his front side to complete his first run in the matchup with Ethan Ewing. We'll be right back. You're watching the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Ethan Ewing, Miguel Pupo in the basin right now, and Miguel just threw down a 6.5, the right that he threw down the reverse on. So you can really see how big this playing field is on the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam. And the Brazilian goofy foot already has the hydrofoil heading his way. First turn ends up going down on the left. Unbelievable seeing him fall after such a solid performance on his backhand. Definitely wanted to start off with a bang, Jesse, and unfortunately gets hung up and will be incomplete. Ethan did get the 7 on his left. So this battle just got very, very interesting.
I mean, I did not expect for that to happen. On the first turn, right off the bat, just pushing a little bit too hard, like maybe a little bit of anxiety. You see the wind got much stronger as well. Look at the hoodie of the driver, the ski operator right there. Maybe that's what it was, like, you know, didn't surf the wave yet with that much wind. The board kind of going out the back.
It's a different element. You know, when you're in the ocean surfing your heat, the wind's not going to go from onshore to offshore on your very next decision. So obviously didn't adjust to the wind change. Heading the opposite direction. You see his board flying away. I think the wind played a big factor. The wrong maneuver choice right here.
Yeah, to tell the truth, Joe, I think it was just more of the wrong maneuver choice. I would have liked to see him go vert, but not that extended, not that far from the board. Like, you want to keep the board a little bit tighter, mostly because the beginning of the wave has not much momentum, still building up. You see that the wave grows down the line.
Oh yeah,
so
you have to see it.
He just tried to go too big for a section that wasn't there for him. You can see the frustration. Nice, beautiful bottom turn, just pushed a little too much of that back foot. Got too extended because of that, and then once the wind hit, that's too far. You can't come back from it.
So first run complete for both Ewing and Pupo. Miguel holding a 6.5 on the right over Ethan's 5.5. And then Ewing 7 over the 0.4 for Pupo, but they both have another chance. Miguel chatting with De Souza.
Sim, só que ela me balançou já na cavada. Eu não esperava na cavada, eu esperava lá em cima, tá ligado? Mas, deixou no final, né? Sim, mais emoção.
Miguel Pupo talking to Adriano De Souza, the world champ, to break down what happened.
I mean, we missed a little bit of the beginning, but what he was saying that he was expecting for whatever shook him up on the lip and not on the bottom turn, and that's when he felt it as he was bottom turning. Something went wrong, but I can't tell what it was because I didn't hear it previously. But then Adriano finished it up saying, hey, we're going to live it to the end. Once again, more emotions. It's better that way, more tasty.
Oh, I like that. Adriano knows what that feels like. Famous for upsetting the most established guard on tour. Adriano won a World Junior title, made a name for himself, and back on tour as a coach. Ethan now thinking about his improvement. His first right was the 5.5, and he identified how that onshore wind shut down the end section barrel. I was talking to Leandro Dora just moments ago, and he actually walked on the other side of the basin just to feel what the wind was doing. He was saying, hey, this foam ball is a little different. He's like, you can't even touch it. If you touch it, it's like someone putting a jiu-jitsu hold on you, and you just go straight down. So that's what makes it even more impressive that Ewing got so drained on his left. Ewing, a champion at events like Jeffreys Bay and Bells Beach, loves a wave where he can show off how silky smooth he is on his front side. Belts it there. Former World Junior champ connects again. Throws some water off the top, and now springing straight up through the lip. Perfect position there for that flaring lip slide. Hits it again, and now let's see if he adjusts on this tube. It's actually crumbling for a while. It gets a little bit of a head start on it. Now nice position. Hits it hard, and then frames it vertical. It's cool on the decisions he makes. He makes little adjustments to show variety for that last two-turn combo following the barrel.
he knows the importance of finishing that wave off and applying more pressure into Miggy's last few runs. As you see it right here, kind of going down the line. That turn was a little bit lateral. Once again, had to go that way because that was the section that usually barrel, but with the strong winds, it's not providing. And here's when it start unleash. Beautiful, off the lip. Once again, and then he sets up. He doesn't let himself get too far behind because that opening off that inside barrel is just very tight right there on the right. Get steep on that section and finish it off with the best turn for me off the wave so far. Nice layback, pushing that back foot. Look at that body torque, like he's second to none at that. Notice the nose of the board going all the way back, then he can regroups. Keep the speed throughout those turns, which is very impressive, and nice barrel to finish it off. And that layback that I mentioned. On the smaller side of things after the barrel, but nice flare, good extension. And just surfed a solid wave for Ethan.
Great approach there for Ethan Ewing. Spending the last 3 years participating in the WSL finals. 2022, he finished 4th in the world when he was defeated in that match leading up to the title match. So he got to feel the format. Was that following year was the year he fractured his vertebrae in Tahiti and then went to runner-up in the world in one of the best first title matches we've seen, high performance-wise, against Toledo that season. So we look at the CT by the numbers, just focusing on excellent heats performed in the wave pool. You can see Ethan's name on that list on the front page there with 2 excellent heats, tied with Griffin Colapinto. And Ethan's showing at the last Surf Ranch event, he also had a 9.07, which helped that heat total on the right. His best from the pool in California, 7.6 on the left. Last score comes in at a 7.5. So ditching the 5.5 where he found the barrel. He'll keep that 7.5. He'll have one more shot at the left, but he's got to outdo his 7.0.
Yeah, that's the freedom that you get when you have such a solid base score and you have your last run. You can just, you can't know, you have to push hard. So it kind of takes the weight off your shoulders because there's no other plan.
Ethan Ewing setting up the backhand attack. Had one final appearance last year, and that was at Portugal. Moving quickly through those backside snaps before the barrel. Now a great low tube stance, a lot of travel time, and he will make it. One of the longer tubes on that first section. Little snap to slide, just showing that he's in control. And he gets stuck before the barrel.
He was on his way, Joe. That's probably the best surfed wave I've seen from Ethan on his backhand so far. Mixing it up, we used to see him just so good being no rail, but obviously throwing that blowtail, backside blowtail, mixing it up with innovation, creative. And this one I think is very important on this wave. You're gonna see this next turn right there. How much he redirects and how technical it was for him to actually transition from that turn into the barrel and the criticalness of it. Like we always try to mention that because the judges love to see and how important it is. And that's the turn I said, mixing it up a little bit, but unfortunately got stuck and left the door open for Miggy now.
Ethan Ewing finishes his runs in quarter one. It'll be Miguel Pupo looking to answer back right after this.
esquerda, eu acho que ele vai tentar dois pontos.
aumentar uma das notas diminui o que ele precisa, né? Mas ele precisa de instrumento de 8.
The Surf Abu Dhabi Pro is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients, and by GWM, official automotive partner of the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro.
Nah, fucking 7.5, bro. With you having to make it.
Yeah.
So, turn after barrel was huge.
Yeah.
And everything else you had to get to there. So,
Sweet.
he's, it's
See
all
how
on
we
him
go.
now. Yeah. Great. Good job.
Ethan turning in a 7 and a 7.5 as his keepers after 2 chances kept the left from his first run, kept the right from his second run. Now Pupo has 2 more tries. He can't take the lead on his right here, but he wants to really put himself in a better spot. He's trying to improve on his 6.5. Will make the lead a bit more attainable. Getting down the line and moving. His backhand won him early events like the Coldwater Classic on the QE back in the day. Up at Steamer Lane in Santa Cruz. Put more into his training as he got older. Now 33, doing his best surfing to date. Putting his head down, makes the barrel. And the father of 3 nails a backhand reverse. That has been a very tough maneuver to finish on for the backhanders throughout this event. And Miguel's been pulling that off in back-to-back runs on the right.
I mean, I feel like we could go back to that Jack Robinson's first and second run yesterday afternoon, which that was very similar surfing, probably identical, but just a little bit more energy, a little bit more aggressive, bringing the nose of that board back more. So, I mean, I think Miggy did as much as he could on that wave. You're going to see this turn here. Look how much energy he's putting, how much to work on the upper body, bringing that nose back around and coming out with speed. That's the flow that both of those surfers are actually able to bring. And then here, once again, nice turn, and he's going to get one more done up in vertical. And every turn of this wave, you could see the nose of the board going inside out. Nice barrel, and finish it off exactly the same as he did before. So I would say he'll better the score because of those reasons. That's what I'm mentioning. Look at the upper body twerk. Look at his head where it goes. And what that does is just going to lead the nose of the board to come all the way back around. But it's easy to do that part, but the problem is to come out with speed and flow, and Miggy does that very well on his backhand and forehand. So we got a great heat in our hands, Joe.
Really great heat. Just love the polish performance from the Brazilian veteran. Out of the barrel, great timing. So much in that with a giant fin throw. So good riding switch through that spin, keeps his balance and the finish. And his first was the 6.5, and that's how a veteran reacts. They can feel the scale, knowing how they can just get a little bit extra from the judges. 13 years on this tour. Has had a couple of comebacks, including last season on the Challenger Series with his younger brother.
And that's the importance of measuring how much energy you put in a wave and knowing that you have a little bit more to burn, like a little bit more gas to burn. So important decision there for Miggy to stick to his game plan, but just add more energy to it.
We were talking about the idea of controlling the pace of the wave, where it feels like, when Ethan's got his pace, it's like he's owning the ride. He's making it look really natural. There's certain surfers that know how to win. They feel like they own the scale. They can feel those numbers. They know how to get more out of the judges. They know how not to peak too early. I think Miguel's playing that game really well through those early rounds. Yago's playing that well. They're not showing you their exact best, but they're getting just enough from the judges So they're peaking at the right time on finals day.
I agree with you, Joe. And another name that comes to my mind is Jack Robinson. Like, he's the king of that, you know, like on the men's side. Felipe Toledo as well, one of them. It's the morning of the finals. They got to step it up.
They certainly do. Crowning champs for the first time in the UAE in surfing history. First carve to get this one going. Remember, Miguel fell on his first turn on his first left. This one's going to count. He needs a 7.67. Trying to lay low. He's hoping to get a little bit deep. It's kind of forcing him out early. Hits the crease off the lip. Beautiful work, just S-ing back up to the top of the wave. Now starting to drive. He's going to skip the barrel and put it all into a corrupt, tough landing. Ends up losing it on the finish.
He almost did a 720 right there because he landed with his tail actually backwards, which is not usual for a corrupt flip. You want to land in transition, kind of like an ollie-up that we've seen it a bunch of times in the wave pool, but great effort for Miggy. He was on his way to getting that score if he would have landed that last turn. Very aggressive, good surfing. Just had to go. Like, there's no other option. Like, you know, you're needing a 7.67. You have to go big, and sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. As you're gonna see right here, eyeing it down that section, grabs the slob and stalefish together. As he lands it, the boards keep spinning, and you're gonna notice like his back is away from the wave, and he's almost trying to land it. Like he's trying to recover, and he noticed like he had to kind of try and pull it off, and that was very close and impressive from Miggy.
It's like the spin in the air just continued to rotate as he landed on that part of the wave, and Jake Patterson already giving his surfer a high five. Ethan Ewing will get the victory to move on to the semifinals. Pupo's last wave, the 5.37, but with a corrupt like that, if he would have landed it, the situation would have been different. So Pupo will leave Abu Dhabi with an equal 5th place result as he will prepare for Portugal, and Ethan Ewing still has a shot to be the first ever champion of the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Moving to the semifinals, he'll take on the winner of quarterfinal number 2, which is going to start right now. Rookie Jackson Bunch just broke the internet the other day with how many replays we saw of that 923. 3 different airs, all different to each other, which was unbelievable, and been great tube riding as well. Jackson taking on Rio Waida, who's been so consistent and maybe the most consistent when it comes to rapid fire keeper scores. Rio just looks at the wave, knows what to do, and he said just that athlete element in him. He just knows how to perform. He said the hardest thing in the ocean is when you don't get a chance or you're out of rhythm with the surf, but now he knows he gets 2 rights, 2 lefts, and it's been really working out well for his headspace.
Yeah, and it's very important you have mostly here at the wave pool, just to apply that pressure early before your opponent surfs. But this is going to be a different situation because Jackson is actually going to start, and with that trick of using his foot to hold himself in place. Very unique, starting that way.
Yeah, for sure. You see people hold on to it with their hands. You just want to be right under the flag or the pole that you've been focused on in your practice runs. About 75,000 square meters. The water here for the basin coming from the Arabian Gulf with a pipe out there that brings all the water in here. It's very salty, so they actually filter it out to make the salinity similar to the Atlantic Ocean. Jackson whips it quickly on that Glen Manami. Wow, how quick and responsive. Drawing some beautiful hammers off the top, little air drops. His transitions are so clean, and even chucks the fins out. Another little fin fanging hack there. Perfect transition to connect those lines together. And now underneath it. Drives hard on the end section, fin throw reverse. Picks it back up and will slip on just that extra at the end, but that's not going to matter too much. What a great opener on wave number 1.
I mean, flawless approach there for Jackson. You just notice how he comes off the bottom turn. His back arm is always very close to his chest, keeping a good posture. And what that does gives him that generated speed to just apply into the top of the wave. And even through those very tough sections, have a look at that back arm. It's always in front of him, kind of swinging it around, giving him that spark and energy for him to unload on the top. If I could be critical, that's the only turn he kind of missed time right there. Maybe getting a little bit ahead of himself. Didn't need that turn. Should be a little bit cleaner, but man, damage done. Great way to start and get that right off the bat. And
let's hear from Ethan Ewing with AJ.
Thanks so much, Joey. Ethan, what a way for you to start your quarterfinals. We had to go on that unexpected hold. How did you manage your emotions and stay locked in during that time?
Yeah, that was pretty weird, having that sandstorm come through. So I kind of just went and chilled for a little bit and just tried to turn off a bit. And yeah, it was hard with that wind because I haven't really surfed it like that before.
Well, you managed the conditions just fine, and now you've locked in a spot in the semifinals. What did you really want to hone in on in this quarterfinals round to do that?
I was trying to just make up both of my first waves, and that didn't go to plan, and then I had a bunch of pressure on me in the right. So, yeah, happy to kind of pull that one out. Miggy's such a great surfer. He's one of my favourite surfers on tour, so to get over him's huge, and, yeah, wish him all the best for the rest of the year.
See you in the semis.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Well played. Ethan having that just surprise hold with the sandstorm. Had his first wave and he was just getting pelted in the face, and everyone was taking cover on site. And as quick as it started, it left, thankfully, and we got back underway with finals day. He gets the win over Pupo, and he's in the semifinals. So great job for Ethan Ewing. Opened up the season with an equal 9th place at Pipeline, so he'll see the improvement on the leaderboard. This is that 9.23 we enjoyed the other day from Jackson Bunch.
I mean, this is the important part of his game right now, what he can bring it up. Like, that's going to be the point of difference, how innovative he is, how much variety in the air itself. Like, he did 3 types of airs in that one same wave. And if he wants to beat Rio Waida, he's going to need to go pretty massive on that left, because I think that's going to be the only point of difference, because we can expect Rio to probably bank 2 sevens right off the bat.
6.17 start for Jackson Bunch the 4th. And now he gets to go left again. Let's see if he's going to change gears for us or give us a bit of the same on that 9.23 from the other day. Holding that rail longer on the second turn. Now going straight up before the pit. That's a nice way to transition. Really deep there. Almost completely gone. Which is really hard to do on this wave. Little bonus cover up now out in front. Leans back, hits the lip. Perfect flow into another jam off the top. Now just feeling the high line. Now the thing's gonna set up for the bowl. He's gonna ramp up, alley-oop, and lands in a hard part of the wave. Couldn't absorb the landing.
And there's nothing wrong with how he landed. It was all because of how he exited out of the water just a little bit too late. You could see he was eyeing it down after that, like right while that barrel was breaking. But damage was done before that, but he needed to finish in order to get a big score. Changing plans right there, not trying to go for that air right off the bat after the barrel, maybe because the wind's very strong right now, makes it a little bit trickier. You can see he's almost coming out of the barrel and kind of slow himself down. This is a beautiful turn. Pushing on the back foot, driving through it. And then right here, you're gonna see he start to aim it. Like, he starts to measure how much he has to go forward or not, and he just hits it a little bit too late and under. And then what's that gonna do is just gonna launch him more into the flats instead of a transitional. And it's just so hard to land.
Great start for Jackson Bunch, getting the 617 on the right. We'll see what the judges give him on this left right after this break. Quarterfinals continue. Jackson Bunch got a 5.5 on the left, going for a huge alley-oop. Ends up getting stuck. Now it'll be Rio Waida's turn. We got a taste of a wave system at the Surf Ranch Pro. Waida now starting with that climb. Sometimes that energy off that crumble is a little bit different in the wave pool system. Sometimes you think you're projecting and you'll sink. But he's been adapting well, drawing a long line there, then pulls in deep to that barrel section out the back. Real creative start for Rio. Throwing down a really good carve, good pace. Carve to slide and keeping his flow solid. Really extended his speed down the line to make that barrel. And reading that lip line well, a great big frontside snap, tail drift into reverse. Rio is spot on here in Abu Dhabi. So consistent. As you see the support from Indonesia there, Rizal hanging out. Fun seeing Bronson as a wild card in this event, giving Rio some backup representing Indonesia. Let's take a look.
Are you kidding me? That's why I said you can't expect 2.7s from him. Look how much extension he got off that lip. Like if you see that from that first angle, like he was so far from the board, and not to mention he regrouped it and got as deep as he possibly could in the beginning of that barrel. That's so much commitment and so much to lose on those two part of the waves right there. That was so impressive. And right there, he knows he did the damage and he just needs to stick to his guns and play just play a solid surf right there. Nice, beautiful cover up, and then once again hacks it off the lip and finish it off that reverse that he's been doing lately on his runs on the right-handers. But that layback, look at that bottom turn. It's gonna extend that back foot right there. You can see it. The nose of the board is trying to dug right there, but he somehow just leans on his heels and comes out with speed. It's so easy for you to get caught, and look at that. It seems like he's gonna get stuck right there. We mentioned how sticky that lip is once he hits you, but he barely manages to get under. Takes the water off his eyes just there for a second, just for the sake of it. And then comes out and just starts unloading. Just right there, he knows exactly the risk was taken on the wave, and he just needs to be solid and finish it off strong. And that's why I expected him to have 2.7s on his runs, both on the right and the left. And I personally think this is going to be higher than a 7, because that was incredible from Rio. That was incredible surfing, excellent surfing.
He definitely bringing more into finals day. What an opening ride for Rio Waida. And even this finish was insane. Perfect timing, fins out, hits it again for a bonus turn. On fire. But yeah, that radical layback to slide. The risk there is then missing the section to pull in on, and the ability to get right in there is getting all the Indonesians on their feet.
We have 3 judges throwing excellent numbers, and 2 that went just a little bit below. I'm with the judges with excellent, because for me, that's excellent surfing all the way.
7.83 for Rio. As you can see, there's a lot more people wearing that number 45 around the world, and right here in Abu Dhabi. You can grab your Rio Waida jersey on WSLstore.com. First Indonesian to be full-time on the championship tour. Also competing in the Olympics. Said when he first started surfing, he actually didn't like it. He was scared of the ocean, but that was when he was really little. Look what he's turned into, one of the best on the planet. Nice vertical right there. Looking calm, great pace. His surfboard from Sharp Eye looks perfect for the pool. Really put a lot into the lip there. Staying in the critical part of the wave. Big fan off the tail. And now pulling in, he's going pretty quickly, will get nice and deep. Draws hard for a hammer of a finish. And Rio is just the most consistent guy over the last couple of days, just making no mistakes. Coach Reynos Hayes is having a very solid event as a coach. Also working with Italo Ferreira, who's coming up in quarter 3 with Kano Igarashi. Back-to-back waves for Rio. Incredible. Let's take a look.
I mean, how do you even criticize anything about this wave? That's like such a clean surf and solid. And how important it is what he's going to do right there. He's going to, the timing and letting the board gliding, generating speed after that first barrel, getting a good rhythm. If I could only be picky on something, that's the only little catch he had on that wave. But besides that, that's just top-notch surfing for Rio, and just finish it off strong and exactly what we expected from him. 2 sevens banked right off the bat. 7.83 for the first ride, and this is going to be a very good score to start. Applying a lot of pressure on Jackson Bunch right now on this next few rides, because he's going to have to go to town and perform big, mostly on the left. Look how much amplitude, how much power, sure-footed, know exactly what he's doing. No wobbles. Nice and deep right there in that section, and this is just a cherry on top, you know. Gets vertical once again and finish it off with the reverse. On the flatter section, but hey, damage was done. What else can you ask from the guy, you know?
What a read and a great flex. He earned that, Rio. He's learned so much, and it didn't always come easy. There's times he was getting close to maybe getting cut. He'd just wait and learn at Margaret River. Just say he wanted to study everything and get better and better. And all that time spent at events, watching people that are winning, he's just really built his whole profile on tour.
The first 2 down, I was like, ooh, because I'm gonna push too hard, you know. Almost felt like gonna do this, but you did perfect.
7.07 for Rio Waida to go with his 7.83. His 7.83 is his best number so far in this event.
0.9 more than I expected for him to do it, and that's all because it's finals day and you have to turn up the notch. So this is what he's doing. He's building, and the best winners know exactly what they need to do in each round in order to get to the final and win an event. So what can we expect from him in the next few runs?
Jackson Bunch had an equal 17th at Pipeline. So improving at least to an equal 5th, but he wants more. 2 great turns to kick this off. Perfectly placed snap again. Whipping it in the critical part of the wave with a free fall. Little Machado, little Kalani Robb, but he's got his own intentions too with how creative he can get. Changes gears there with the snap to slide. Recovers under the lip, a tough one to make when you're that late to pull under the hood, and his right will end, and that was his last chance for improvement.
And that's why that blowtail on their backhand, swinging on the same side, not reversing it all the way, is very tricky. It usually puts you out of rhythm. I love how he went for it. He had to. He had already a 6.17. Start of the wave was a little bit more on the iffy side. He lost a little bit of time and had a little bit of a downtime. But look how beautiful and explosive that maneuver is. One of the hardest maneuvers to do on surfing, and most of the surfers really appreciate. Usually puts your foot off balance, like it moves your foot around, so you have to regroup, and it's very hard to do it. So as soon as that happened, he went for that floater and then got a little bit late. Sorry, not a floater, a foam climb, and got in a little bit late for that barrel. And as we've seen it plenty of times during this event, that barrel entry for that last one, it's gonna take you down.
Jackson Bunch had some big results on the Challenger Series to qualify as a rookie on tour, as big as the semifinal at the US Open. Got on a roll, starting at Bolito with the quarterfinal. Those are his big 2 results that put him in the top 10. So now it's coming down to one last chance for Jackson to try to turn this on Rio. Bunch needs an 8.73. And the thing that you're thinking about is, well, he did get a 9.23 already on the left, so he knows what that score would feel like.
He knows the line already, Joe. It's just keeping the heart on a low beat and making sure he's clear-headed. Like, you don't want to get overexcited because you need a big score and try to push too hard. We've seen it how many times on this wave, how sticky the lip gets and how much you're going to pay for just going a little bit overboard and overcooking it. So the line's there. Keep your heartbeat down. Keep your mind clear and execute.
Rio Waida will have a chance to answer back if Jackson does get the score. Ethan Ewing waiting to see who his opponent would be in that first semifinal on the men's side. But his boards look great. Jackson's in a good spot. Glenn Minami shaping great boards for amazing surfers for a very long time. Surfers like Mark Fu, Dane Kealoha, Sonny Garcia, Johnny Boy Gomes. Flynn Novak jumping on Minami's over the years. And here comes Bunch. Coming down to this, needs an 8.73, driving into a nice clean carve. Pushing hard through the lip. Total control, great start, slams on the brakes, nice mid-face stall. Real low stance to keep on threading the needle here. Back into daylight and throws the tail, aggressive attempt there, but he knew he had to go for it. His coach, Gabe Garcia, knew that's what he needed to really lean into.
And that's the problem of the line here. As much as the wave's going to be pretty similar, one different maneuver can set you up a little bit later, and you can see with the situation of the transition from the barrel to that air attempt that he had. He went a little bit too early. As you see it goes to the bottom turn a little bit too much in that section. It's like probably a foot in front of him from the previous air he had on that section yesterday. So what that does, it kind of launches him a little bit into the flats and keeps that board away. Instead of going upwards, he was going more down the line on that air. Because of that lip, he had to adjust for it. But what that does, as soon as he lands, you're going to see the rail, the inside rail, it's engaging and kind of sliding down the line. And he can't keep the balance, and he's on his heel, can't really push the board under him, underneath himself. And now we're going to have Waida once again having that solid start and having two free waves to just have a good time.
That's right. Great job to rookie Jackson Bunch, putting on a show the last couple of days, leaving Abu Dhabi with his best results so far on the championship tour in a short period of time, an equal 5th. Putting himself back into the Rookie of the Year race as he'll head to Portugal for stop 3, and Rio Waida is getting a little bit closer for maybe another chance to try to win his first event. Got close at Cloudbreak last year, runner-up in the final to Griffin Colapinto. And now he'll just get to enjoy this wave pool by himself. It's an absolute dream come true at this facility at Surf Abu Dhabi. Great relationship with Kelly Slater Wave Company and Modon. Modon, the local company doing the construction. They build a lot of amazing creative structures for a great lifestyle and happy living as we check out the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam. Great little park set up here. Got the Circuit X skate park. You've got a great stage with live music every single day. And the Corona Cerro Bar always popping, giving you a great view of the majority of the ride. Where the wave this long, a lot of fans are actually changing their position depending on who's surfing in the heats. They want to watch the barrel section at the end, if they want to see the start, or just really sit at the 50-yard line. Really something for everybody here in Abu Dhabi. You know, it's not the first wave pool out here. Remember there was a cover shot on Surfing Magazine, Dion Aegis. There was a pool. It wasn't a world-class wave by any means, but it was great for photo shoots, video parts. I think they were doing some whip-ins, and Dion got a cover.
I do remember that. I watched the movie as well, the video part that he had of it.
electric blue heaven. That was a cool moment where we're going, where are these wave pools going to go? You know, that wave never would have made the CT, but with this technology, pretty awesome.
It's crazy to think that we got this far at this quality of wave.
Rio will just get to enjoy the ride here. Gets out in front. Hey, why not? Just draw a big carve and a rebound and throw a 3-0 there and sink.
Saving energy.
Ah, smart move.
Yeah, yes. I mean, if you think about it already, like you're going to surf 4 waves, you have the adrenaline, and then you have semis and finals in front of you.
And you'd think the amount of waves they're riding in a day doesn't compare with what they would do in the ocean, but it just goes back to show you how demanding this wave is. For a normal surfer, they're kind of automatically going to cruise and catch their breath, but when you're at this level, you're pushing at every single section, and you're going to be gassed at the end of your ride. So Rio's going to take a break. He already into the semifinals, where he'll get to have another great rematch with Ethan Ewing. Back for more on finals day after this. Exciting news, the Tudor Nazare Big Wave Challenge has gone to yellow alert, and all the big wave surfers are heading to Nazare. Looks like it could be on Tuesday. We'll go green light 24 hours before if it is on, but it's looking very promising to see one of the most exciting big wave events on the calendar. Well within the waiting period, so we've been waiting for this moment. Fingers crossed it gets green lit on Tuesday. Nazare, it's about 45 minutes drive from Peniche, Portugal, which is stop number 3 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. So guys like Rio, Jackson Bunch will be able to drive up to Nazare and check out that scene as they prepare for the next event. Rio just taking a nice, easy stroll on the left, and it's such a smart move. He's so confident. He's just owning his ability now. Yesterday, he's like, hey, I'm surfing 3 rounds tomorrow. It wasn't like, oh, I'll see how I do in the quarters. He was planning on being in the final today.
Should we next time charge him and maybe jump on that wave?
Yeah. It is painful watching an empty ride, isn't it?
I mean, but I understand him. He has to do that. Like, he's thinking about winning the event and he has to save energy. Smart of him. Just solid surfing. Got him in the first 2 waves and job was done. Well done, Rio.
Great support from the Indonesians that are on the deck there. Terima kasih.
Sama-sama.
Some of the nicest people you'll ever meet in the world. Rizal Tanjung, an ambassador of the sport of surfing, but also of surfing paradise in Indo. If you have any questions about where to surf, where to go, where to eat, we'll put you in the right place at the right time, help you get the wave of your life. He's there supporting Rio Waida. He's here supporting his, what we call in Hawaii, a Hanai son, and Bronson Mady. As we look at the results, great work for the rookie, Jackson Bunch, building off his best results so far. He's going to be moving up the leaderboard. And Rio's moving on to the semifinals. He's hanging out with AJ.
Joey, and looking calm, cool, collected, focused, Rio. That's how I would describe your energy right now. What is the biggest thing for you on this finals day to showcase?
Just have fun, I guess. I'm in the finals day, so, you know, almost let everything out, but at the same time, just be smart not to, what can I say, just do peak performance in the finals. So now it's kind of slowly, first heat done for today, so next one will be better. I'll do better, and job's not done.
You told me yesterday you expect to surf 3 times today, 1 down, 2 to go. What do you have to level up in semifinals to make it to that 3rd heat?
I don't know, just be myself, I guess. Nothing much. I'm enjoying it, and I'm proud, and I feel like I did the job done during the off season. So now just enjoy it, have fun, be myself.
Looking forward to seeing you in the semis. Congrats.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Nobody better than being yourself than you. Rio Waida knows that. He's in the semifinals. He had a clash with Ethan Ewing, going battle the backhands at Cloudbreak last year, where he got the jump into that first CT final. He wants another shot to win an event. This heat, getting started, a world champ at Italo Ferreira. Also has a gold medal from the Olympic Games in Japan. In that final, it was Kanoa getting silver, representing the host country. There's a new fired up Kanoa this year. He's been around for a long time. He's been lights out in some clutch performances the last 2 days. It'll be Italo going first. Finished runner-up in the world last season. One of the most intense performances we've seen at lower trestles. Doing his famous backhand helicopter. Going so fast with so much energy. And he's been looking really sharp here in Abu Dhabi. We'll see if he mixes things up for us here on finals day.
I'm excited to watch. He's usually pretty solid on each conditions, but here at the wave pool, he keeps it even better. Let's see what's going to happen here for Italo.
Couple of nice turns to start for Ferreira. Pushing hard through the lip. Biggest thing you notice from his rookie season is how much bigger he is now in strength. Leaving half the board out the back and somehow gets back in it. Not worried about that first barrel section, and even time to soul arch. And now stall, waiting for this inside pit. And now super deep, completely disappearing. What a great line. Punches out the fins. There's that blasting reverse. He's creating more sections for the shove it. And getting everybody very excited here at this Surf Abu Dhabi facility. Finished in the top 10 in his rookie season. Now he's always just knocking at the door for a world title. Winning his first world title in the water at Pipeline over Medina. Here we go, Jesse.
I mean, he went to town on that wave. Let's talk about this floater here on the most critical part of the section, and then the tail blow. It's going to happen right here. The wave was pretty much barreling under him. He backside board slide. Coming out with so much speed and flare. Right here, he knows exactly. He did a lot of damage. Took the risk when he needed to. Just needed to finish it off strong. Gets actually extra deep on that section. And then a nice reverse to finish it off. A little bit on the flatter part of the wave, but still, that was impressive from him. I think that's the board slide that I'm talking about. Look, he's going to put that board up in vertical, and then he's going to start dragging, flaring through, keeping that board flat, but keep getting the extension throughout the lip with the board sideways, airdropping it. And that's what's most impressive about it. It's not the hardest thing for those surfers to do that turn, but you come out with speed on a wave that is going in such a fast pace. And then this one, driving through more off the fins. Not as aggressive, but more solid, more on rail. Gets a nice barrel, get tucked in very tight. Comes out and does another tail blow. A little bit on the flatter like I mentioned, but still huge way to start the heat.
Powerful turns, powerful reverses, powerful mindset from Italo Ferreira. There's always a, a bit of a recovery when you come close to a world title and end up second in the world. And the greats have to go through that process of having that time in the off season to move on and then remember what you did accomplish of getting very close to winning the world title. Numbers are in now for Italo Ferreira. His start, a great one, a 7.67. To get a 7 in this pool has been really hard to accomplish. He's got to be proud of that one.
Mostly in their backhand, because most of the surfers are getting those high numbers on their forehand because they can finish it up with that big alley-oop or just a big air, but just sticking to rail the whole time and just a commitment on that specifically tail blow board slide. And just the fact that he kept the smoothness and the flow throughout it, that was incredible from Italo.
Italo throwing quick shakas to everyone that's screaming his name down in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. His girlfriend proud of that opening ride. CT by the numbers, 17 plus heat scores in the wave pool. We've got Italo with 2 of those. Tying only Felipe Toledo. How cool is that little layback dagger to pull into the pit? Traveling, nice low, compact style. He could hold this position for about a mile with how strong he is. Getting nice and loose and spicy off that lip liner drift and looking him punching free of the whitewater again. Now getting some speed, clear for takeoff. Full row on the alley-oop. Grab rail, finishing carve for Ferreira to put together a dreamy opening run in the quarterfinals.
I mean, we talked about Rio being solid and starting with 2 7s, and this is Italo's version of that. Amazing backhand coming into the forehand, just mixing it up with that big alley-oop in the end. I mean, that's a lot of pressure added to Kanoa right now. He's really gonna have to perform. Beautiful layback. Sits on the barrel right there, which for me personally, usually this is the easiest part of the wave for the surfers, mostly on the men's side. This is where you kind of get some time to rest and take a few breaths and reset for this part of the wave. This is very important. It's so hard to keep the focus throughout the whole wave. It's such a long wave we're not used to. The surfers are not used to surfing that long of waves. It's very demanding, and to finish it off with that big alley-oop in transitioning, actually gaining speed as he was landing. So impressive from him. This is the layback on slow-mo. Look how extended he is. Cuts it short right there to make sure he doesn't waste too much time set up for the barrel afterwards. And this is when he starts to aim it down, measuring how much coverage he's gonna have to get. Whips it all the way around, lands it perfectly.
Look at that number for Italo, an 8.5. That's enormous in the wave pool. Incredible surfing, gigantic alley-oop, landing at bolts with an aggressive grab rail cutty to show how much control he had, and throws a big heart to the fans here in Abu Dhabi. And some of them are watching world-class surfing for the very first time. 8.5 and a 7.67 on the opening run. The local Ali, big high five. He spent a lot of time in this pool. He knows it very well. And he also can identify a great performance. But what a great heat. All that Kanoa Igarashi has accomplished in the pool systems. Finishing on finals day 2 times, getting equal third. As we focus on the history with these two, it's been pretty tight. This is their 4th quarterfinal that they have together. Italo leads 3-2 coming into their 6th meeting on the championship tour. They both have pushed each other. They've had excellent numbers against each other in the past. Italo just threw another one at Kanoa at 8.5, so we'll look for Igarashi to respond. Then you also go to that Olympic final in Japan, gold and silver back in Tokyo 2020. Kanoa loves a twin fin feeling out here, but he wasn't sure how, you know, the judges might feel about it coming into scoring it. So he's like, I'll just go with a quad then, liking that free feeling between his fins. First wave is now setting up his forehand. Representing Japan, raised in Huntington Beach, California, Surf City, USA. Multiple-time US Open champ, plays into that section. Nice float there, jumps off the roof. Basically in the flats on that transition and getting absolutely coned. Flowing over the white water there and punching the fins into reverse. Look at him go, and he gets stuck for a moment. Let's see if he can regroup. Still committing to the corrupt, gets the grab, a big rotation. That was a massive version of that move. Wow, he accomplished a lot. Just that one moment where he got a bobble, threw him off to finish off that right.
As much as judges like to compare right to rights and left to lefts, but because those surfers obviously surf with their face the completely opposite, like I feel like that wobble cost him probably matching the 8.5 that Italo had. You're gonna see it right here. He's gonna push that layback, and then he adds one extra turn before the barrel, which makes him get very deep. Look how deep he is. Like we've seen him from such a like a lateral angle, and he got disappeared. Gets that tail blow, reversed it all the way back around, but right here, just that front arm gone the opposite way that it should have been doing, keeping him off balance, and I think he just ended up being out of timing. That was the problem. He got to that corrupt flip a little bit late. As you can see, he has to muscle through and force it through, but the rotation is not quite there yet. He's landing it with the tail before, and the nose wasn't facing the same angle as the wave was moving, so it gets sticky. It gets very hard for you to keep the momentum throughout the wave, and got stuck.
Kanoa Igarashi catches his breath. We'll wait for the score from his first wave and prepare for the left in run one. Quarters continue. Bring in Paul Evans, Felicity Palmatier, and Captain Good Vibes, Stace Galbraith for the call.
Any break now?
شو الهواء عندك فوق اوكي؟ اللي ياخذ مكان الوسيم هذه صدقني.
Surfboard races in the desert continue picking up. Here we go. It's the second wave for Kanoa Igarashi. Backhand from him. Big pressure on him from Italo's first run. What's Kanoa got here? Looking to get parts inside the pit. He'll be patient. He's compressed, compact. He's covered. Kanoa's out now. Building up speeds. Attack mode. Gets loads of that lip. Sticks the equipment through that lip line multiple times. And then a big whipping drive from him. Gets real low, just coiled, streaking out the baz. And he'll reverse it out on the face. And this matchup always promised loads on paper in the water. It's absolutely delivered thus far. Just a mistake prior to that from Igarashi on his right. Otherwise, in terms of the overall surfing, the skill that we're seeing, the tenacity, all of that good stuff, ticking a lot of boxes. I'm Paul Evans, joined by two of the finest minds in surfing, Flick Parmentier, Stace Galbraith. Are we enjoying ourselves?
I definitely am enjoying myself. I mean, this heat has lived up to expectation, right? I mean, Italo v Kanoa, Italo absolutely putting all that pressure on Kanoa right now, but Kanoa answering back.
Yeah, you know, we often quite look at matchups on paper and we think how surfers are going to compete. You know, we talk about a little bit about the history stuff as well. That always adds a bit of spice, but just on form, just in the way these two approach the wave, their surfing and the way they like to perform as well on the biggest stage on finals day. I mean, all the matchups are there for these two to really go at it, and the entertainment's there. Spectators are the winners.
They are the winners. I just walked past the whole GA then, and it's booming. Sandstorm's gone. That's a distant memory. And the Aperol spritzers and the Coronas are flowing. It's all happening down there. Look at it. It's packed.
So let's have a look here what Kanoa got done. This is his first left, so a couple of nice snaps there. Really parks it in the tube. And he's pretty much riding on that foam ball. Disappears completely, but I just really love these succession of maneuvers here. I mean, can you get more critical, and can you blow the fins out any more than that? I mean, it was pretty radical. 3 turns. Really measured though, right? He doesn't go too hard. He's like, I just want to lock a score in, just want to complete a ride. Beautiful deep tube. What do you reckon, Stace?
I reckon this is going to be a real interesting one to come in. Kanoa had 2 amazing lefts yesterday in his heat, 7.67 and a 7.43 from memory. The 7.43 had the reverses in the way, but the judges didn't. They just said, "No, mate, that's not what we want to see from you. We want to see you biting into the lip hard." And
wow.
he did that on this wave. I'm really curious to see where the judges go with this one, because I think this is his best surf left of the comp. And it's right around the number, and that's just going to sting him. I walked past him yesterday in the ice bath. He was just cooling his quads down. And he was like, oh, I kind of did a couple of spins, and like they still didn't like it. And now he's belted this one to within an inch of its life, and he still hasn't got a higher score. So I think he's going to be scratching his head.
Huge. But you kind of like, I think you need to go further down. Oh, yeah. I was in the flats. Yeah, but that's how dramatic it's going to be to land it. Yeah. And you know what? If you land that thing, you had enough turns. Yeah. I couldn't reverse something. That'll be fun.
Number 4, Igarashi, is 7.53. Having a look at Italo. Second run. 7.67 for his first right. Just belting things with an absolute ton of speed to burn. He'll try and lose some of that speed. Good vibe in the crowd. Kaipo's down there. How's it looking, mate?
We got Italo right here. Spins that reverse nose pick on that one. Snap it off the top. One more time for Ferreira. In the groove right now. Ferreira's going to stall for another barrel. We're checking it on the big screen. Out of that one. What's he got for us? And he tosses that one away. He's got a keeper on the right. Back to you, Paul.
Yeah, lots of noise down there, mate. Who's the crowd going with? Who they liking?
This is my people. Would you ever think that we would have this many surf fans in Abu Dhabi? Just a few years ago, the place is packed. And you know what? I'm having a good time with all of y'all. Yeah.
Love it. Kaipo down, making friends in the crowd, as is Italo Ferreira with his performance. But you see a little bit of a grimace on his face. The finish of that wave will break it all down here. He was going great guns through the early and middle part.
Oh, I absolutely loved it. I thought it was pretty dynamic, just the tube, but it was what was done in this second section. He just absolutely lit this up. Talk about a nose pick reverse, and then straight up into this next section, just really nailing this wave, essentially, really blowing those fins out the back. But yeah, what did you make of this end section, Stace?
Yeah, sort of in between 2 turns, really. He's got, you know, the perfect barometer at the moment of how hard to push it and also keep it complete. We saw that on his first ride with the alley-oop. It wasn't his best one he's done this event. Nevertheless, it was a huge score, and it was a completed manoeuvre. And on this little reverse that he went for here at the end of the wave, just didn't quite get his timing right. But like you said, Flick, up until that moment, he absolutely went to town through that middle part of the wave. That was a big score gone begging. Question asks, do the judges still reward it anyway without the finish? Because as we saw yesterday, they don't really care about the finish, apparently.
Yeah, it does seem that way, you know, like, are you really getting that much more points?
Your point you made yesterday, Stacey, just want to revisit that in terms of the
Here
order.
we go. It's a new day.
No, I'm backing you up, but just the order.
We'll see.
The way our format is, the lower seed of the two goes first, and the idea is the advantage of having that higher seed, you get to know what you require on your second and final run. So you're kind of surfing in a position of knowledge, but you flip that around and made a point that actually, when you go first, you don't have any kind of scoreboard pressure, or even, you're not necessarily thinking about your opponent at all. It's just about you. Today, so far, from what we've seen, thinking of this heat and the last couple, is that still playing out? You still sticking with it?
Well, the lower seed hasn't been going first, and I think that that's something we probably need to look at. Italo's the higher seed in this heat, and he's going first.
Okay.
And yesterday was the other way around, right? I think it's an advantage to go first.
No, I do agree. I agree.
Look, at this level, in the first round, probably not. But when you get to the quarters and the semis and the final, if you're not putting up 16 points plus, whether you're going first or not, it's really it's irrelevant. Like, you have to go to that level. It's so unlikely that someone is going to have a major brain fade. Look at these two surfers here. Like even Kanoa, he's got a bit to make up on his first right, but I'd put my house on it that he is going to make that up.
All right. Well, number 4 Ferreira won't see an improvement from his right. So looking at the left now for him, and he went huge. Get me 8.5 with his first left. So a big task in front of him to improve on that, but what that means, he's going to have to try and bring his best, which sounds pretty good in terms of what he's going to attempt to do here. Ferreira being creative, finding that cover. Nice cylindrical section for him at the moment. It's well paced and it's poised. And then that's super extended as the leg strength and the athleticism. He'll chop one on a rail. Ramping up here. Think we know what's coming. Weaving for speed. Again, an absolute beast of an alley-oop. And he just tears in with the gouge on the face. Gives it a little kiss in the lip line to finish as well.
He took that one from Ian Gouveia. That's Ian Gouveia's favourite claim, that one.
Wow. He's got that alley-oop on lock. It seems like he's unlocked that secret part of the wave. He just knows with the feel. He knows the section he's looking for. Perfect timing. And absolutely nails another left. So just applying even more pressure, really. He's just in such good form. What'd you see, Stace?
God. Ripping, basically. I mean, a turn like that wasn't crazy, but I know the judges are going to love the drama. A little bit of a, whoa, is he going to fall moment. He didn't, of course not, but it's cool. Adds a bit of, excitement to the pit. And then I think this is sort of the difference between your two veterans and your world champions. Jackson Bunch has this maneuver on tap, but he doesn't quite have he's only got the 9 version in him at the moment. He doesn't really have the setup one. This is obviously the 9 version. But he got the confidence out of the first wave to go this big on the next one, for just dialing it back a little bit. The angle of entry on this one is so much more critical than the first one. He was a little more lateral on the earlier wave, but it's still got a really high score, and I'm expecting this one to go over, so it's going to put a lot of pressure back on Kanoa.
I mean, you even look at the turns that he got done out the back. Not this one, the one we just watched. I mean, he was airdropping down with the lip, and when you're hitting that section coming out of that first barrel, it is so critical if you're putting good up straight to lip. Let's look at this air. To your point, Stace, just that entry point, just more critical. Super tail high there, and just silky smooth landing. Straight into that layback hack. 0 downtime between the two.
All right, we'll dive into it here and just make a comparison on the split screen, having a look, comparing these maneuvers in terms of height. So this on the right is the one we just saw. Previous is on the left. Which are we liking? It's a simple question.
Oh, it's pretty straightforward, isn't it, guys?
Whoa.
The judges will make that decision for us.
They've done that. Italo Ferreira full of beans here in the third quarter. 9-1-3 for him. Absolute monster numbers. And just starting off real big and going even better. So improving on an already excellent number. And bookending his run. So his first right, his second left. Those are his counting scores. It's a whopping total 16.8. And now we chatted that running order. Surf and Tour requirement, basically go out and get 9s. That's what this guy's got to do. You'd back him to do it as well, the way he's been ripping in here. Igarashi into it on his right, pushing on that tail. He's a bit behind. Couple of pumps will get him super late in, which is technical, it's hard, and it's rewarded if he'll make it out. Travels for a while, and he'll go down.
I mean, he needed to do it on that wave. That was, I really, you know, I think that he's put some amazing lefts together this week, but for whatever reason, that the judges aren't seeming to loving him much more out of that mid-7 range. But I could see him getting a 9.27 on the right, but to be honest, when he first stood up on that wave, it didn't have that sort of 9 from the very first turn moment. And I think he had to try and manufacture a crazy deep tube, and that's what we saw there. It didn't quite pay off, but he had to go high risk.
You got to give it to him. It's go big or go, like, what are you going to do? Just die wondering. You can't die wondering about this. And I think he had to go big, and that's why he went so vertical. I mean, he got so into the lip. It was so late that third turn before he set up for the barrel. I mean, if he pulled it and he'd come out of the tube, I mean, that's a whole different story. You know, then you're thinking, okay, maybe he's on his way here.
Let's go!
Yes, indeed. Marcos, Italo's long-term friend and sort of, I guess, closest accomplice over the last couple of years. They've been doing great work together, and there it is.
Italo Ferreira heading to semi-finals here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Still got a wave to come for Kanoa Igarashi, but he can't do it numerically, and Ferreira just absolutely ripping into this quarter-final. Huge numbers from him, the 9.13 on his second left. We've talked about how hard it is to improve if you've already gone excellent. Not when your name's Italo Ferreira, so he will advance here. And setting up some really great looking matchups, performances. As you might expect, the pointy end of competition heading very much in the right direction. The numbers too, it's been a consistent theme throughout events that we've seen in the basin. There's excellent scores just raining down on finals day.
This is a perso here for Kanoa. I think he would like to walk away from this event with an excellent score on the left for the next one. You know, we'll be back.
He's back.
And, well, I mean, you know, these events are here to stay, and like he's going to want to obviously win one of these things, and it's similar case for Italo. He's going to want to score excellently on the right as well, and they're both getting real close to bumping in that 8-point range, but they haven't been able to get there yet, and it's not like they're surfing bad. Kanoa's absolutely ripping these lefts. I'm actually scratching my head as to what he could do differently to get an 8, because we have seen excellent scores just through turns this event, but not from him.
Quick glimpse there of Robbo. He'll be taking on Yago. That'll be a fourth quarter coming up real soon. Just one more wave to go in this. Inconsequential in terms of the outcome of it. Kanoa just look to try and express himself and carry some form and bring that over into Peniche, Portugal for stop 3, part of the world where he spent a load of time. He'll be feeling confident about heading over there. But right now, I think when he debriefs on this, he likes a challenge. He likes coming up against the very best. When we see the best of him historically, whenever he's taken on surfers like Italo, that's when he's brought his absolute best surfing. But after the momentum that he threw down yesterday, just been unable to recapture that here. And we have talked quite a lot about just kind of sticking to your own game and not getting too rattled. But how do you avoid actually not getting distracted when Italo's doing the type of stuff he did? Well, in the meantime, we'll just keep all eyes on Kanoa Igarashi. We'll finish up with a quarter-final place at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Igarashi getting real forward on the board. Sticking loads of body into the face to break, stall, slow down and get cover. Kanoa out. And he'll just sweep one with a cruisy style. And he will flick it up with a shove. Almost getting that done. And he'll go down and Be interesting to see his reaction really overall in terms of if you get the quarterfinals, it's a decent result, but ultimately surfer like him when these opportunities come along, he would be sort of sniffing a little blood, I feel, and would have been backing himself to go all the way.
It's always a bit of a sting to lose first heat of your day when you know there's a potential for a couple in the pipeline.
For sure. I also think, you know, coming into this event, he's definitely a favourite. I mean, both Italo and Kanoa are both favourites. I mean, they've matched up in the quarterfinals, obviously finals day, but I reckon Kanoa probably thinking he could have pushed a bit further, a bit deeper into this event.
Let's get down here from Italo Ferreira with AJ.
Italo, we've heard all day that guys are leveling up every single time they hit the water. What about you? That last wave, the 9.13, talk me through it.
Oh yeah, that was a really good wave, you know. I was so excited for that run because before I had a 8.5 and I was like, okay, let's do a little bit better. And after the first battle, I was looking for the air in the middle of the wave. I was like, no, okay, let's go. Oops.
Sorry, mid-interview, catching the board. Okay.
She's always gonna fly, so yeah. Yeah, I'm super stoked to make that one, and there's 2 more on the row, and yeah, I'm super excited. So let's do it.
What can we expect from you in the semis?
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking for same thing. Yeah, going hard, enjoy my moment, every single wave. Because it's pretty hard when you wake up and there is nothing to do, you know. You go to the gym and you stretch and you eat and you sleep again and you watch movie and you're waiting for your heat. But yeah, it's okay. I made my job on this one and I'm super happy and let's do it again.
See you in the next one.
Yeah, thank you.
Italo bouncing off the walls when he's not surfing and on a leap and a bound into semi-finals. Who's he going to come up against? Whoever it is, expect him to bring some serious fire. But it ain't going to be easy. It'll either be Jack Robinson or Yago Dora. And our fourth quarter. What an unbelievable matchup, these two. For a long time, they were stablemates. Both coaching with Leandro. Yago stepping away, doing it slightly different this season. Nevertheless, they're still vibing, hanging out. And it will be a case of enjoying each other's performance, maybe drawing a little inspiration from what the other's doing. Let's see how Jack can go here as he prepares for his run. In terms of what we've seen from him, Flick, so far, we always expect something just slightly unexpected from Jack. What's he going to do here?
Jack, for me, he's spent a lot of time in this pool, right? He's put the reps in, and he's been consistent all event. I'm looking forward to this matchup. We spoke about it in the morning show, just, you know, how many times Jack and Yago have matched up. But, either one of the two are always tending to pull something crazy out of the bag. So I feel like they bring the best out of each other. Fate keeps bringing them together for some weird reason. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to the battle.
Stacey, have you been surprised to see how many of his big results have come in more performance-type waves?
Oh, absolutely.
The,
the smaller the waves get, the better Jack does, which absolutely blows my mind.
He'll be looking to do exactly that here. As Robinson gets into it, opening up with his run, going first. His setup worked for some tube time. Robbo behind the curtain. Doesn't hang too long. Really nice silky float. And then a great arcing wrap. And then he'll sting out the tail, liberate the fins. Really good control from him. A nice casual calm air. This looks ominous. Big ramp for him. Loads of speed. Massive alley-oop. Skids it down off the roof. And a whip to finish. Tries to just throw the fins at the very ends of that wave. Jack Robinson very much going through the gears on the front foot, on the attack. And that was a great wave.
Super casual, right? He doesn't look too frantic. He never really does look frantic, let's be honest, right? I mean, we call him, you know, the master, the wizard, and all the shaman, but he's just looking relaxed. It's just a completed ride. He's going to take a lot of confidence from that.
I reckon he looks frantic when the waves are pumping. And he knows that he should be winning. And then he looks relaxed when he's his back's against the wall and he might be considered the underdog. And we saw that here. I'm also going to go out on a limb and say I reckon he's narrowed his stance.
Let's have a little look at that. Definitely pivoting, super critical off the bottom of the wave here. Just really looking cool, calm, and collected. I mean, just even the setup for this air, it's just so carefree. It's pretty crazy, right?
Oh, yeah, he's doing it he's going through the motions so well, but what he's doing is difficult. He's just making it look so easy.
What do we think the lower age limit is on being the shaman? Can you be like shaman when you're 15? I mean, do you have to get into your 20? When does shamanship actually officially start?
I mean, Flick can probably speak to this, but from an outsider looking in, I reckon I saw Jack do shaman stuff at the age of 13.
Oh, completely. I mean, I grew up surfing with Jack in Western Australia, and he's always just had a special connection with the ocean and just a read on waves and that instinct. And he can't touch in the back of his head there. Has a little look. He's all right. But
he's not doing the Jean Deroux claim, which is punching yourself in the head. I'm not joking.
Really? That's an interesting one.
You reckon he's narrowed his stance? He's looking so spicy.
I need to see a couple more waves to give a definite answer on that one, but I'll report back.
Okay.
Maybe I'll disagree with you.
Oh, please. I've been waiting all week.
Back foot up, front foot back?
Front foot back.
Bit of both?
Front foot back. I reckon he's pivoting way more, way better, way cleaner. But then, funnily enough, you mentioned that when he landed that alley-oop, his back foot was way above his deck grip, which is not traditionally where you want to be landing. Jack's so good at surfing, he could probably have both his feet on the nose of his board and ride out of it Duke style. Pretty good score there, 7-7, but I want to go out and put my head right on the line and say not enough to beat Yago here. Jack's got to really outpoint Yago on the right, and Yago's going to outpoint Jack on the left. I think everyone can probably see that from a mile away, but the difference with the lefts is we've consistently seen scores go into the 9s, and if they're not going into the 9s, the surf has fallen on an air that could have been a 9, whereas we're not seeing that on the right for whatever reason. Maybe the air section isn't as good today with the wind, probably the case, but I think Jack's going to have to go harder on his next ride for sure.
Yeah, a few things slightly counterintuitive. You would think the wind would actually favour on the right, where it's blowing more in that onshore direction rather than the offshore into the left, but it has been real successful for those airs, successful in terms of getting in the tube and getting deep, something that's been a hallmark of Robbo's career, and he'll do that here on this left. Different kind of desert left than what he'll surf around home. They're looking very much comfortable with his surrounds. Just throwing out the fins and reversing, then tapping for speed. He's going to have to come from back. He'll streak through the early part of the section. Won't find an exit there. So just putting himself a little bit back, and he'll leave, well, quite a bit in terms of points out there. Jack Robinson unable to really do major damage in terms of getting that completion on his first left. So his run will be complete. Obviously, the highlight was the 7-7 on the right-hander. And now we'll move over to Yago Dora. Shortly, we'll go to quick break. When we come back, Dora hitting the water. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro, diving into head-to-head matchups between Robbo and Yago. And interesting to note here, These all come in the last 2 seasons. First time they met was 2023, so this is all recent business.
Hey, they've
The
met
freshies.
up in a few quarterfinals, a couple of semi-finals, and you know, Jack's actually been the person that's put Iago to a stop to make it into those WSL finals. So I can't wait to see Iago open up here. I mean, he's been topic of a conversation of one of the best performers in the pool.
Yeah, in the pool and beyond stakes. A lot of people have been talking about Iago. The last couple of seasons particularly, there's been a lot more chat around him. Obviously, a lot of that is results-based and what he's been able to do, but also sort of looking forward as well. And some of his key attributes seem to be such a good fit for what you need to do on this tour.
Yeah, absolutely. He's so well-rounded in all different types of waves. And then also, you know, his weaknesses he's gotten stronger at. Obviously, he's got great support from Volcom in Hawaii. He spends a lot of time there out the front at pipe. And then his backhand's gotten way better, and hopefully we see that right here.
Felt like a moment a couple of years ago at J-Bay with some of the backhand maneuvers he was doing. They really just upped the ante with now no real chinks in his armor at all. Here he'll go, slicing in, cutting some water. Doesn't quite get the lip line float there.
Oh.
Just snatched at it a touch. And how many times have we seen someone get slightly off rhythm, not by much, and then completely unravel?
Yeah, interesting, right? You can sort of see a little bit of texture on the face of the right at the moment. Is looking a little bit tricky. Just got stuck in that bowly section at the bottom. But sort of evening the playing field a little bit. Let's see what happened. Just dynamic backhand here. Couple of cracks. Almost actually baubles there, just ever so slightly. I think it was that turn before that put him out of rhythm. And because the one prior to that, I think, was the moment. It was only ever so slightly, but he actually got just off beat. So let's have a look. You can see it just there. The nose ever so slightly digs, and he loses like half a second. Therefore, he gets up here a little bit late, and that wave just standing up and him losing his balance.
We have seen that a few times this week, haven't we? There's just a curve in the wave there. It sort of stays steeper than I think maybe the surfers anticipate. And to be honest, he still looked like he was in two minds about the barrel or not. I think that ultimately is what kind of brought him undone. He'll be obviously disappointed there.
Dora tripping up. The beginning of his opening run on the right. Just be a small number for him. Obviously comparing unfavorably with what Jack Robinson was able to do with his first right. Now, our attentions will turn when he'll go facing the wave, and we talked about just how lethal he's been. The surf ranch surfing lefts down the years. Just to sort of further to that as well, to the point Stace made earlier, just the way the biggest numbers have been coming here throughout the event has been on this left. Let's just delve into some of those numbers and look at just how many big ones have been able to post. So lefts in the wave pool down the years, occupying 3 those top 5 spots, all 9s.
Look, I mean, Stace, you said it before. I mean, the left is definitely a strong point, right? And just the variation, the creativity he brings, different sort of style too, different look at the wave. And this is definitely his strength. I mean, Jack, you know, let's look at what Jack did on the right on his forehand, you know, the 7-7. Probably wanting to keep at pace right here. So, you know, there is a bit of pressure. But regardless, it's finals day. You mentioned it, Stace. You're going to be putting up big totals. You want to be putting up big totals, right? You're saving your best surfing for now. You're clicking up into that top gear. So we just see the split screen and Jack just staying warm, keeping limber.
Yeah, I think Iago's one of the only surfers on the left that looks really good missing a turn. I think we all count turns like, you know, you've got to do 3 turns before the barrel, then you've got to get barreled, then it's 4 turns, and then it's maybe a head dip and then a huge air. Whereas Iago just seems to draw different lines from start to finish. And it's expansive. He's driving harder off the bottom. His calves are holding a bit longer. And obviously he's got the air at the end that we all know, and we're all waiting for that to happen. But it's what he does before then that is also a point of difference. He looks loose and free, and that's something that I think is going to be challenged right here because his back's against the wall. And you mentioned he wants to match Jack's 7-7. I think it needs to be like an 8-3-3 or higher to really put the pressure back on Robbo.
On the forehand, Dora looking to try and match some of his historic numbers that he's been able to post with a string of 9-point rides. You can already see a big spring in his step from the opening turns. And then the cover from him. inside that barrel section. Out he comes, hanging one in the lip, gets a mid-face pump, so not going straight back up for a maneuver. And then just swings out that tail, gets his nose going completely the wrong way. Check the speed here. From a low line, he'll go into a big old alley-oop. Absolutely stomps it, raking the rail line.
Wow.
And then he'll throw the tail, he'll revert back. That is exactly the way he needed to respond to what he did on the right. We're game on here.
Oh, wow. I mean, this is going to be a giant score, right? It was pretty impressive. You could see as soon as he stood up that he looked like he had a bit more power, a bit more acceleration, and a bit more grit to him.
Sick. Frothing. That's exactly what this heat needed. I kind of made it out like he wasn't going to get 3 turns for the pit, and he absolutely belted 3 huge turns before the barrel. But it's just this variety through the middle section. His tail's all over the place. He's sliding around, but he's not losing that forward momentum that some of the other surfers sometimes struggle with if they're, gee, that's a dangerous turn right there, they'll say that. But it didn't matter. He just wiped it off, and this turn here, incredible. And then I thought, oh, no, he's butchered. He's going to be too far behind. No chance. What did you like about it, Flick?
Oh, I just loved... Oh, wow. He really got the tail high there. You could really see, I feel like you could see he was trying to emphasize that. It was almost like he was in control more so than what other surfers have been in the air, and just that body awareness and the placement of the board, it kind of looked like to me that he was really trying to make an effort to make sure that tail went really high.
Yeah, he sort of drifted a bit first before, almost like delaying the rotation, or certainly made it look like that.
It felt like it was intentional, right? Like sometimes you get it into the air and it's kind of like, okay, whatever way I'm going here. Whereas to me, it looked like he had a bit more control as he punched through the lip here, just to really send that just magic. Seriously good stuff.
Oh, he nearly over-rotated, but that just added to the drama. And then I love, and this is just to speak to Iago's full game, is that he's able to do this maneuver and not lose the wave, whereas you'll see Italo finish the wave with the same turn, but it just, for whatever reason, hasn't been able to come out and do this as consistently as Iago, and it's just... He's got loose hips. He can do whatever he wants, and a big claim, and as he should be, a huge score there.
Iago Dora back on the deck and back in great spirits because the surfing's excellent. That's the opinion of the panel. 8-6-7 in for him.
Is this the weirdest scenario in professional sport?
Us?
Jump, yeah. That, and he jumps on the bike behind his old man who's coaching the other bloke. Like and they're all just such great people. Like, it's just this most unique. There's no like rivalry at all. It's just, how can there be? Or maybe there is. I don't know. But this is just bizarre.
Yeah, it is a really interesting situation, right? When you break it all down. Obviously.
And the last 2 years, 6 into 5, going for that last spot. Like, it's just, that's his flesh and blood. This is great. Great TV. Loving it.
As these quarters unfold, a little update. Italo Ferreira has taken control of the yellow jersey for the time being. He'll stick with it unless Ethan Ewing wins the event and Italo loses in the semi. Meanwhile, our attentions, they're on Jack Robinson. 7-7 is what he wants to improve on. You can see how different that right is with the wind behind it and a lot more crumble, but nevertheless, he does an outrageous tail stall into the Baz and then out. Nothing rushed here. And able just to cruise on that rail. Bit of spice, nice redirect. Wow. And again, just stinging into that crumble. And making a different look on each of those turns with the setup. Massive alley-oop of his own.
Stop it.
And he'll land with a layback and he'll hang on to it. 7-7 was his previous number. That's what he needs to improve on in terms of adding to his overall total hit. Decent number locked in. Can he go up towards excellent? He will then, of course, have a left as well. But right now, this one's so evenly matched.
Can we direct from the chair? Mashman, get us a replay of the right and the left side by side. Let's see which oop was better. That's for stitching me up in Fiji, bruv.
Well, we're going to have to obviously talk about landings as well, right? Because that's a part of it and how, these airs are being scored and exactly how clean the landing is. Generally speaking, the orthodoxy would be if you're laying back, not as clean, maybe getting a little penalised. Let's have another look here.
Yeah, so you know what? You can see the aggression in Jack straight away. I mean, there's pop here. That kick, he literally landed straight from that turn, kick-stalled it into the barrel. I mean, that's just that different sort of read on this wave. It's making it feel, it's giving that ocean-like feel of just reacting and instinct, right? Tails slide there, that redirect, the nose all the way back to the foam, pops it out over this section. So casual, but then can give so much aggression. And then into this alley-oop. He got the tail high there. Obviously, he wanted a cleaner finish, but the acrobats to actually stick that and hang on, it's pretty epic. What do you see here in this, Stace?
I think the bulk of the points in this ride are going to come from that middle combo in the middle, the carve to the snap. This is obviously an incredible air, and he's done so well to pull it off. I just think the judges are going to be really, really harsh with the landing, and as they should be. An amazing finish to the wave, though, and he did well to bring it down. And that's a good feeling, you know, when you think you've blown it, but then you haven't. You know, it's such a cool moment.
It, you know?
Big theatrics. So we'll see where that plays in. I'm not super confident though. It's going to be like a mass. If it is better than his 7.7, I think that'll come from the middle part of the wave, not necessarily just that air.
Plan A would be to stomp that thing real clean, but being able to pull that off, not only wherever this goes score-wise, just thinking psychologically, if you were to fall there and think, oh, maybe I was on the way to something massive, how much does that change what he might be able to do on his next wave? It is, hang on, numbers going to drop in now. Jack Robinson listening out, and there we go, 7.9 for him. Jack Robinson gets a slight improvement. So clawing back a little bit in terms of the deficit, just comparing those two high numbers on the forehand. Obviously, Jago's going to come again. But now thinking about that left 4-5. So improving on that. Doesn't need to be particularly spectacular surfing to best that, but that isn't really of any consequence, because what he really needs to do is go all the way up the scale. He wants to, probably going to need to go up to excellent or close to it. Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam will swoop in. Cast a beady eye over Western Australia's Jack Robinson. And here we go, as he'll fade the entry on his left. Jack setting up here, a little sting on his second turn, a little bit more hang time, tube time. Robinson grabbing the wall, putting himself as deep as pos. All right. This middle part, what's his approach going to be like here? He'll mix things, just recovering and accelerating with the bottom turn, stalling for a tube, everything leaning forwards, emerges low line, little adjust of the feet, he'll ditch the fins out, crucially a completion. In terms of the moment, the highlight of that wave,
Highlight of the wave was that he didn't go for the spin in the middle, because the judges just haven't been rewarding it. It's not worth the risk of what the points are getting back in return. He did it on the prior wave and only got a 4.5, and he only didn't make the pit and the last bit. So they're really, at the moment, Kanoa was doing it yesterday, I wouldn't see any reward for a backsider to do a spin. And I think he made the right call just to, he's basically just handballed the, the hot potato back to Jago. I don't think it's going to be a huge score, but he's going to up the game, and now it is up to Jago to take the heat out of Jack's hands.
Jack Robinson's work is done here. He'll definitely be improving on his 4.5. How much by? We'll find out soon. We'll also see Jago's second run. We'll be right back. The door not wide open here, but very much ajar. And that's the number looking. Iago Dora, his requirement at the moment, pretty modest, 5.16. Robinson getting a high five, it was 5.93. And that requirement, well, you back him to get it. Iago Dora, here he'll go. On the backhand here, being pretty patient with the setup work. You can see him just climbing the wave and getting into flow and rhythm. Nothing crazy in terms of aggression until that last turn. He just ups the ante a bit. Once again, a little bit more oomph in that. Just a touch repetitive with the 3 maneuvers through the mid part. And then he'll lean towards the wall. I'm not sure he'll disappear behind it. He'll try and throw up and get the varial done, but doesn't. Looked a little out of sorts there.
I'm nervous for him. I really am.
It gets more bizarre because the fact is that he feels less confident to get a 5.16 on the right, but he's probably more confident to now going to need a 9 on the left and more likely get it. Is just a bizarre turn of events because he for sure gets a 4 here, but does he get a 5? If he gets a 4, he's going to still be alive on this next left.
I know.
So he's gonna still be in the match if he doesn't get it.
Yeah.
And my point is he gets it on the next left.
But what would be the reason why he wouldn't get that score on this
There's
wave?
not one turn in that wave where he risked the wave. And he knew it. You could see in the body language here at the end, he starts trying to get there.
It's like he's trying to manufacture it.
He's trying to manufacture it. And he might still get it. It was nice surfing, but it's not a for sure that he's going to get the score here. And even the fact that he went for that at the end sort of shows me that maybe he needed to throw a little bit of salt on the bread there to get that one over the line. And obviously he was incomplete. It's just, you know, but he's not out of it. And Jack knows that. Like for Iago now on this next left, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, like I said, looking at that wave, he's more chance. There it is, a 4.53. So he's still alive on the left. He needs a 9.3, which he's so capable of getting. It's just wild to think he didn't want to crack that right.
I know, I'm scratching my head a bit too, but it is Iago and it is the left and it's he's so capable. But he's got such a deadly backhand that it's hard to think. I mean, I think back to El Salvador, the creativity he showed us there last year with those airs that he had, you know, just, it's possible.
Oh, for sure. He's done so much work going right though the last couple of years. I do expect more.
Question time. What does a 9.3 look like? How many more big alley-oops are we going to see? At what stage does surfers think, I need to mix this here? How much bigger can I go?
I think he hits the section a little earlier, it makes the landing a little more difficult, and there's your 9.3. That's why you need caddies and coaches in the water. Fire these lads up. Let's go, Iago. Come on. Obviously, I love Jack, and I'd love to see him get out of this heat into the quarters, into the semis, sorry. But, you know, we've been so entertained this week by the alley-oops at the end of the left in particular. And, you know, it's a crazy time right now.
9.3, the requirement for Iago Dora to get one over his good mate, Jack Robinson, who at the moment will be looking on from the deck here. There's obviously a huge screen as well. You can see it from any angle. That's what the spectators are enjoying. Anywhere you look, you can see exactly what's going down. Iago Dora right now with his thoughts. For most people, you think, yeah, okay, this is your fourth and final wave. You need a huge 9.3, so good luck with that. This isn't most people. It's Iago Dora. He's already had multiple 9s, 3 of the historic top 5 scores on the left. The Kelly Slater Wave Clo Tech. Speaking of tech, we're going to need to see a bit of that here from Iago if he wants to go to semis. Tube section here for Iago. See how long he sticks with this, because really, I don't know whether you get 9s for getting covered in that section. It's more about what comes towards the end of the wave. Big punt from him. He'll just throw it up. He'll drift through the air. He'll go down. And he'll remain a quarter finalist here. That will set up the situation in a second semi. We'll see a small matter of Italo Ferreira taking on Jack Robinson. Guys, a lot happened there, and a few surprises in terms of maybe a few mistakes, some stuff we weren't expecting to see.
Definitely a few surprises. I just still, you know, it's interesting when he could have broken it down in a 5, and I mean, he's not silly. He's going to know this. You could see the frustration on his face. You could see the disappointment. Just, an interesting end to that heat.
Jack Robbo's old school, man. He grinded that heat down. He put the pressure back on the younger surfer. Not by much, but he's younger. And you know, that's what 7 event wins looks like in as far as strategy is concerned. He went first, he put the pressure back on, and then there you go. It absolutely was a master play by Jack.
Robinson will advance to semi-finals. He'll face the brand new tenant rather than owner of the yellow jersey, Italo Ferreira, the only other server that can take it. But the other side of the draw, that will be Ethan Ewing. He'll need a win to get that. And there are only 4 surfers now remaining for the men. Disappointment for Yago Dora. He's been touted for a big result, for a win essentially here. A lot of people picked him. A lot of people double whamming him as well in their fantasy team. Possible groans going down around the world as they think, oh, backing him for the win. Jack Robinson be absolutely delighted by the way he was able to do that. Building crucial momentum to come into the semis. Yago, just a chance to reflect, really. Think about next time. Staying in the present and looking towards the future. Semis shaping up like this. Ethan taking on Rio. Italo against Jack Robinson. Reckon we might see some fireworks.
With every round, we're just seeing that performance go to that next level. And wow, I mean, it's hard for me to get my brain out of, you know, hard for me to not think about Italo. No, sometimes. But Italo, I just can't get him off the brain. I feel like he is electric. He's surfing so fast. He just looks fired up too, and I said it yesterday. If he just gets into one of those moves where he can't control himself, there's energy, he's bouncing off the walls, it's really hard to stop him.
Yeah, he's sort of a force of nature, isn't he? There's so much going on. We talk about vibes that surfers has. This is more like a throb. He's just absolutely buzzing around the place. And just all of that energy in this basin. It is entertainment squared and cubed. Looking forward now to women's first semi. Checking out Molly Picklum from Australia taking on Fiero. And again, in this matchup, we're looking at styles and approaches to wave riding. A little bit of a contrast. I thought some of that smoothness and creativity that we saw, particularly in backhand tubes from Vahine, has been really outstanding. Molly definitely seems to be zeroing in terms of that grit that she shows, and of course the unbelievable skill level as well. She'll need to bring that here. Our first semi for the women underway will be the Aussie Molly Picklum getting involved. Just gives that a little touch, doesn't want to do too much on that third maneuver before she goes into the barrel. Such an accomplished tube rider, a little extra bit of drainage there for Mol. And then out she come. And just carving, not the fastest carve we've ever seen on the face, and maybe a touch off time. Gets better there with a steeper section late into the tube. Oh, well done.
Pushing the trolley.
And out she comes. And Mol belting it for a finish. So from a mid part of the wave where maybe just didn't quite have the momentum, cleaned it up really well for the tube.
I liked it. It's just a measured approach to the first wave. She's going to apply some serious pressure here. It feels good to get a completion too. And she was seriously deep. Whether or not the entry looked that great, she just kept pushing there, as we see. Just a hug there between the two.
A lot of Philippe fins getting used this week. The FCS template. See Ma getting used well across the field here.
Let's go down and have a chat with Jack.
Jack, so much fun to see you lock in your spot here in the semifinals. What is the biggest thing that you wanted to show in that quarterfinals, knowing you were still hopefully have 2 more heats?
I think, you know, going against Yago, he's really, really good in the pool. So I just really tried to focus on myself and go out there and get a couple of good scores at the start, and then try and push it more towards the end because, yeah, I mean, that's what you got to do. I fell on the first left, so had to push harder on the right. But, yeah, I'm excited for the next one.
We just looked at the next one, semifinal heat against Italo. What's your response to that?
Yeah, let's freaking go, man. Italo and it's a good matchup. So yeah, always bring the fire.
We'll see you then.
Yeah. All right. See you soon.
Jack Robinson literally flying into semi-finals. He's going to need plenty more of that, you'll suspect. Great looking matchup. Those semis are set for the men. We're already into them for the women here. And a good number for Molly Picklum. That late entry into the tube is something that the judges identified before we started. If you stall for a while and we still see you on the face before you get covered, you can get penalized, getting rewarded. 7-5 for Molly. Decent. We're going to see her going left. Let's go and catch up. Kaipo, what are you about?
I'm about the Corona Cero bar here. We're on the top floor. Beautiful view over here. Enjoying my Corona Cero, 100% natural, 0% ABV. That means, Paul, you know there's no drinking on the job unless it's Corona Cero, and then it's okay.
Professionalism as ever on point from Kaipo. That looks delicious and refreshing. Really enjoying watching the surfing go down as well, as is the crowd here. They've been in full voice. Part of the reason for that, seeing the ultra elite surfers from around the world, mainly just because of performances that have gone down. Super entertaining in terms of a live event. Talked about how different this is from something that happens at a beach, just the geometry of this wave and the fact that when you're watching, the surfers aren't really coming towards you from a distance. They kind of go across your field of vision. So you almost get that extended sort of tennis head turn as you watch them go right and left across.
It's a really slow one.
Yeah, you have to hold it for a while before you look back the other way. We're about to see Molly go back the other way now on her left. Here she goes. Picklum, 7-5, solid for her on the right. Being patient. She's so good in the tube. Looking to try and use those skills right here. Oh, gets real deep, gets completely swallowed. Molly will go down, so unable to do much with the left. She's all right. That's what the tap on the head means. But in terms of points, she would have wanted possibly, my knees, quite a bit more than that.
Well, she's coming up against Vahine, right? And we've spoken about Vahine's barrel riding all event, how deep she's gotten in the tube. So I just feel that she's probably like, okay, I need to maximize the time here. Let's have a real crack. Molly also really good in the tube. We've seen it all last year. We've seen just how good her transition is in the barrel, her speed management.
Stace, always a pleasure. Thanks for coming in. We're going to change up the personnel. We'll bring in Joe Turpel and Jessie Mendez for the call. Women's semi-finals continue real soon. Semi-finals underway here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Molly Picklum versus Vahine Fiero. Vahine, part of the rookie class. Picklum already a few laps around the world, is already featured in the WSL Final 5. Joe Turpel with the Crewy champ, Jessie Mendez here for the call. Molly Picklum off to a great start, already on her forehand, getting that 7.5. And that really put her in a great place for a keeper score. Now she'll be working on improvement on the left.
I mean, that was very important for Molly to start with a 7.5 because Vahine has been on a roll, like just very solid both from forehand and backhand, and I feel like she's probably going to finish both of her waves, like from what we've been seeing it so far. So important start there for Molly, and applying a little bit of pressure into Vahine's first right.
Vahine Fiero has been enjoying some opportunities on the championship tour, but she is part of the rookie class, guaranteed for the first 7 stops. If she can make the cut, she'll have a complete season and try to compete for the world title, which will be at Cloudbreak this year. Nice clean start. I love how smooth she can get on her backhand and springs into action when she has a good section hit. That third turn looking so nice. Skips the barrel, continue to hit the lip, comes down with the whitewater section there. Flowing like water. That's the book she's reading right now, and she's just executing smooth transitions. Fiero puts her head down, lead arm guiding her out. The wind up and absolutely crushing finishing moves. 2-turn combination to follow the barrel ride. Off to a great start, and a really good comparison will be made to Molly Picklum's right. Molly got the 7-5, Vahine's in the mix.
I mean, as soon as I saw that first wave from Molly, I've noticed a little bit of an increase on the winds for the rights being offshore. And first thing that came to mind was just Vahine. Her point of difference is that entry to the barrel and the barrel ride, how she's able to get very deep on her backhand. And right here, because of the wind, she has to opt to go around. Mostly in her backhand gets very tricky to ride with all that water coming on her face. And just as you see right here, she's going to start timing it very nicely. Springing off the top. And then that second section gets a little bit more throaty because it bows out at you, so she was able to get nice and deep there and finish it off with 2 nice turns. But great way to start and not apply, but answer back to what Molly has just done on the 7.5. Flawless surfing there for Vahine.
Vahine just growing up in what would appear to be a fairy tale story on an outer island in French Polynesia with 2 younger sisters, Haimiti and Kohai, who are at the moment on the QS, but actually in different regions. Kohai in the Hawaii Tahiti region, and Haimiti is in Europe, competing for France on the QS region there. Haimiti last year built to a quarterfinal finish in a regional event, losing to Yolanda Hopkins. So for the parents, Vahine is saying they're missing their kids. You're kind of empty nesters these days, and they're all in different stages, different regions. Vahine leading the charge on the championship tour. But it was more important for her to have a boat or a ski growing up than it was a car, because all the waves she was surfing were accessible by boat. So she'd load up the boat, she knew how to start the engine, drop anchor, and jump into perfect waves with her younger sisters.
And you can, Joe, you can also, you've been to Tahiti before, you can also get to your superettes and the restaurants by boat there as well. You know, they're usually right in front of the dock, so you just kind of anchor it down and go for a snack.
It's one of the coolest things when you wake up early in Teahupo, and all of a sudden you see a boat and there's like 6 kids with backpacks on, and they're just like little motorboat just taking them to school. It's a absolute paradise, a stop on tour, and a place where Vahine experienced her first CT win. Speaking of Teahupo, Kauli Vost, Olympic gold medalist, has been enjoying his time and whipping up around to different things to check out. A lot of sporting events here. Went up to Dubai the other day, but all the support will be for Vahine in this semifinal. Fiero starts with a 6 compared to Molly's 7.5. But now Vahine will be on her front side for the left. Just a setup turn to get this one going. Leans back, and she's going to pay for it. Trying to draw a different line on her second turn. So almost some similarities there. Molly fell on the left as well.
I've really liked what I saw there. I feel like she has to go for broke in order to beat Molly. And mostly because Molly fell on her left. Like, she still have a huge gap of improvement on the last left she's gonna ride. So important decision there, I think, in my opinion, for Vahine. You're gonna see she's gonna start with that nice first snap, setting up for the next turn. There's a drawn out layback carve. You're gonna see that back arm is gonna sustain her in the water, and she drags all that inside rail. Beautiful turn from her, but just applies a little bit too much pressure on that front foot, and what that does, digs the rail a little bit more than you're hoping for, and the boards get stuck, and you keep moving forward, and the board stops.
Both surfers finished their first run. Coming up next, it's run number 2 for Australia's Molly Picklum. We'll be right back.
So we can change it.
Great opportunity to check out the WSL store. It's just WSLstore.com. Get all the fresh gear from the first ever event at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. One-of-a-kind merchandise, historical event. First time ever having pro surfing at this world-class facility. And also here in the Middle East, in the UAE. Molly Picklum has had her jersey, been sold quite a few times, getting the number 26. Her coach at the time, Glenn Michael Hall, had the number 25 when he was on tour. So she's like, I'm going to one-up you and get 26. Changing gears this year with coaching, and I think she's going to mix it up a bit this season.
What would you do in that situation with the 7.5 already such a high score on the right and needing to better, needing the energy to better on that last left?
I think you just wouldn't want it to come down to a 0.5 decision. I'd be swinging for an 8 at least, looking for improvement, but she's got a good pace, nice rhythm, pulls in. At this point of the event, they're just doing this on feel. They know what each section feels like. Pushing harder, little extended slide, puts her in a great spot to drill it again. 2 big moves for Picklum. Attacks it, flows into the hollow part of the wave. Let's see if she changes gears on her finish. She's been loving a carve, this time a grab rail, Caity, and has enough room to throw down a few more extras, and she'll step off.
You're right, Joe. You're definitely right. And that's the case scenario of having an identical wave come for you after you already have a sustained, solid foundation on your first wave. You just know you need to push a little bit harder. Have the same line, but push harder. And that's exactly what she did. And the most damage was done on this turn right here, setting herself up for success on that beautiful tube ride. But even more on the last few turns before the barrel, you're gonna see her. She's gonna do this nice finner right there, and now she's gonna push a lot, way more than she has been doing. At least on top of the coping right there. Point of difference, aggressive. Getting the fins free, which is very technical and hard to control, and finish it off strong. Like, I mean, I personally like this wave better. Let's see what the judges think. But that's what I'm talking about. She's going to press on that back foot, and now she's going to start transferring weight to the front foot. You see how on top of her front leg she is, and that helps her get the fins disengaged. And she does that once again, but a little bit less. And you can see the difference in approach of her stance and balance on top of the board right there. A little bit more balanced it out, but the first turn really pushing the back foot and transferring all that weight to the front foot to get that nice extension on the tail and the fins. Amazing surfing from Molly.
Really well done. Just put that whole thing together really well, and she's just got such a nice connection to the right. She's feeling the scale really well, 7.5, and so she's trying to push it into the excellent range against Vahine. Vahine's been clutch. She had to deal with the night session, so she's coming in with confidence. Vahine also got past a world champ earlier today in Caroline Marks. Numbers locking in for Molly. She's successful with it, making a big improvement, 8.67.
The crazy thing about it though, like she needs to finish this left. Otherwise, I feel like she's gonna be in a lot of trouble. As much as she has that huge score of an 8.67, which is gonna weigh it up a lot, she still has that 1.93 on the left, and you have to count one left on right in order to make out of this round here and go into the finals.
So different ways to make a big score. Just because it's barreling doesn't mean you necessarily have to pull in, but you have to make that time useful. Don't want to just be sitting there. So nice and creative for Molly Picklum just to lay down some big turns, push a bit harder than her weight before, and here comes her left. You can see it starts off real slopey and then starts building. Usually by your third turn, you can really crush the lip. She puts it right in the pocket, now laying low, and she's gonna hold this stance for a bit here. That's a big challenge to learn at the basin when you just have to stay at the bottom of the wave. Make sure you don't get clipped, but she sweeps that section well. Another great backhand turn. Best maneuvers coming out of the barrel. Now pulling in, laying really low, completely disappearing, and Molly Picklum gets stuck on the end section. Only had a 193 on her left on her first run. So we will see a significant improvement there, even with the fall in the barrel. And then improving on the 8.67, I think she's still in a good spot.
I mean, and that was the importance to Joe of her actually going for it on that right, because now with that huge gap as so far as what we see in front of us, obviously Vahine still has 2 waves to be served, but that gap could make a big difference. Even her falling off on that last barrel on this wave here, and as you see it, she's a little bit more timid on that wave. She's still confident, but she's not trying to push too hard because she knows she doesn't need to. She already has a massive score on the right. She just needed to finish this wave. That was a very sketchy section right there. She almost nosedive. And then right here unleashes another turn. It feels like she was setting herself up for success, but just a little bit too late. Needed that pump to be a little bit with more energy. As you see, this is the turn I'm talking about, right after the barrel. The wave's still bottoming out. She gets up in vertical. Beautiful, very technical, critical. Almost get that nose dug in. Still comes out clean. Pushes on that turn even nicer. Driving through more. Relaying on those fins at that inside rail to get some good spray out the back. Air drops it right here and ended up coming stuck, but she did the damage. She's definitely going to better that 1.93 by a good margin.
Just a bit don't like just get to it. Especially having that.
Well, high five there from her coach for this event, Chris Bond. And the runs are complete for Molly Picklum. Now it's up to Vahine to answer back. Fiero will have one more right, one more left to try to take this one off of Molly Picklum. Whoever wins this gets to be in the final here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Vahine having a 6 on the right. She's done better in the past, so she can make an improvement there. And falling on her second turn on the left, she's looking to get 2 new scores, really, on her final run here. As we see the reigning world champion, Caity Simmers, preparing for Gabriella Bryan. working with Tommy Witz. That's their crew there. Griffin Colapinto's been fired up on the competitive atmosphere today. And Gabriella Bryan improves every time she shows up for a new season on tour. You can easily say that she is one of the most powerful surfers on this tour. Vahine achieving her 4th career CT semifinal. 3 previous were wild card opportunities. Nice, clean, stylish way to set up and stall for the barrel. A little bit out in front, so she's switching gears. Big connection there. Using the whitewater well. Nice swipe there. And now laying low, setting up the backhand barrel. Stall really early, and she will keep her head down to make it. She's been really consistent with these backside turns at the very tail end of the wave, getting 3 in, and she'll step off. So had the 6.0 on her first try. And I guess when you break it down into sections, when you look out the back, you know, the bummer for her was just pulling in and not getting barreled. That's that downtime she wished she could take back and have just kept on swinging for the lip.
I agree with you, Joe, and also that sets you up a little bit behind usually. That section runs pretty fast. Great timing for her. The only thing, like if I'm in comparison with Molly, sometimes it's more, she has more timing and she throws spray upwards because of just the precision of that, but Molly has been laying a little bit more on the rail, like relaying on that. And that's sometimes kind of obvious, obviously, because she's on her back foot, so you tend to be pivot more off your back foot instead of driving through the turns. But that was a very similar wave to her previous right. Let's see what the judges are going to think. Beautiful snap right there, and that's what I'm talking. Look at the timing, like just clean rails all the time. Rarely ever hitting the foam, you know. Just when she does, she just goes above that, making sure the spray gets thrown out the back. See it once again, perfect timing as that lip was coming down. But I think she did lack a little bit of rail game right there, driving through the not just the fins, but also that inside rail. And it might reflect on her score.
Last right for Vahine Fierro doesn't help her out. She'll keep her opener at a 6.0. That one falling short at a 5.07. So now it's coming down to one last chance to turn this one for a shot at the CT final here in Abu Dhabi. A 7.78 is the requirement for the surfer representing France and French Polynesia. But she's proved to the world that she's got the whole package for the tour. Great barrel rider, great over heavy water conditions. Smooth backhand that looks great here in this wave pool. And great vision once again on the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam. 75,000 square meters, about 10.5 football fields. Just a gigantic pool. There's a pipe that goes out to the Arabian Gulf and fills it up with salt water. Then with the Kelly Slater Waveco technology, great construction by Modon. They've created a perfect wave here in the Middle East. Watch this, big blast there from Vahine. That was the turn that got her on her first try. This time she stays overboard. Getting really low. Gets a nice frontside tube. Little chatter on the face. Now she's winding up for it. Hits the lip well. Leans back just to switch gears on her carves. Hits the lip. Nice drawn out bottom turn. Pulling in super deep on the end, and Fiero gets caught. Chasing a 7.78. It will be her keeper left since she fell on her first run on her second turn. And just a little bit too deep.
Her boyfriend is hilarious. I always crack up on the things that he's pulling. Such a good crew. Such a good crew. They're having a good time. That's awesome.
Spirits are so high. Austin's awesome. What a legend. Such a happy spirit. They just are laughing all day long out here, enjoying the ping pong table, battling, enjoying the good food. I saw Austin go back for seconds, then thirds.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Did he leave us some?
Probably. And Molly picking up some new coaching with Chris Bond, and he's been spending a lot of time out here at this facility. And it reminds me of kind of an approach that champions like Carissa Moore did. You know?
That's the first person that comes to mind.
It's like she kind of used a different coach at a lot of locations. Riss would call up the Sheridans and West Oz. She'd had CJ Hobgood sometimes in her corner. Love Hodel when it came to
Hawaii.
Pipeline.
Correct.
Yeah, Poncho Sullivan before that at Sunset. And it's, hey, you pick up all these bits of details from all these great surfing minds.
Job as well. Jamie O'Brien at Pipeline before.
Gosh, so many. List goes on and on. Shane Beshin even before that. Checking out semifinal heat number 1. It's Molly Picklum, 8.67 and a 5.10. Getting the jump into the final at the first ever Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Vahine leaving with an equal third, and now we've got a big battle here. Caity Simmers just getting to third. We'll be taking the leader's jersey from Tyler Wright. We'll give you those final scenarios once this whole thing's wrapped up. And Gabriella Bryan looking so strong from the practice sessions, just even her spirit. She said her boards are perfect. She said she's never had a board she didn't like from Matt Biola's. And she has a couple of different paint jobs on them that were done by Matt's daughter, art by Ryder. She's going, okay, this is the one I like. And just she knows it by the color of the board because the dimensions are the same. And then it's actually changed over the last couple days. So, no, that one feels better. So, hey, she's got 2 magic boards.
Just don't mess up when you pick it up and forget about it, you know? What a great match. Like, completely polar opposite contrast right here. Like, you have the wild card, Caitlin Simmers, that you have no clue if she's going to take off and maybe do a drawn-out cutback. And you have the most powerful surfer that's going to stick to her guns and is going to move as much water as possible here.
Last year's world champ setting up that rail, fading. Just looks so free in these lines. Way out in the flats for that bottom turn to set up this tube ride. Loves getting barreled. Runner-up at Pipe this year, champ the year before. 5 CT wins in 2 seasons. Now she's setting up the end section barrel. Simmers representing Oceanside, California, getting trained, and see how she plays with the end section. Real stylish off the top, belts it more vertical again, and steps off with pure stoke. Youngest world champ in history. Looking to go back-to-back and off to a great start. Already back on top of the leaderboard. And adapting to a new venue very quickly, just like champions do.
Man, she's playing the game now. Like, that's what I've noticed from this year. Like, she's different. Like, she's competing more, being smarter, and that's what she did in this wave. Like, didn't try and get too fancy, just straight to work. Amazing tube riding. Notice that technique on her front foot and back foot. Like, moves forward, and now she's gonna bring that back foot backwards once again, because that's where the board's most sensitive. It's right on top of the fins. It makes you direct the board faster. And once again, she's gonna move her back foot forward. Right there. It's in front of the pad. She moves it backwards once again. She'll finish with that big turn. That's just footwork to its max capacity.
Really liked you focusing on the footwork there. Making a big difference. Simmers doing it so well. Let's hear from a finalist. Molly Picklum is with AJ.
Thanks so much, Joe. Molly, so fun to watch you watch that event as it's unfolding, and what I want to know what's going through your head as you're watching the other waves.
Yeah, for sure. Going first was a bit different for me. All my heats I'd been going after. So yeah, I was stressed, not going to lie. Vahine's shreds, you know, and he's so good out here. She can get so deep in the barrel, and yeah, I was nervous as.
And there was a lot of debriefing happening between the waves and after the heat. What's the biggest thing you want to focus on for the finals?
Yeah, I think your approach changes depending on what scores come in and how high your score is, so then trying to back your own up. But then, yeah, for us, it's just like keep sticking to your strength. I have a forehand, I have a backhand, and that one I went more on my forehand than I did my backhand. So let's hope I can lean on them both and get big scores.
We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Yeah, that was amazing watching Molly's reaction. One first, reacting to the wave, but the reaction when she realized she made the final. She has 2 championship tour wins. She's done it at the same venue, back-to-back at Sunset Beach. But maybe there's something about stop 2 of the season, because Sunset was stop 2. Comes in really prepared from an off season, and she's able to get a quick start. Molly's been very consistent now the last 3 consecutive years with stop 1 and 2 of the year.
Yeah, like it's been just very impressive, the type of surfing. She mostly on the beginning of the year, how good she is, and I hope she can carry that throughout the end, because it could be a big difference. Surfing better than ever, competing better than ever, just heat IQ to the max right there.
Caity Simmers, jersey number 76, area code of Oceanside, California, 760. She's going to roll in on that Chris Borst design. Just getting her flow state, a little bit late on her heels, and she's still trying to sneak in there and almost recovered it. You could tell right away, though, she was a little off on one of the carves. Still attempted to go vert, but put her behind. So she'll have some work to do on her second left. She's just got another one of the greatest right scores that we've had in the last couple days, though. So she'll be feeling good with that 8.43. What happened on the left?
Just one of those turns that you get a little bit hung up, and then when you try to regroup, that wave is just screaming down the line. Like, nothing that we haven't seen it yet, Joe, but as you see it, that lip right there is like glue. And she gets stuck. She's trying to force through. She's going to try and regroup as much as she can. You see the urgency right there. She's looking at down the line, knowing already she's a bit too late. Try to sneak herself in under the hood right there, but she's going to get lipped right about now. 1, 2, 3. Boom. That's just a guillotine to your head, and it just makes you lose balance.
And
We've seen it a lot of that already, though.
And even though it's a waypoint, you still get a wipeout out here. I mean, it's got the power. She'll shake that off and prepare for her second run. We'll be seeing Gabriella Bryan answer to Caity Simmers when we come back. The Surf Abu Dhabi Pro is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Corona Cerro, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by Surf Abu Dhabi. Find your wave. Gabriella Bryan's turn to answer to Caity Simmers. Caity got an 8.43 on her right, a 2.0 on the left, so still wide open for a chance to compete with Molly Picklum in the final. Gabriella Bryan going from strength to strength ever since she qualified for this tour. She was always solid with a big frontside power gouge, but it got bigger in the off season, stronger. She could throw some water way out of this basin. There she goes, making it rain. Gabby Bryan drills that section. How about timing and authority? Nice little view under the hood. Drives into that section. I love that turn, seeing some fins. Little chip off the lip and then swing it again. Crushing that section. Gabby Bryan might be the most powerful surfer on tour. Big example of it right there again, and oh my goodness, putting that thing away. Richard Dog Marsh clapping. Tommy Witz is going to clap, showing his respect for just amazing surfing there.
She literally destroyed that wave. Like, it's the same thing as you get an object off the 10th floor and just throwing it down. Like, you're going to see it right here. She's going to start to put on the gas. Massive turn right there. So strong. This is the only flawless of the wave. Like, she didn't get that deep in that first barrel and the second barrel, but look at this turn right here. So unreal. Making sure she extended as much as she could, and once again setting up for this explosive maneuver right here. So much water displacement, so powerful. And that's the problem right there. A little bit in front of that barrel, but look at this next turn right now. So much explosiveness through her surfing. As you can see it, that nose of the board getting redirected, coming back pretty clean with speed. And that's just that turn before the first barrel. And there's more damage to be done right here. Does that high line, gets the speed. It's gonna, she literally sinked half of that board down. Like, there's no one that is pushing that much water as Gabby Bryan on the woman surfing right now. And then two bangers to finish it up. Just so explosive, so powerful. Pleasing to the eye, never gets old.
And how about that respect from her opponent and the reigning world champ, along with her coach, just giving a little clap. They enjoyed that ride, and they're gonna try to be inspired to answer back. But I love how professional that was, respecting your opponent, applauding good surfing, as this rivalry is just developing now into their fourth matchup on the CT level. Let's break it open here. Caity at the moment leading just 2-1, so relatively close. They've both thrown excellent scores at each other in the past. Caity's had an 8.5 previous. She's already got an 8.43 against Gabby in this one. Gabby trying to even things up there in the wave pool if she can get a win in this semifinal. Scores now locking in for Gabriella Bryan's opening right, a 7.5. So under Caity's 8.43. One judge threw an excellent score. They dropped the high and the low. So a 7.5, and now she'll look to take the lead. Remember, Caity fell on the left, so a good opportunity for Bryan to get the lead change. She had a torn labrum last year in her shoulder that she just surfed through all year. Said sometimes feeling like she barely could paddle. She's so happy to be 100%. Even with that torn labrum, she almost made the final five. Thinking about the barrel, trying to get that stance dialed, a little bit out in front. She's gonna hang in there. Getting in the zone for a bit. Now back to throwing water. Crushing that section again. She'll just start getting the right speed up to make this barrel. See how it just really speeds up when it hits that part of the basin. Now she's gonna wind up for a big power hack to finish off her first run in this semifinal. we will see Gabriella Bryan take the lead before we start run number 2 for Caity Simmers.
I like what I see, Joe. Obviously, there's more opportunity on both of the barrels once again, but solid surfing, and I like the fact that she's throwing the ball to Caitlin Simmers' corner right there. Like, it's going to add pressure. Obviously, Caitlin already with a massive score on the 843. I don't think we have seen a bigger score on the women's side so for her to better will be very hard, and the pressure is all going to be on the left. As you see right there, she takes a little bit too long to set up for that barrel and gets a little bit ahead. She gets covered, not so deep, but then starts to do some damage on her rail as usual and as we expected. And here once again, does that early pump, sets herself a little bit in front. This time doesn't get covered, but finish it off strong. And I think the most important thing about this wave is just to finish it off on a high note, making sure she stick that left to apply pressure to Caitlin, and if she needs, she'll better herself on the next 2 attempts she would have ahead of her. As you see it right there from that front angle, starts to get covered right there halfway through that barrel. Gets covered once again, but didn't get as deep. But this is a beautiful turn from Gabby. Look how much spray is off the back. And we're just looking at a very tight shot right there of the camera. Like, that thing was going up in the sky.
Yeah, no, you did really good. And every, the top end was so sick.
Sick, huh?
Oh, attack. When I see you do that from the top, it's like, yeah, here we go, you know. At least you're leaning in no matter what.
Yeah.
Right? But you left a lot on the left, that's good. Just the barrel again.
First of all.
Yeah. I think you really got to concentrate on the third hit.
Yeah.
So off the top, 1, 2, 3. You got to really connect with that one. So you're coming a little from behind, because you're getting in front, then slowing down. And if you can come a touch from behind, then stuff it in. It just makes it a little bit like less downtime.
Yeah.
And then the rest was great.
Gabriella Bryan taking it in from Richard Dog Marsh, her coach, a great human being, his dog, and still passionate about the sport of surfing at the highest level. Caity Simmers is going different on us here. Drawn out roundhouse cutback, and then combos it up with a big climb, just like she was at lower trestles. Now setting up this barrel, wide open pit, just like she was at Snapper Rocks. Comes out almost like a stand-up pit there and lays it down. Judges are gonna love that creativity. Blowing the fins out. Oh my goodness, releases that lean back into the barrel late. Simmers is out, and now winding up for the end section. Beautiful snap there, and she'll just let go. One of the dreamiest rides we've seen in the last couple of days. Changing gears on her lines, bringing spark to one of the most classic moves in the game, that big roundhouse on that opening section.
I think I've mentioned about the roundhouse, right? Like, you never know what she's going to throw at us, and that's the first thing that comes to mind. This is the only turn no one does it at the pool, and I feel like she almost took off deeper than anyone has ever did, at least in this event, to get that speed down the line. As soon as people are taking off, she was doing that drawn-out carve. Beautiful phone climb, and still does that third turn, so she had to be taking off at least 10 or 15 foot deeper than everyone. And you can notice that, look how tall she's standing. I mean, not many people would be able to pull that off, because a lot of the boys mostly are much taller than that. And then look how much she's gonna push on this turn right here. Beautiful layback snap. And then she gets as deep as you could possibly do once again. Kind of goes for that carve with the rail grab, but it was a little bit too bottomed out of a section, and she kind of gets it more aggressive into it. Look at the technique, how she's gonna look back into the foam, eye it down, where she needs to hit it. so hard to do out here. Like, redirect her board that much. And it just sets her up into success, into a perfect timing. That was so pleasant to the eye, Joe.
That was beautiful. A 9.57 best score goes to the reigning world champ, almost getting, well, a bit closer to the 10. But the transition into the barrel, she actually had an attempt at that roundhouse earlier, but didn't make the section, sprayed the fencing. So she took advantage of an opportunity to try out that move. She released a roundhouse cutty on way to her world title at lowers as well. Just the way she does it is
Joe,
so pleasing on the eyes.
I'm interested to know if she actually took off deeper than she has been, because I kind of saw the flag as she was taking off. She was a bit far down. I mean, actually deeper than most of the people were, and you could tell by the wave when she took off. There's a lot of sections right in front, and usually where everyone takes off a bit slower. So she did that to get that momentum to go for that big cutty when the wave slows down. I could be wrong, but I had that feeling.
Let's kind of inspect it again.
Look, that's the red flag where people are usually taking off just a little bit after that. And in my opinion, it seems like she did a little bit deeper than most of it, but I could be wrong. I could be just saying that for saying, but that was a beautiful drawn out cutback. It'll be interesting to see maybe all her rights when it comes up. And just set her up for perfect timing on the wave. That's genius. Like, that's amazing. That's why she got a 9.57.
Wow, that was insane. She sees different things, but she's got that special read. Kind of like Curran. Throw a little Reynolds in there. A little bit of Lisa Anderson. Here we go. Caity Simmers with the 9.57. Still needs to perform. Needs a 3.63. Grabbing the rail. Some travel time. Putting herself in the barrel and holding her line well. Sometimes it could be a little bit more stressful when you're surfing for a 3. But putting together some fading turns. This thing's starting to move. She puts her head down. Simmers makes it. Now setting up a little shove it opportunity, and she'll step off of her final wave there. Her family's so supportive. Her mom, a hospice nurse, her dad, an electrician, Timo, her brother, a great surfer. And they love seeing Caity Simmers perform. Following up the 9.57, needed a 3.63 here.
I just love the heat IQ right there. Like, you notice that she was always going for that third turn before that first barrel, which is very critical, but now she doesn't need to put herself in that risk. She makes sure she gets nice and early in that barrel, and then once she's there, stable and matching the pace of the wave, she's trying to slow herself down. Here, right now, this turn gets a little sketchy. She almost sketches a little bit too much, but once again, doesn't try to get that third turn before the second barrel. Just want to make sure she finishes off the wave and throw the ball back into Gabriella's corner, because she only needs a 3.63 and goes for a shove it just for the fun. Didn't push that back foot enough, but hey, that's okay. Why would you anyways? Save that for the final.
You can tell she's enjoying her job. Getting paid to ride waves at the highest level, already one of the best ever to do it. Being a world champion means that you are the best surfer in the world. And looking to go 2 in a row this season. Already taken the leader's jersey from Tyler. Might make it into the semifinal. Picklum was in that leader's jersey conversation when Tyler was knocked out of the event yesterday. Molly's the one that's waiting in the final.
Just shot a nice backhand turn at the end with it. It's efficient, but that's you, dude.
I literally, though.
Solid 9.5 and 5.5.
Yeah.
16 points. What'd she do? Does she not surf this and go big on? Nah, she's good.
No, she's going.
If she's good enough, she's good enough, right?
Yeah.
You did your fucking job. It was incredible. Right?
Oh my god, needing a 3.6 here? What the fuck do you
Dude,
do?
I walked and grabbed, like, you commit. That's all I
Yeah.
said, commit.
I was
You
like,
can't
commit,
not.
but I'm
I've
not
seen-
gonna go.
I've seen so many people not commit
Yeah.
to the run. to your run? I thought I said you've done it 100 times.
I was like,
But
do I
you
skip
stacked
the
off-
barrel? But I haven't skipped the barrel once. So I was like, no, I can't
That's
do
your
that.
power.
Yeah.
That's your superwoman power. The barrel, you kidding? If you ever skip the barrel, I'd just walk away.
Never get to that
You went
point.
really wide at the start, though.
I know.
I was like, oh no.
That's a very transparent conversation right there.
Oh, I enjoyed every bit of that. Katie with her coach, Tommy Whitaker, talking about the nerves of chasing a 3-score and how much that could get into your head. Here comes Gabby Bryan. There also we're diving into what she might do here. She had a 7.5. She's going to try to really get it closer by getting this into the X1 range. Good start out the back. Quick look at the barrel. Big money turn there. She looks at her tail pad, crushes it again. Flexing off the lip with the fins out, putting everything into every maneuver. Gabriella pulls up and under. She's going to get drained. Makes it. Throws in a lot into that open face hammer and shuts it down. Holy smokes. That was brilliant.
Did you hear Dog on the back just going, wow. How could you not?
Wow, she's got a fire hose on the back of that Mayhem, throwing so much spray. But a lot of differences in the way she throws power. She can throw those little jams on the face and then go off the lip and blow the fins out.
And that actually happens when you're back against the wall and you actually need a massive score to match that 9.57. You're gonna see here she started to unleash it, bringing something new, a little bit more critical. Look how much she pushes that back foot. And this one, even more, kind of a layback snap with some tail throw. And those are all back-to-back maneuvers. Like we see a lot of surfers pushing it one turn and then kind of regrouping into the next one and keeping the flow, but she did 4 times back-to-back.
That sequence of power hooks was unbelievable.
Look at this. Look at it inside rail getting digged once again in a good way. Like half of her board was inside the water. And let's just mention that she cleaned up the problem that she had on the previous wave. Look how deep she gets in that barrel. Comes out and finish it off strong once again. Listening to her coach, Doug Marshall. Clearly, she did a lot of adjustments into this ride. Tommy Witt's even impressed, AKA Easter Bunny right there.
How good is pro surfing right now? The level just lifting. We're gonna have to fill some water in with the Arabian Gulf because Gabby just displaced a serious amount of water on every single turn. That was impressive. And it's a totally different transition from the way Katie's performing on the right.
And that's the cool part. That's why I mentioned to you, you have a wild card and you have the most powerful surfer in the water having the same exact platform. Like, it's gonna be fireworks no matter what, but just different style, and that's what makes surfing so unique.
When you look at Gabriella's strengths, it's that front side hack. I actually talked to her about it before the season started. She's aware of it. She knows she could beat most people on tour when she releases it. It's an 8.83. She improved significantly from her 7.5.
This is so nerve-wracking right now.
And now Gabriella's chasing a 6.32.
Dog's laughing.
It's kind of just this part where they're just enjoying a battle. It's so unique to be in this format. Coaches next to each other. Her competitor applauding every turn. The vibe is lifting. Kind of reminds you of skate parks when everyone's cheering for people to go bigger. It has that kind of camaraderie and vibe here. Let's see what Gabby can do. Needs a 6.32. Starting off with a couple of turns. That one more critical. Right into a sweep for that rail to pull in. Dog identified that third turn being really important, and she reacted. Throwing some water off the rail again. Right in the pocket. Hammers it one more time, and now really reaching for the end section. She's got the speed, but gets lipped in the head on the way down the line.
She was there.
Wow.
She had it. 6-3 chew. That was for sure a 6-3 chew if she would have came out of that barrel. Now it's the question asked to the judges. No matter the outcome, I think she should be so proud of the type of surfing she's done. Gabby was so impressive in this whole event, but especially in this last heat. She was on her way. Right now, just gets a little bit too high. Gets clipped on the head. You can see Doc just baffled in disbelief of what happened. Look how much water displacement right there. Critical. This turn even better, more critical. And a third one, and that's the combination of, this is pretty incredible. Like, I'm not counting her out yet.
Well, you got to compare it to Katie's 5.57 on her left and the amount of power that Gabriella's putting in the pocket, even without the barrel.
But she does need not more than a point. 6.3 she needs.
That's right. Scores locking in for Gabriella Bryan, and the decision is made, and it is just under the requirement of 5.7. Must have come down to that last barrel getting clipped.
Great surfing.
Wow. This battle will be fun to watch for the ages. I wish we could give him another run. It will be Caity Simmers moving on to the final with a big 9.57 from that right. Can she even change gears and give us another look at this wave? Got the roundhouse cutback, so much flair and finesse. Gabriella Bryan leaving Abu Dhabi with an equal third as she'll prepare for Portugal. Now it's time for the men to hit the pool. Ethan Ewing versus Rio Waida. Australia versus Indonesia. Two regular footers going head to head for a shot to be in the final. Let's hear from Caity Simmers with AJ.
Caity getting ready for a big next heat. Not a lot of time. How do you get ready for it?
That was crazy. Yeah, Gabby was like going crazy in that one, and it was really fun to watch. And just fun to be a part of, like, heats that exciting. And also I feel like me and her surf so differently, and that's like my favorite part of surfing and watching surf heats is when there's like two people with like completely different styles that they're both getting like good scores, because there's like there's a lot of ways to get a score in surfing, and I think in times that it can be shown, then it's really cool. And yeah, that was fun.
Cool indeed. Looking forward to seeing what you show us in the next one. Congratulations.
Yep.
Yep, that's right. Caity moving on. Reigning world champion. Back to world number one as we get started with Ethan Ewing springing into that first section, compressing off the bottom. Great flare off the second hook and drills the third. He might just keep on swinging off the roof and now pulling in. So sometimes we're thinking 3 turns off the back. He got 4 before the barrel. There's that big wedge section and spent some time on it, didn't he? Ends up throwing the fins in front of him. Nice little splash of water off the lip and then lunges into the pit. He's got control. The man from North Stradbroke Island will end up losing his final turn.
You know, when we've been talking about how some surfers are able to put in another gear and they kind of slow themselves down in the beginning to save the best for last, you can clearly see on that wave, as soon as he took off, how much more energy he's putting and how much more effort he's putting to the waves. And that's just smart surfing. Like, he went to town on that wave, and you can see the difference of speed on the bottom turns, like doubling up that like bottom turn pump and getting that fork maneuver before that barrel, cutting through the water sharper, pushing it harder, as we're gonna see it right here. This next turn, beautiful tail release right there for him, but a power tail release. One more, gets even another one before Cat reflexes to transition into that turn and barrel, but came undone on the last turn. Right there, that wave just bottomed out a little bit too much in front of him, tight transition, and he just kept sliding on top of the board, and the board got stuck. But crazy good surfing there first start of this heat.
There's the start. Ethan versus Rio, just really getting going here in semifinal number 1. We're going to take a quick break. Action continues. We're bringing Paul and Flick for the call.
Welcome back to the men's semis. Ewing already. Loads of momentum. Big points in for him as well. He's gone excellent with his opening wave. Straight into it on the backhand now. 8 in for his right. And you know he's got plenty more in the tank from there too. Right now, back to the wall, swinging, parking it close, stuffing himself inside on the foam ball. Extended cover for Eve. Hits it off the top. Using this section with the steepness to assault the lip. 3 turns and then coils and accelerating. Low line out of the tube. Ooh. Gives it a bit of upper body, gives it plenty of board as well. An emphatic finish, just the one turn. He let that one breathe. A well put together wave in lots of ways. Felicity Palmerton, how are you enjoying this first set?
Oh, wow. Ethan's really laying on the pressure right now. A couple of really beautifully surfed waves. Jesse mentioned it before we went to break, and he's saying that Ethan's clicked up a couple of notches. I totally agree with that. But for some reason, he is making this look so effortless and so easy. Just the tube turn alone. He's sitting on that foam ball for the entirety of that tube. That's just indicating how deep he's gotten there. But the effortless style, I mean, it's not easy out there. The wave moves fast, but he just makes it look so cool, calm, and collected. He's definitely on his way to another big score here. I mean, it's just silky smooth surfing. I mean, just trademark Ethan Ewing. Let's take a closer look. Super critical. Just really getting that tail release. And then lines up this barrel section on the inside. Nice and compressed. Both tubes, super deep.
What about the exit on the end tube as well? The way he came out, he went down, didn't he, to make that room so he wouldn't go too far out, so he could get one really critical turn rather than trying to go for the 2.
Yeah, I think I even saw Bryan doing it earlier today, but just really squaring up off the bottom there, I think, is definitely the key.
Yeah, I love it, Bill. That's a huge base. Yeah. And you've got more on the right.
Yeah, 100%.
Because, and they gave you an 8, so yeah. You make 2 turns after that barrel on the inside, you're getting them nice. Yeah. Fuck yeah, eat doggy.
So far, so good for Ethan Ewing. Good totals in for him. 8 for his right, 7-7 for the left. And think about how you'd like your run to go in terms of putting a bit of scoreboard pressure on your opponent. It's been happening throughout for Ethan Ewing. And he's on to bit of momentum already in this now. Let's turn our attentions to this guy, Flick. Rio Waida throughout. Never necessarily someone who's coming with loads of hype, loads of fanfare, doesn't roll with a huge entourage, anything like that. The quiet achiever, he has looked so deadly. The way he served out his focus around the place, he doesn't seem to have an I've got a heat face and I'm just cruising later on in the day face. It's like all business all the time for Rio. He is so dialed in.
He's super dialed in, but he's also so humble. I mean, he's just such a nice guy, always talking to everyone, always. It's just a student of the game too, just always locking in, willing to learn. Guaranteed that he's been watching this like a fine-tooth comb. Just, he's really impressed me this event too. Just the surfing we've seen. I mean, the lefts out here, I mean, obviously super reminiscent to waves back home in Indo, but right now he's on his opening right. Let's see what he's got.
Really exemplifying the mantra of not having an ego being the path to increased learnings, and a real student of the sport. Textbook stuff this from him for the opening, and he'll need a good reply here. And he's deep and he is traveling. He'll come from way, way back in the tube. Nice turn, gives it loads. All the way back around, big hit for Rio Waida out of Indonesia. Again, throwing the tail. So 3 distinct turns, more time. Stuff behind the curtain, comes out, and then he'll skid out the board for a final turn. That's the one minor blemish on a wave that was so well ridden.
No, that was really well ridden. I just love the variety that he gave us in those carving maneuvers into the tail slide. He did 2 of them, but both of them were fairly different. Just surfing with so much speed, a lot of pop. And yeah, I'm looking forward to breaking it down, sort of comparing it to Ethan's opening right. Super whippy out of the top here. Just beautiful variety there. Getting just the 2 turns here, but fair enough because he parks it in this barrel, absolutely stuffs it. I love how he comes out of this barrel and actually projects forward and creates that space so he's able to do that turn. It's just that foresight to be like, okay, I want to create more space on the wave here, and once again does it. So just drawing different lines and just using, showcasing that creativity. Doesn't get the finish here, but he's still on his way to a very decent score. Super progressive here. I just love those 2 tails, carves into tail slides. Just look at that upper body torque. Grabs the rail there really to make sure that he holds on. And then in the tube, perfect positioning. But yeah, I like this. He needs, obviously just saw Ethan absolutely applying the pressure, and he's responded so well. Definitely keeping at pace here. And I'm looking forward to seeing where the judges go with this one.
We're witnessing real elite quality surfing at the moment. Wait for that number to drop for Rio. It's going to be really healthy. Ethan was excellent for his right, close to it on his left. Rio's first wave. The judges just deciphering that, almost sort of paying homage to the various greats of surfing with each of the different turns. He saw elements of some of the very best to ever do it through some of those maneuvers. Variety was great. Just that one moment on the end of the wave, just maybe costing him a little bit in terms of points. Good work done prior to that. Number 4, Rio Waida to open up, 727. It's a solid number for him, keeping himself in contention. Of course, does come slightly under each of Ethan Ewing's wave from his opening run. So Rio will just take that on board. And how's he going to process this?
Look, slightly under, but he's keeping it pace. And I loved what he saw. I think he's got a few more. I don't think he's got more to give us on the right, so he's going to get another shot at that. But for me, Rio's backhand's been deadly out here. I just draw similarities to all the waves at home in Indonesia that run fast over those shallow reefs. And, they are really bowly. They are really cupped out. And that's where, they're Rio's strengths. So I'm looking forward to seeing this.
Indonesian surfer will open up on his left here. Create space for himself for the opening portion of the wave. And the key is to get slotted, get as deep as possible, and then get straight on the attack. Nicely covered, and then a pump. First turn, a bit behind it, it's a little bit of a setup. And it goes a bit wrong real quick. So that steeper section, not much room for error. Maybe just not quite connected with that first turn, perhaps put him a little bit off, but something went wrong. Just kind of slipped on top of that wave.
Yeah, looked like he slipped a little bit, maybe ever so slightly out of rhythm too as he exited that barrel. Let's have a look. So that nose, that outside rail, or sorry, inside rail of the nose just getting caught there. And we've seen that happen so much throughout this event. I think, you know, traditionally in the ocean, maybe when you're doing that turn, when you're going up, it just doesn't look as cupped out as how this wave just gets very cupped out very quickly and sort of throwing off a few of the surfers. We've seen it all event.
Midway point in this first men's semi-final advantage is with the Australian Ethan Ewing at the moment. Those two will pass each other on the ramp down to the ski. He's having a look at the numbers here. Ewing's pretty frightening. Excellent with the right, close to it on the left. Got another run as well. Massive numbers, 15.7 already. And Rio, crucially, in touch, as you mentioned, with that 7.27, but a little bit of work to do.
He's definitely got work to do, and he's definitely, you know, right now in the context of the heat, yes, you could say a little bit on the back foot, but he's sitting pretty with that 7.27. I feel like he's got more to give. I felt like, you know, he did fall on that last turn as well coming out of the barrel. There still is a bit more on the scoreboard there. So he's got another couple of runs.
So looking forward now to Ethan Ewing's participation. Of course, he's in the semis right now. If he does advance from this into the final, in terms of the number of runs he's got left, there's only a few more in the bag. We did talk about surfers maybe holding a little bit back or saving certain things for the semis and potentially finals. He's already got an 8 on this right. That's the platform, that's the base. It's really, really solid. How does he go about improving on that in terms of the maneuvers that he's done? Is it getting deeper in the tube? Is it something we haven't quite seen yet? Thinking Caity Simmers, we saw something pretty different with her line, with that entry. What's Ethan going to do here?
Well, you're right. We saw Caity crack the 9.57, and that was pretty beautiful to watch. It wasn't the traditional way we've seen everyone surfing this wave. And I mean, she has got that real creative element to her surfing for sure. I mean, we saw her go out wide on the face, draw that super arcing roundhouse maneuver. I mean, there's similarities there. Ethan's got an amazing roundhouse cutback. And I mean, super fluid, traditionalist, rail work. But we heard him say it to Jake. Yeah, I've definitely got a little bit more on the tank, you know, and I heard Jake say it. You got an 8 for that wave, you know, that was really good. And he goes, you still got a couple more gears to click up into. He goes, yeah, I do. So,
dialing into those average scores on the right in the wave pool. CT by the numbers. It's looking all right for Ethan Ewing, 8.34. Solid high scores for him. Just a couple of surfers better ever in history. Ethan Ewing looking to improve on an 8-point ride. He's in semi-finals here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. And anything that will be an improvement will be excellent. As he'll make room to put himself behind the curtain. And again, getting a little extra. And then straight out and into it. He'll crack the lip really hard. And then a reverse out of the lip, which will take a little bit of time to come back, but he's not hurried at all. And one quick squirt of a pump will put him into the tube. But it won't be a make for him, so he'll go down and he'll hang on to the 8.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he went for that creativity, went for the reverse, but at the end of it, really, it put him back to way too far. Couldn't make it through that barrel. I think even initially in the first stages of the wave, you could kind of tell, does this have that 8 feeling? I'm not sure if it did. It just seemed like he kind of, I think he just maybe got himself out of a little bit of rhythm. This beginning section here felt good. Gets that little lip ride. I love that setup for the tube. Just absolutely parks it. He's so good at master at getting so deep inside this barrel. I mean, that was pretty explosive, really. It was this maneuver here. He obviously just overcooked it that little bit more. Probably thought that maybe he would project out a bit through that reverse, but probably maybe not the right maneuver to do right before that super cupped out section. But, I mean, that's like a combination of turns right there. I mean, that's almost, you know, it's pretty sick to see him go for it because it is that creativity. But at the end of the day, just getting caught behind that one.
Let's get an update with Kaipo.
Hey, Paul. You found me. You know what? I like the deck and stuff, but I like to be with the people too. And that's right here where the general audience is. We got great stuff going on. We got the surf station over here. We can get all your event merchandise. Upstairs is a Corona Cero bar. You get a bird's eye view there and enjoy a delicious Corona Cero. Speaking of delicious, we got food trucks back there with scrumptious churros, bro. And the big stage where tonight after the finals, we're going to have live music. A lot of stuff going on over here. I'm with the people because I'm a man of the people.
Yeah, Kaipo, that sounds good, mate. You're tuned into what the people want. In terms of the noise, in terms of the support, what are we feeling? You know, Ethan's got a lot of support as well. Rio Waida, he's a bit of a people's champion himself. Who are we backing here in terms of that crowd?
The crowd is just loving the surfing, all of it. And so whether it's Rio, whether it's Double E, they're eating it all up, along with, I told you about the delicious churros.
You enjoy yourself down there, mate. Right now, we are poised to see the next wave from Ethan Ewing, who just got to throw a 5.6 on his last right. The good news for him, he'll keep an excellent number on the right. That's counting. His average is real good for his high score on that right down the years now. Chance for the left to improve as well. Already banking those big scores. Flick, once again, just allows you just to free yourself up a bit and just aim pretty high. That's generally when these elite level surfers will bring their best also for final stage and expect them to try and bring that. So Ethan Ewing will gather himself here and getting closer and closer towards a spot in the final here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. We will be crowning champions in a couple of hours' time. A little bit of a steely look to the surface of the water now in this mid-afternoon as Ethan Ewing out of Australia on the backhands. Nice and loose and sprightly with the maneuvers. And then precise with the tube piggery, and he'll stay there a while. He's slotted, out he comes, Ewing into the lip, redirecting. Once again, gets loads of swing. You see how lively the board looks. Pump forwards, and then into that low line, that lean forwards. Out he comes, exits early this time. And he reverses the tail out of the lip line, which won't be a complete maneuver. 7.7's already banked. He can afford to push it.
Really, really great surfing again by Ethan. But, you know, when I'm looking at that wave, watching it live, I mean, there were some amazing moments, but I just, reflecting back on the 7.7, was it better than that? You know, probably not as deep in the tube on the second one. He definitely got stuffed on this first one. Like you said, Paul, absolute tube piggery. But once he comes out of here, gets a couple of dynamic turns. We'll see him here right now. Nicely done, but, you know, reflecting back on the 7.7, the second tube, he got really stuffed in that. I think the maneuvers on the outside section of the 7.7 were also a bit more critical. So that wave probably going to come in a bit under.
Ethan Ewing's 2 runs for the semi-final. They're complete right now. In terms of that scoreboard momentum, he built that up from his first run, put solid numbers up. It was looking a little ominous, particularly after Rio's run in terms of not getting much done with his left. But right now, see exactly where we are on the numbers in terms of that requirement.
Now it's all going to come down to, you know, he's got the pressure. So. Yeah, he's got the pressure. Well, yeah, he's got the base done. So. He's going to have to improve his right and then go hand on the left. So, let's see. Yeah. One mistake though.
Scores in for Ethan Ewing. Doesn't get any improvement. So the good news from Rio Waida's point of view, after a bit of a blistering start for Ethan, unable to improve on his second run. So the requirement will just remain in terms of the number he needs to get past. The total for Ethan Ewing, his best right and left from his first run.
This is a huge moment for Rio right now. I mean, there's quite a lot of pressure on him. basically needs to go for broke right now. Leave nothing on the table. And you got to think that he lives for these sort of moments. You know, I think back to Pipe at the first event of the year when he had the chance to surf against Kelly and, one of his all-time heroes. And he posted the night before on Instagram about how grateful he was to have these opportunities. So these are the sort of moments that Rio is living for, to be matched up against the best in the world, to be put to the test. As we said before, he's a student of the game. So gets a second roll of the dice here. Let's see what he's got.
No, you don't get into the final unless you can beat the absolute best. He's coming up against here, one of the outstanding surfers of a generation. And he'll need to improve on his 727 on the right, first of all. And then he'll need to significantly improve on the left, just sliding out and getting loose and liberated. Wow, so we're seeing that reverse in the opening section. Haven't seen much of that at all. So he's given this everything. Great tactic. Look at the load up here, out of the tube. And then releasing that tail to just slide it out. So super creative. Hammers that turn to chuck loads of spray. And the second tube section, Rio Waida from Indonesia behind the curtain. He'll want a strong finish here. He'll hang up a big snap in the lip. And then he'll wrap to reverse on the end. Not done yet. A little 3 to finish for Rio Waida. A great chance of improving the 727. Great competing.
Yeah, I really love that. I mean, as we see the Indonesian contingent there, all the support for Rio, but you talk about putting it all on the line in the most critical section of the wave, which is the beginning. If you stuff it up there, you've got the rest of the wave that you're wasting. So already tail slide, and then it was this moment here. I mean, sure, little bit, there's just so much there's a critical nature to that, and then straight into the barrel. He just basically risked the whole rest of that wave, and you could see he was fired up as he comes out of this tube, whips it around here, tail slide. Maybe a little bit caught behind here, but he does well with the rhythm of this wave, providing us with so much variety. Stuffs it in the tube here at the end, and he's not done. He gets more work here on this last end section done. Throws it into the reverse, and nice little bonus 3-0.
Yeah, felt like the way he approached that wave just sort of reflects his general approach to life on tour in his career. He's just squeezing every bit of opportunity. We haven't seen anybody do this. We talk about points of difference and obviously just the repetitive nature of what we're looking at here. We haven't seen anyone do exactly this kind of thing. And it was dynamic and exciting. Saw the finish as well. He gave it so much.
Anything new that we've seen from a surfer so far has generally scored pretty well. I reflect back a couple of days ago. I think about Geordie with the Superman. And, I think about Kanoa with the Corrupt. I think Caity Simmers with that roundhouse. Just that sort of different approach, something that freshens up the judges' minds. We've probably watched, there's probably been about 300 waves surfed already. So anything you can do to provide a bit of, creativity, freshen it up, create that spark, they're going to like it.
Just logged our 439th competition wave, and the significant number for the likes of Rio Waida is the score. It's real solid, and he gets the improvement by over a point. So 843 to replace his 727 on the left. He knew he was on his way to a good score. You saw him just feeling that at the end of the ride. Excellence for Rio Waida, the Indonesian, and right now he's brought the requirement down for himself on the left. There it is, 727 on the backhand. He really has surfed himself right back into this here, responded from a little bit of pressure in the best possible way.
Yeah, these are the moments you live for, right? As a surfer on tour, relatively young and fresh and out of his rookie year, and he just wants to, he's spoken about it. These are the moments you live for. If you want to be the best, you've got to be the best. And Ethan's already puts a ton of pressure on, but Rio responding so well right now. Let's see what he's got. Last roll of the dice here.
It's all going to come down to this for Rio. On the left, chasing 727. Set up work from him. And now in the tube, how deep will he go? How much can he stall? And can he get deep, but then crucially emerge? He'll do that. He'll pump from the bottom of the wave. He'll sting one up. Super critical loads in that turn as well. Little double pump to make the room because he wants to get down the line, because he wants to get here going fast. He'll want to go deep. Rio will disappear, a throaty one again. Out the bottom of the wave, he'll whip one, and again. And he'll look to just keep cracking away here. Rio Waida again. 3 turns on the end, 727 the number. For sure he's improving on his previous left, 727 that requirement.
Oh, without a doubt, it's definitely bigger than before, but I mean, he's not going to die wondering here.
How worried is Ethan Ewing right now?
You're worried for sure. I mean,
I don't know. I don't want everything to go. I'm losing this.
as you see, Jake, I mean, he's like, I don't want to know. It's definitely close right now, for sure.
Whoa.
I mean, it was critical surfing. Okay, he's chasing a 7.27. Judge is probably going back and looking at Ethan's 7.7, and you got to draw similarities there, you know.
You said no way, though. It's close.
How does it compare to that?
More of a 7.17.
Let's break it down. Slicing and dicing through the lip. I feel like he gains momentum on this wave. After this crack here, he sets his line, and he's just such a master in the tube on the backhand, sitting on that foam ball there. It was these maneuvers here that really did it for me and sold it. I just thought, wow, okay, that one in particular, just so dynamic, so much power. And then he sets this tube up relatively early, but he gets very deep. So he had a good read on this section. Wasn't done yet. I mean, a couple more cracks. I feel that it's going to be seriously close.
Such an entertaining first semi for the men. The tension is palpable here. Just the way the storyline has unfolded for this one. Look how happy he is. Just by the account he's given of himself, coming up against one of the very best in the world. And wherever this score goes, he has been brilliant out here in the UAE so far.
Good surfing, mate. Whatever happens, it's going to be whatever happens. Ring, ring, what's the phone going to say?
I have an answer. The judges. Oh. Is it the score? No.
Number in for Rio Waida, 7-5 flick.
Let's go, Indonesia.
Wow.
Whoa.
Absolute scenes down here. Absolute scenes as we see drama at the end of that one. Brilliant surfing. You know what? Let's get a bit more of that because we're looking at live action. We're looking at Italo Ferreira. His first right here, pushing real hard, just flexing out that tail, and then he goes into the tube and he will completely disappear. Italo adjusting the feet now, gives it a sting. Once again, he'll blow the tail out and reverse. And then just slicing off the top, throwing absolute buckets, making it look cool as well. You can see that tension in his body as he is very much in control where that surfboard is going right now, hammering away for the finish as well. Italo Ferreira straight at it, all energy, all action, all over the wave there. And these semis, such high quality. The first one was unbelievable. The second one is kicking off real well as well. We'll get a score in a moment for Italo Ferreira. We're still kind of processing on the ends of that last one. They're coming thick and fast here, but we expected to see a load of quality in these semis. We're getting it. We've got a surfer through to the final. Let's go and hear from him, Rio Waida.
Thanks so much, Paul. Rio, walking up here, you have so much energy in the basin. You come up here on the deck, everybody is clapping you in. How are you feeding off of this environment?
It's a pool party, you know, everybody here on the deck, you know, drinking and cruising, you know, look at this beautiful place. I wasn't imagining when I was a grown to come surf in Dubai or in Abu Dhabi. So, I mean, I'm just blessed to be here and many more. Feel like I pushed my level on my last heat, so next one I'll push a little more. So I'm excited, I'm happy, and thanks everyone for support. You know, the Waida show's more coming.
What do you have to tap into to push even harder in this final?
Just go surf, to be honest. Man, I will have 4 waves, so, you know, my last heat, I fall off 2 waves, you know. So I was like, and I talked to Reynolds, you know, I think that's my first fall, you know, in this event. So I was like, okay, you know, I'm a human, you know, I make mistakes. So I told Reynolds, okay, what's next, you know, now, what's now? So, and my first ride, I did good, you know, I felt like I pushed, and then I only got 8 something, so I was like, ooh. But, you know, on the back end, I was like, I need 7.2, so I just kind of calculated and did the job done, so I'm stoked.
We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Wow, what a story into the final here. There was just a little moment before his second run. Just as Snake was debriefing with Ethan, he says, yeah, pressure's on him. And Reynolds was like, yeah, pressure's on him, but didn't necessarily as if it was in a bad way. And he was kind of relishing it. I think he had a feeling what was coming. Let's get caught up on the opening wave, the right for Italo.
Yeah, he stomps these couple of first turns, sort of gets himself a little bit out of rhythm on the second one, overcooked it, but placed himself really well in that tube, nice and deep. There was a couple of moments here that I thought, it's a well-surfed wave, but, you look at that critical nature of that turn, he really risked the whole rest of the wave. I do feel that potentially when he's stringing this next right that he gets together, I think he's going to clean a couple of little things up here, but regardless of that, it's still it's still going to be a healthy score. I just feel that there's a little bit more rhythm that he can probably clean up, and he's going to know that himself too as he looks to take down his first left.
Yeah, pretty deadly in both directions, but definitely the left. Historically, it's been the strength for Italo. He actually, there's a couple of events at the surf fronts, didn't make a lot of heats last time out, went all the way to the final. He's close to it again here. He's in the tube, he's traveling. Out he'll come, Ferreira up to the lip, he'll hang one up, drop down to the flats again. Look how much airdrop he gets before going the layback pocket jam. Now he's thinking about building up some speed. I was wondering whether it would be tube or air. It will be the latter of the two options. It's a massive alley-oop, so much ground covered, and then a really cool Zorro slash, another little head dip, and a little 3 off the suit as well. How about that?
You know, when he went up for that alley-oop, he traveled so much ground, I almost thought he was going to hit the train. I was like, holy. You see, let's wait till this replay goes. He traveled such a big distance in the air just then. That was pretty crazy. He's just so fired up. What a good performance. Just slashing his way through these first couple of turns. Look at how much he buried the rail of the board on that second carve. Positions perfectly in this tube. Absolutely stuffed. Comes out and then just gets into these dynamic turns. Airdrops down. You can just tell how critical he is on those 2 turns. Just by that pure factor of that airdrop. Throws in a Larry layback for a little bit of variety. And then this is the moment. Okay, let's just see this. He just lines his section up, hits that. He just gained so much ground. And he's getting this on lock, right? It's looking almost computer-like. It looks like we're playing Kelly Slater's Pro Surfer right now. It's just he's got this on lock. It is actually insane. Let's watch super slow-mo. Shifts that weight forward. Gathers a lot of speed. Pops it up. Just travels so far, landing completely out in the flats. But he's got it on lock now.
Unbelievable, expressive, creative surfing. And the 2019 World Champ, Italo Ferreira. He's got a spring in his step for good reason. He's just absolutely demolished a left. It is a big strength for him. There's the score dropping in. Excellence for Ferreira. 8-5 for Italo. So his opening run, solid 15.33. The right-hander, he's got plenty more to give on that. With his wave on the left, just amazing really with the audacity. Just being able to pull those things out. Just, there's a sort of inevitability that comes as he gets ready to launch. Always backing himself with that confidence. There's a good reason for that. So this clash will now head over towards Jack Robinson in the second semi. Who's going to the final to face Waida from Indonesia? Italo. Decent start for him, pretty solid. Actually kind of pretty much what we expect in terms of semis and in terms of the numbers. Jack Robinson, we've been talking a lot about the success that he's been able to get in terms of 7 CT wins and that quiet, calm, clear headspace. Been able to quiet the mind, any distractions, just kind of swap them away. Just stay really focused in. Now, usually that's coming partly through a relationship with the ocean and Mother Nature and the rhythms of the ocean. Right now, really just tapping into his own rhythms here. His right will come up now, and he'll get involved in our second semi. Surfer out of Western Australia, Jack Robinson, doing some nimble work on the outside, real creative, into the tube, and he does it really dynamic. So just compressing with the knees and then just tosses up a really steezy, almost kind of lazy air reverse. Looked really cool.
Wow.
And then a nice little angry snap the slide into the lip, and he wants a ramp here. He'll go big alley-oop of his own. He'll make that and then slice in. Even just dynamic with that recovery turn as he chops his line, redirects, a finger flick for the finish. What a second semi.
Oh, wow. What a way to answer back. I mean, that was super incredible to watch. He's just cat-like, and he's also just so calm. You know, he stands up and he's making this look effortless. He's making it, at this big setup turn here, he's actually created coping for himself to hit. So gets the fin release. It's this next moment, lip line, stomps it straight into the tube. This, I mean, how creative is that? It's just sort of, you know, theatrics, really. It's really cool. It's something that we haven't seen. The only person doing that is really Jack. And then risking the whole wave once again in that midsection. Super critical. Through the lip again for another fin throw. And then lines up the end section, much like Italo, gets the alley-oop. So gets that progression as well once again. And then bangs off a couple of other little turns.
Brilliant surfing from Jack Robinson to get involved in a tough second semi against Italo. We'll get his score and the rest of this heat right after this.
Sim, por favor.
How many rounds is this? How many rounds is this?
Welcome back to Abu Dhabi, second semi in the water, checking out the head-to-head between these two. It's a story, it's a compelling one. Just looking at it, Italo Ferreira, 2 wins, 3 for Jack Robinson. Of course, both of Italo's wins, they've come actually in finals, WSL finals, which feels pretty significant, as is this wave here for Jack Robinson. In terms of putting his run together and answering back to the solid numbers already posted by Italo. Jack's deep here, real deep, he's disappearing. That is just foam ball wizardry from him. And then look at that, just flicks that thing up, real nonchalant. And And the control's crazy good. Another one. Got a bit of time here to line up this thing, take aim.
Wow.
And travel through. Jack's out. And he'll kick up. A reverse. Won't get completion on the landing there. Just didn't quite get it. Just a little stumble. Prior to that, really, really well. Surf Wave. His form is great. His confidence is up. This clash. So much going on right now.
Matrix. No need. They don't score correct. They're watching the quality of what you're doing. Give them the power. Give them the stronger. You're stronger. Power. It shows. Find your feet. Settle.
Here we go. Let's break down Jack Robbo's last wave, this left. I just love the entry he has into these tubes. Just a bit more creative and a bit more, something different to look at as he gets absolutely coned on that one, sitting right on the foam ball. Fins free, really loose, and I mean, series of well-timed backhand hits here. He's chasing a 6.91, gets really tubed. I'm thinking, you know, whether or not he makes this last turn, it's still going to be a pretty solid number just with the work that he got done out the back. Pops that reverse there, but it is just a bit too steep to find the landing spot. I mean, right where he's trying to do that reverse, it is just so sucky. It is so cupped out. He almost sticks it. But I'm thinking there was already some serious damage done prior to that. So, I mean, and you think about tube time that he got as well.
This is so close at the moment here. One run apiece. There's not a lot at all to separate these two right now. Interesting to see that number. So there we go. It's 6-6 for him. So he came in just slightly under on each wave compared to Italo. That's sort of real symmetry in terms of their strength. Coming in on the forehand, that's where their high numbers come. They've both gone excellent on their forehand wave. And not much to separate them at all at the moment. Italo in the leads at the halfway point in the second semi.
It is super close right now. We are splitting hairs, 15.33 to 15.03. And like you said, Paul, obviously the damage coming. The damage has been done. A couple of 8s sitting on the board there. So pretty even Stevens right now. And we heard Reynolds say to Italo before he went out, you've got this, you're strong, you're powerful. Let's see what he's got on this second run here.
Affirmation coming in. Saw how focused he was and determined. Quite a lot of intensity as well, and that facial expression from him. A lot of intensity in his surfing as well. This is really loose and nimble sort of stuff. You see just the extras he gets there like that with the tail and again. Wow. So not opting for the barrel in this first part. And really dynamic maneuvers. Look how much release he's getting from that tail. So much squirt. He'll reverse that one out and recover. And now a setup. And he just squats for the tube and completely disappears as well. So very well managed. There's a big rangy carve and snap. Another, a third from him, giving it absolute pelters, loads. You think about, reminds me a bit of just a mirror image of that wave that we saw from Rio Waida with there's 3 cracks on the end, the tube time as well. Italo Ferreira, great chance of improving the 6.83.
Yeah, big score loading, I'd say. That was so well done. I mean, sort of went to his strengths there, which was the power. That's what Reynolds was telling him. You're powerful, you're strong.
Doesn't try and get that first tube section.
Yeah, which I think is actually super smart. I mean, he's using what, you know, Reynolds said is his strength, his power. And look at it here. I mean, such a great demonstration of that. And these are not easy sections to hit. He basically grinded. Those couple of 2 turns that we just saw, he's grind 3 turns across that lip, 4. I mean, just with so much power too. They're not, you know, you could easily get mistaken between tail sides and grinding across the lip with no power, but he is doing it with power as well. So tricky to do. And then he registers, okay, I'm on my way to a good score here. let's just stuff it in this tube. Let's not do anything too crazy here. Just get the finish, be calculated here at the end. But this is going to be a hefty score. I mean, look at that moment. Just so critical. Here we go. This is one of those moments. He's literally grinding across the lip of that wave with so much power and acceleration. Once again, here we go, number 2. Grinds across the face of that lip as well. And you can just see how critical it is. When he lands, those fins are just disengaging and engaging again. Once again, for the 3rd time, grinds across that lip, just looking so large and in charge and in control. And just throwing a little bit of creativity in there as well. It's gonna be solid.
The contrast between the tension that he looks like he's feeling before as he's preparing and just how loose and languid he is throughout those maneuvers. It's been a hallmark of his career. And Italo Ferreira has gone excellent again, 817. So getting a significant improvement. And that is absolutely huge from him, exactly what he wanted to do. And just applying loads of pressure now. So the major improvement coming on the score that was the more modest. And in a really good position here in terms of his total, his huge shackers. So thinking about CT by the numbers and the stats, excellent heats in surfer on surfer clashes in the wave pool. He was tied with Toledo coming into this heat right now. This is his 5th excellent heat for Italo Ferreira. Just absolute class. Now a chance to improve again for him. So Italo wants to get to the final. Went there last time out, didn't get the win. It stung a bit. Let's see how he goes about getting back there right now. He's already on excellent numbers. He's in the tube right here, behind the curtain, disappearing. Out he'll come.
Stop it.
He'll just waft one out. The air reverse on the face, just adjusting that wetsuit cuff. There's a bit of a flex as well between the maneuvers. And now a ramp for him, Ferreira.
Holy.
He is having a hell time out there. Massive alley-oop again. And he'll snap the finish as well. So similar sort of stuff to what we saw before, but everything just feels even more intense, even bigger.
It's like he's locked into a sixth sense right now. I mean, he is absolutely large and in charge right now. That was such an incredible wave surfed by Italo. I mean, talk about going big or going home. I mean, he is leaving nothing on the table right now. Let me tell you, when he hits that surface deck, he is going to be one fired up human being. Let's see this wave. Let's break it down. In the tube. It's the moment after this that we're all really excited about. Pops it up in the air in the most critical section of the wave. And bangs off a couple of nice other maneuvers after this. And he's like, okay, let's line up here. Let's see what we've got, and just goes supersonic into the air. Once again, sort of a bit more critical even, if, as you will, landing in that cupped out section of the wave. And beautiful claim there. It's just stunning work. But this maneuver here, critical section of the wave, the rest of the wave at risk. You can see how difficult that landing was. Has to be joyant.
It's outrageous, really, from him. His approach is just mad. He's got so much amplitude, so much pop, but the audacity of where to do some of these turns, aside from just how technical, crazy big they are, they're absolutely huge. Italo Ferreira, what a second semi we're seeing. Rio Waida awaits in the final. Who's he going to match up against? And here he is, just watching the replay there. Look at him. I mean,
So
you would enjoy it, wouldn't you?
Hey, right now, we should get a camera on you. He's going to be one fired up human being.
Gonna get the number here. We reckon it's gonna be a big one. It's real big. It is the improvement. His total is huge. It was already excellent. He'll throw away an excellent number because he'll replace it with the 9-2. Another one even bigger. 17-3-7 at the moment. Huge score for Italo Ferreira. An improvement coming on his second run. He loves the pressure. He's so clutch.
On the flip side of this, got now Jack Robinson chasing a huge total. He has got to leave nothing on the table here. He lives for these moments, though. Jack does, and he really loves to shine in these moments.
The two highest heat totals of the event. They're both owned at the moment by Italo Ferreira. Of course, that would change for Jack. That's what he needs to do. He needs to get one of those for himself because he needs to improve now on his right and his left. 8.43 was the excellent score he already posted on his right, and similar to what Italo just did, he'll need to get an improvement on that. Just heard simple guidance really from Leandro before he went in. Go huge. Basic instruction, a little more of a complicated task of actually going out and doing it. If anyone is capable, Jack loves these kind of situations. Getting himself inside the tube. The early work is pretty smooth, and he'll go for an alley-oop. No one's tried to do one that early on the wave. Didn't get crazy high.
Timing maybe slightly off, but you got to give it to him. He's trying something, you know, obviously just registering, okay, Italo's left, where did all those points come? It came from that critical section straight out of the barrel. So Jack kind of leaving nothing on the table. He did go for it. Maybe that timing just ever so slightly off. But it's going to be one fired up Italo right now.
So Jack will hang on to the 8.43. Just in terms of numbers overall, it's a requirement. Excellent job. It's updated. It's another excellent number. He needs the 8.95. It's a totally doable number, but you think about the strengths generally where that's come, and Italo getting that big 9 on the forehand. Jack's high score was the forehand. He needs to try and do this on the backhand here. He's had major success in the past on the backhands in events. We'll need a bit of that now. 8.95. What does that look like on the left for Jack Robinson?
Well, if you think back to all the lefts that have been surfed throughout this event by the men, right? And have we actually seen an 8.95 yet on the left by the men? That's a stat that I would like to know. But it seems, look, it's a hard, daunting task, and we've seen guys trying to, you know, cut excellent scores from, you know, getting critical in the pocket. They've tried to, you know, do that reverse straight out of the barrel, and they haven't really been rewarded for it.
Yeah, I mean, the alley-oop's been the real point-scoring maneuver in terms of getting those big, excellent numbers. But obviously, that's a backhand rotation on a forehand wave. So Jack will be backhand on that left. So that particular maneuver unavailable for him, but he's got loads more. He does have creativity. We talked about having that unique approach. It's always something a little different and unexpected. It's exactly what he's going to need to do here. He will need to go big, crazy, and he will need to go complete, obviously, as well. So Jack Robinson, with a little bit of extra time, he fell so early on that wave. When the wave comes through, that's already set. So the interval between the two waves is already set. So just a little more time for him to think about this. Generally speaking, in terms of being able to perform, you don't want to have too long to think about some of it. If anyone's got that mind control, something we definitely associate with him, he has been able to really just block out distractions, focus in on the task. 8.95 is what he needs to try and find himself there if he's going to go and surf in the final against Rio Waida. And a great story that is. Rio representing Indonesia, big squad here. Absolutely loving that. He's been well worthy. He's beaten one of the outstanding surfers in Ethan Ewing, obviously, in that semi to get there. And at the moment, Italo with a different approach, which is just explosive. So much showmanship. Jack's going to need to bring us a bit of that now. Let's see how it'll go. We'll know he's going to have to go big here. So his last wave, his second wave of his second run. Jack Robinson, 8.95. The number he's after here on the backhands, on this left. It's been more groomed. The tube's been more open, cleaner on the face. Bigger numbers have been coming throughout on this, mainly for the goofy foots. It's the asterisk to that point. Here's Jack Robinson getting set up here. And he'll push hard. He'll try and reverse out of the top on the initial section. He'll put it down. And he had to try and take risks. What we expected to see. Jack Robinson unable to get there on that or throw that away, and you have to really say commiserations to him, but hats off to Italo Ferreira. I mean, his performance that he's able to get in a pressure situation just seems to thrive on that. He's absolutely loving it. One more, absolutely. He's into the final here, and just feel like, look at his numbers. I mean, the momentum of the way it went for him in terms of his run, but just overall throughout the event, you talk about trying to peak for the final, for the most important heat. It looks like what Italo's doing here. Let's just check the official result. Ferreira, he heads to the final. So second stop of the CT. And a final we'll see here historically in Abu Dhabi. Italo Ferreira taking on Rio Waida. That'll be the matchup for the men's final. Italo, it's been mentioned, he's just dealing with a few cramps, so just getting a little bit of work there and getting those legs. Not a lot of paddling involved here. Flicks at your arms all right, but your legs, they feel the burn a little bit.
For sure, I mean.
Jack Robinson, semi-finalist here. Take away an equal thirds. Commiserate with the squad as well. A job well done, but ultimately come up against something of a force of nature. So there we go. We'll be back for finals starting at 5:30 here. Flick. Can't wait for it.
Bring it on.
What a historic moment in pro surfing history. The first heat ever here in the Middle East at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro.
Jackson Bunch. Massive alley-oop rotation. Robinson is up and swinging here.
Ethan Ewing, one of the best styles in the game.
Jumping in that mosh pit. Got the keys, now we locked in. Working overtime, now we clocked in. Working overtime.
Griffin Colapinto looking great.
Put in work, too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, it work. too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, this work, too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, this work, too easy. This work, too easy, let's go. There ain't nothing getting in my way. Eating good, I got way too up on my plate, yeah. I could live this life like every single day.
Tava com o wake do jet ski na onda.
Shows I came to raise. Let's go. Jumping in that mosh pit. Got the keys, now we locked in. Working overtime, now we clocked in. Working overtime.
See the legend of the tour, Jordy Smith. Gets really deep. One of the biggest guys on tour. Real Waida, what a performance.
Cause this ice is freezing. I just copped a new boat. Damn, I'm getting seasick. I just bought the whole stove. Yeah, this worked too easy.
World champ Felipe Toledo pushing hard.
Got the keys, now we locked in. Working overtime.
Next to Kanoa here in the decision.
Working overtime. Working overtime. Put in work, too easy. This work, too easy, let's go.
Good morning from the UAE Surf Abu Dhabi Pro.
The pressure only first place advances on into the quarterfinals.
That Kenworthy into the lip, and again that layback straight into the tube.
Caroline Marks just keep on swinging.
Your World Champ Simmers. More speed and some tunnel time here for Simmers again.
Molly leaps her head down. She's pretty deep on this inside section. Makes it. Erin Brooks, the rookie phenom representing Canada.
Men's round of 16, some scintillating looking matchups coming up. Ethan Ewing making this look so effortless. Jordy Smith.
Quick little Superman there.
Bunch, a big ramp section, a massive alley.
Wow.
The landing is absolute butter.
Saliéndote de bañar, del agua se siente bien para celebrar. Hay 4 pares de bikini para ir a nadar. También alcohol para sol y mota solo para andar. Trae la botella, hay tanta agua en el mar. Ponete bella, bella que para bailar. Todos aquí somos amigos, toda esta amiga más tranquila. Y nos ponemos re tranquilos y nos salíamos en la playa. Conmigo yo te llevo, metamos al agua y nos secamos de nuevo.
Thanks, Aussies. Hi, Mum.
head to head, go toe to toe, let's see who wins.
What a historic moment in pro surfing history. The first heat ever here in the Middle East at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro.
Jackson bunch. Massive alley-oop rotation.
Oh, it is perfect.
Robinson is up and swinging here.
Ethan Ewing, one of the best styles in the game.
Jumping in that mosh pit. Got the keys, now we locked in. Working overtime, now we clocked in. Working overtime.
Griffin Colapinto looking great.
Put in work, too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, it's work. Too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, it's work. Too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, it's work. Too easy, it's work, too easy, let's go. There ain't nothing getting in my way. Eating good, I got way too up on my plate, yeah. I could live this life like every single day.
Tava com o wake do jet ski na onda.
Shows I came to raise, let's go. Jumping in that mosh pit. Got the keys, now we locked in. Working overtime, now we clocked in. Working overtime.
See the legend of the tour, Jordy Smith. Gets really deep. One of the biggest guys on tour. Real Waida, what a performance.
Cause this ice is freezing. I just copped a new boat. Then was getting seasick. I just bought the whole stone. Yeah, this worked too easy.
World champ Felipe Toledo pushing hard.
Got the keys, now we locked in. Working overtime.
Next to Kanoa here in the decision.
Working overtime. Working overtime. Put in work, too easy. This work, too easy, let's go.
Good morning from the UAE Surf Abu Dhabi Pro.
The pressure, only first place advances on into the quarterfinals.
Kenworthy into the lip, and again that layback straight into the tube.
Caroline Marks says keep on swinging.
Your World Champ Simmers. More speed and some tunnel time here for Simmers again.
Molly lets her head down. She's pretty deep on this inside section. Makes it. Erin Brooks, the rookie phenom representing Canada.
Men's round of 16, some scintillating looking matchups coming up. Ethan Ewing making this look so effortless. Jordy Smith.
Quick little Superman there.
Bunch, a big ramp section, a massive alley.
Wow.
The landing is absolute butter.
Saliéndote de bañar, del agua se siente bien para celebrar. Hay 4 pares de bikini para ir a nadar. También alcohol para el sol y motos solo para andar. Trae la botella, hay tanta agua en el mar. Ponete bella, bella acá para bailar. Todos aquí somos amigos, toda amiga más tranquila. Y nos ponemos re tranquilos y nos salíamos en la playa. Conmigo yo te llevo, metamos al agua y nos secamos de nuevo.
Thanks, Aussies. Hi, Mum.
What a historic moment in pro surfing history. The first heat ever here in the Middle East at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro.
Jackson bunch. Massive alley-oop rotation.
With his perfect.
Robinson is up and swinging here.
Ethan Ewing, one of the best styles in the game.
Jumping in that mosh pit. Got the keys, now we locked in. Working overtime, now we clocked in. Working overtime.
Griffin Colapinto looking great.
Put in work, too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, this work. Too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, this work. Too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, this work. Too easy, this work, too easy, let's go. There ain't nothing getting in my way. Eating good, I got way too up on my plate, yeah. I could live this life like every single day.
Tava com o wake do jet ski na onda.
Shows I came to raise, let's go. Jumping in that mosh pit. Got the keys, now we locked in. Working overtime, now we clocked in. Working overtime.
See the legend of the tour, Jordy Smith. Gets really deep. One of the biggest guys on tour. Real Waida, what a performance.
Cause this ice is freezing. I just copped a new boat. Then I'm getting seasick. I just bought the whole stove. Yeah, this work too easy.
World champ Felipe Toledo pushing hard.
Jumping in that mosh pit. Got the keys, now we locked in. Working overtime.
Next to Kanoa here in the decision.
Working overtime. Working overtime. Put in work, too easy. This work, too easy, let's go.
Good morning from the UAE Surf Abu Dhabi Pro.
The pressure, only first place advances on into the quarterfinals.
Kenworthy into the lip, and again that layback straight into the tube.
Caroline Marks just keep on swinging.
Your World Champ Simmers. More speed and some tunnel time here for Simmers again.
Ball leaps her head down. She's pretty deep on this inside section. Makes it. Erin Brooks, the rookie phenom representing Canada.
Men's round of 16, some scintillating looking matchups coming up. Ethan Ewing making this look so effortless. Jordy Smith.
Quick little Superman there.
Bunch. A big ramp section, a massive alley. Wow. The landing is absolute butter.
Saliéndote de bañar, del agua se siente bien para celebrar. Hay 4 pares de bikini para ir a nadar. También da alcohol para sol y mota solo para andar. Trae la botella, hay tanta agua en el mar. Ponete bella, bella acá para bailar. Todos aquí somos amigos, toda esta amiga más tranquila. Y nos ponemos re tranquilos y nos soleamos en la playa. Conmigo yo te llevo, metamos al agua y nos secamos de nuevo.
Thanks, Aussies. Hi, Mum.
So let's see who wins.
What a historic moment in pro surfing history. The first heat ever here in the Middle East at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro.
Jackson bunch. Massive alley-oop rotation.
With his perfect.
Robinson is up and swinging here.
Ethan Ewing, one of the best styles in the game.
Jumping in that mosh pit. Got the keys, now we locked in. Working overtime, now we clocked in. Working overtime.
Griffin Colapinto looking great.
Put in work, too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, it's work. Too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, it's work. Too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, it's work. Too easy, it's work, too easy, let's go. There ain't nothing getting in my way. Eating good, I got way too up on my plate, yeah. I could live this life like every single day.
Tava com o wake do jet ski na onda.
Shows I came to raise. Let's go. Jumping in that mosh pit. Got the keys, now we locked in. Working overtime, now we clocked in. Working overtime.
See the legend of the tour, Jordy Smith. Gets really deep. One of the biggest guys on tour. Real Waida, what a performance.
Cause this ice is freezing. I just copped a new boat. Damn, I'm getting seasick. I just bought the whole stove. Yeah, this worked too easy.
World champ Felipe Toledo pushing hard.
Got the keys, now we locked in. Working overtime.
Next to Kanoa here in the decision.
Working overtime. Working overtime. Put in work, too easy. This work, too easy, let's go.
Good morning from the UAE Surf Abu Dhabi Pro.
The pressure, only first place advances on into the quarterfinals.
Kenworthy into the lip, and again that layback straight into the tube.
Caroline Marks just keep on swinging.
Your World Champ Simmers. More speed and some tunnel time here for Simmers again.
Molly leads her head down. She's pretty deep on this inside section. Makes it. Erin Brooks, the rookie phenom representing Canada.
Men's round of 16, some scintillating looking matchups coming up. Ethan Ewing making this look so effortless. Jordy Smith.
Quick little Superman there.
Bunch, a big ramp section, a massive alley.
Wow.
The landing is absolute butter.
Saliéndote de bañar, del agua se siente bien para celebrar. Hay 4 pares de bikini para ir a nadar. También alcohol para el sol y moto solo para andar. Trae la botella, hay tanta agua en el mar. Ponete bella, bella acá para bailar. Todos aquí somos amigos, tu amiga más tranquila. Y nos ponemos re tranquilos y nos salíamos en la playa. Conmigo yo te llevo, metamos al agua y nos secamos de nuevo.
Thanks, Aussies. Hi, Mum.
What a historic moment in pro surfing history. The first heat ever here in the Middle East at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro.
Jackson bunch. Massive alley-oop rotation.
The wind is perfect.
Robinson is up and swinging here.
Ethan Ewing, one of the best styles in the game.
Jumping in that mosh pit. Got the keys, now we locked in. Working overtime, now we clocked in. Working overtime.
Griffin Colapinto looking great.
Put in work, too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, it's work. Too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, it's work. Too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, it's work. Too easy, it's work, too easy, let's go. There ain't nothing getting in my way. Eating good, I got way too up on my plate, yeah. I could live this life like every single day.
Tava com o wake do jet ski na onda.
Shows I came to raise me. Let's go. Jumping in that mosh pit. Got the keys, now we locked in. Working overtime, now we clocked in. Working overtime, working overtime.
See the legend of the tour, Jordy Smith. Gets really deep. One of the biggest guys on tour. Real Waida, what a performance.
Cause this ice is freezing. I just copped a new boat. Damn, I'm getting seasick. I just bought the whole stove. Yeah, this worked too easy.
World champ Felipe Toledo pushing hard.
Jumping in that mosh pit. Got the keys, now we locked in. Working overtime.
Next to Kanoa here in the decision.
Working overtime. Working overtime. Put in work, too easy. This work, too easy, let's go.
Good morning from the UAE Surf Abu Dhabi Pro.
The pressure only first place advances on into the quarterfinals.
That Kenworthy into the lip. And again, that layback straight into the tube.
Caroline Marks just keep on swinging.
Your World Champ Simmers. More speed and some tunnel time here for Simmers again.
Molly leads her head down. She's pretty deep on this inside section. Makes it. Erin Brooks, the rookie phenom representing Canada.
Men's round of 16, some scintillating looking matchups coming up. Ethan Ewing making this look so effortless. Jordy Smith,
quick little Superman there.
Bunch, a big ramp section, a massive alley. Wow. The landing is absolute butter.
Saliéndote de bañar, del agua se siente bien para celebrar. Hay 4 pares de bikini para ir a nadar. También alcohol para sol y mota solo para andar. Trae la botella, hay tanta agua en el mar. Ponete bella, bella que para bailar. Todos aquí somos amigos, tu amiga más tranquila. Y nos ponemos re tranquilos y nos salíamos en la playa. Conmigo yo te llevo, metamos al agua y nos secamos de nuevo.
Thanks, Ozzy.
Out of the islands and into the desert. Stop 2 on the CT, making history. Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. And it all comes down to the next couple of heats. Just 2 left to go. It's our finals. And a chance to be the champ here. A massive occasion. And a brand new format that's been absolutely unique in every way. It's delivered in so many levels. Can't wait to get these finals underway. We'll see the women up first. Here to break it down, joining myself, Paul Evans, Flick Palmetier. Are we ready?
Oh, we're so ready. We've just seen that performance bar just rise, round after round, day after day here in the desert. The women have really impressed me. I mean, obviously these are the 2 women of the moment, Molly Picklum and Caity Simmers, but I just can't get my mind off Caity and just those different lines she was drawing, really sort of creative in her approach. And then Molly, just that sheer power. She's looking so fired up. And this is a rivalry that we're seeing sort of blossom, really. I mean, they've had matchups in the past, and they had a matchup at Pipe not too long ago. So let's see how this one's going to pan out.
In terms of like how much they've given of themselves so far as like percentage, you want to leave a little bit for the final. You want to be able to bring really your best for when it matters most.
Well, we haven't seen a 10 yet, have we? So there is still room on the scale to push. We saw obviously Caity dropping that 9.57, so getting really high up there in that last semi-final. But I still think, this is the final. There is nothing left after this. I mean, you've got to bring your all. It's go big or go home right now. You don't want to be getting second. You want to win. You want to walk away with that win. It's super important. And like just to touch on before, that these 2, they're matching up consistently now. This rivalry is kind of blossoming. And I can't wait to get into this.
Someone who gave it absolutely loads in terms of performances. That second semi was mad for the men. Italo Ferreira caught up with AJ earlier on.
Italo, parabéns, congratulations. What a way to go in that semi-final. How did you dial it up another notch?
I'm really happy. That was a fun heat against Jackie. We always like trying to push ourselves. And but I was like super focused on myself. And I tried some big ones on the backhand, and then tried to go like different on the left. And so now it's time to think on a final and still like keeping the energy on and putting the show for sure. It's gonna be a good final.
What can we expect from you in the finals?
Surprise! I don't know. I'm just like always having fun. Like I love surfing. I love how create. I love to be in performance every time. And I don't know. I think God has something special for me. And I'm just like enjoying myself. So
we'll see you then.
Let's do it.
He loves winning, doesn't he? Got that winning feeling back last year, and he's absolutely on a roll. Second event of the season. Looking at the bracket here, seeing how it all shapes up. Really cool to see Rio Waida back for a final. Super impressive. Italo, quite a bit more experience in surfing these final heats. This one's shaping up great.
For sure. Obviously, Italo, the veteran here, he's a world champ as well. But, you look to Rio, he's been super impressive. This is his second final appearance. And if he gets the win here, it'll be the first CT win for an Indonesian. So big stakes on the line here. And, it just comes with an event win comes a lot of confidence, momentum throughout the year, feeling good before that looming cut really solidifies that position on the tour.
Getting ready for the women's final here. Let's go and catch up with Kaipo.
Yeah, Paul, anticipation right now. It's been the story of this event. Progression, performance, and of course, pressure. Molly Picklum getting ready along with Caity Simmers. Caity Simmers, just 7.5 days ago, was in another final. About 9,000 miles away from Abu Dhabi at Pipeline. This is going to be a great final, but it's come down to those 3 Ps: pressure, performance, and progression.
Love it, mate. Cannot wait to see these 2 go at it here. So finely tuned in terms of that preparation. Molly, she's ready to go here. Fired up, and she'll know she'll need to bring everything. And just in terms of when she gets on a roll in events, some of the performances she's been able to get in the past, she goes all the way to the final. She drops huge numbers. She's going to have to do that against Caity. Probably have to say has been probably the outstanding surfer throughout the event. Obviously, these are the best 2 surfers, but probably Caity was sort of the edge in terms of performances and form coming in.
Yeah, for sure. And just that creativity that I spoke to before, but if you look at the surfers that Molly's matching up with, I mean, quarter one, Erin Brooks, I mean, that was no easy draw. We were talking about Erin, her performance in the pool. Then Vahine, she had in the semi-final, and Vahine also bringing that creativity and really good progression in the barrel, her entry into that. But right now, it's all about the women's final. That is a bit cute. Molly and Molly's partner there just listening to the same tune. Seen a fair bit of karaoke go down.
2 sets of headphones on the same. How do you even do that? What? Same song?
You need an education,
did they
Paul
press play
Evans.
at the same time?
No.
How does
You
that
can
work?
sync your headphones, your headphones and my headphones, if they're Apple products, to the Apple iPhone. It's quite genius. You can watch Netflix on there together. You can listen to your favourite tunes. Mind blown.
This is massive. Having a look at the final here, it will be Molly Picklum of Australia taking on Caity Simmers of the USA. Caity, of course, our reigning world champ. And the back-to-back finals that Kaipo mentioned. What a diversity, what a range in the skill set, from charging the pipe, packing it over there on the North Shore, to come here and be super tech. Also, the approach throughout, she's brought that fun aspect to it as well. I mean, Molly also looking quite breezy and chill as well going into this, but generally just a little more intensity about her vibe. Caity looks like she's just going to continue to try to have fun and cruise through this.
I think they both, I mean, yeah, there's an intensity there with Molly, but she's generally pretty lighthearted. She's always having fun. I mean, you've seen her around Surf Abu Dhabi, you know, pretty much all the last few days, just running around up to no good, having a good old laugh. Got up, had a bit of karaoke on the upper deck of the Rebel Athlete Zone. So, she's also having a bit of fun.
Molly Picklum here in the water here. We've had a couple of chats about in terms of the order of the surf-in goes. Molly will be up first with very much a blank sheet of paper, no requirement ahead of her. Maybe somewhere in the back of her mind, it's not at the moment, but in the past she's probably thought about this. Let's have a look at the matchups and see how it shapes up. It's been, in terms of the wins, Flick, it's been one-way traffic.
Yeah, wow. I mean, it's crazy when you look at this head-to-head. Far out. I mean, 5 wins to Caity Simmers, to Molly 0. And I mean, you look at the heat totals there. I mean, Katie's pretty much running away with it right now. You bet that Molly really wants to get one up on Caity right now. Just sort of head it back in the direction of Molly, get one on the board. But
yeah, I mean, you touched on it slightly in terms of rivalries. We like to sort of talk up these rivalries, you know, the storyline. How intense do you think some of them are, and this one in particular?
Everyone's friends, right? You know, everyone's having a good time on tour, but
I feel a but coming on here, yeah.
But there was. If you're on tour and you're one of the world's best athletes, there's no doubt about it, you're competitive, right? You want to win. You want to win at all costs. You're doing whatever you can. You're dotting all the I's, you're crossing all the T's. Yeah, we're talking up the rivalries, but I just feel there's just, it's kind of like the whole Jago-Jack thing, right? These two just kind of magnetically get pulled towards each other and they just keep matching up. Obviously, they're great surfers, but, you know, you think back to last year, you think even just that pipe final that they shared, you know, pushing, and they're both there pushing women surfing at the same time.
Friends or colleagues? Can you have 2 CT wins if you're Molly Picklum by having friends on tour? Can you have a world title if you've got...
You can, because at the end of the day, you're on your own journey, right? It's a pretty lonely existence if you're really focusing on others, and it really is. You got to be on your own journey out there. You got to be happy for everyone else. You're on your own mission out here, Paul.
We're just on a piece of rock hurtling through space and time.
We're going to get philosophical, are we?
Here for a short time, not a long time. Be friendly, but also try to win.
You're only trying to win against yourself, really, at the end of the day, Paul Evans.
All right, they're all coming out now. Molly Picklum, she looks like she's very relaxed indeed. Good way to approach your opening run here. She'll be first up. She'll go down the basin on the right before coming back. I think we're all probably pretty familiar with the pattern of how this is going to go down right now. We're into it. Women's final is underway here at Surf Abu Dhabi, an historic moment here in the Middle East right now. Molly Picklum, a couple of wins notched already on the championship tour. There's a hefty slice through the lip and then through the tube. Molly covered again. Nice and deep. Good poise from her. Really nice control. And then just patient when she comes out. She'll tag that. Just get a little more twist in the way her board is facing, and then clearing up the maneuvers for tube. Not mad deep, that one, but really nice to see. Grab rail. Cuddy, well executed. Gets a little snip to finish as well. We're underway.
That was really well timed, super measured. I feel she just wanted to get a completion there. I'm feeling that she wants to put pressure on Caity, and by doing that, you need a completion. There was some really great surfing that happened there. However, I do feel that Molly's got a couple of gears more to click up onto. Let's break it down. Foam climb to start. And I mean, that wraparound maneuver is critical because it takes you right back to the power source. Logs some nice tube time here. I really like the double arm drag there. But I feel that Molly is leaving a bit, you know, she's just leaving a little bit more on the table. I think there's sort of more marrow to suck out of this bone. As we look to the inside tube here, I mean, this is the women's final. I like the theory of getting a completion and applying the pressure, but there's more marrow. As we look here, just really critical, but trying not to, it looks like to me she's trying not to overcook it. As we see these series of turns here, gets the tube on the inside. And another couple of little hits here. Looks like she gets the grab rail on that last carving maneuver.
Molly Picklum will draw first blood here in the women's final to the tune. They have a decent score, flat 7. Pretty solid rewards for her. She kicked off in the semis with 7.5 for her opening, right? So of a similar order. She's got more than that, as you mentioned, Flick. Maybe almost just suggestion of a slight bit of tension maybe in the upper body, not really letting go on some of those turns compared to her best stuff.
I mean, we've seen Molly, you know, she's surfed so consistent throughout this event, and I just know that she can lay that board on rail a little bit harder. I mean, she's still got another wave here, and look, I like the approach. Overall, you know, we've seen today, yesterday, that the surfer who goes out first and applies that pressure, gets 2 completions, really does sort of rattle the cage of the next surfer about to approach the lineup. So I actually like the approach. 7's still a hefty number. Now we've got to see what she does on this left.
Solid start for Molly Picklum to open up here in the women's final. Caity Simmers, see her after this left, which will be coming up real soon for Molly Picklum. So on the backhand now for her. And then a little bit of processing than what she just did. Obviously not getting too drawn into that, really thinking about this, stretching out in front. Beautiful scenes in the evening here at Surf Abu Dhabi. And the offshore just puffing up this wave and making it hollow and allowing Molly Picklum to go in the tube. Nice compact stance. Would look cool from in there.
Wow.
And absolutely clubs it for the first turn again. Look how tight in the pocket those turns up. Real critical. And then she'll need to go fast here. That last turn, just delaying a bit. Went up quite late for that maneuver to try and get back down and get on the gas. Won't get the second tube section.
She's not going to get the second tube section, but those 3 maneuvers after the first barrel were deadly. I mean, they had some serious Viper energy. They were critical.
They were, but were they a little bit wasted in the fact that she threw away a lot of points on the rest of the wave?
Well, look, obviously this is the final and you want to be making the second tube section, but it's just like a good sign of things to come. She's got another couple of runs on the board.
Let's get down for an update with AJ.
The water here for her first wave of this final, passing Molly Picklum. We're getting very used to seeing these two match up when it comes to putting everything on the line. First, that pipe final in 2024 that had us all on the edge of our seats. And then at pipe this year, the semifinal. I was talking with Katie's camp in the break, and they were saying they love what these two bring out in each other. Every time I talk to Katie or Molly, they just reference how much respect they have for each other's surfings, but there's always that edge of wanting to be the one to sort of land the last punch or get the last laugh. So I think we are in for a fantastic show between these two women at the first ever Surf Abu Dhabi Pro.
Thanks, AJ. In terms of punches landed, flicked, 1.5 really. I think 7 on the right. That's a scoring punch, so to speak, but just on the left there, Molly left quite a bit out there. So now we'll be over to Caity Simmers. She'll just let herself drift on a bit of current here. Try and really just sort of keep it going. Doesn't need to change anything, of course. That's why she's here in the final. Just the success she's been able to find in this wave, but in her surfing as well. Just had some thoughts with her. We do get to Ewing in, don't we, on the surfer's deck. Here's some of those interactions, but always wants a little bit more from herself, just in terms of, not really in the score, but just in terms of the actual surfing she's doing. There's always something she mentions, performance she was trying for. So, world champ, back-to-back finals for a season where she's defending that title, which has proven pretty tricky down the years to do. Sometimes a little different energy coming through when you are backing up. Number for Molly, there it is. 5-5 on the left. So her total 12-5. So about a 1.5 spread. So big backhand turns this she did actually getting really rewarded because she finished that way pretty prematurely.
Yeah, she did. You got to be thinking if she's coming out of that tube, then backing it up with a couple of other turns, she's on her way to another 7 at least. So she's got the right idea.
Caity Simmers about to get involved here. Her first wave of the women's final. Simmers been electrifying throughout with her approach. Doing some really different stuff, even from the takeoff with that drive down towards the fence and the big roundy. Right now, it's more traditional in terms of the approach to the maneuvers, but the maneuvers are great. And then that first turn sets her up for a crazy tube. A little extra on that one, almost double the length of some of the others we've seen. Check the carving work from her. Little jam in the lip, tapping with the back foot. Oof. Giving it loads there as well. So smooth for that entry.
No way.
Just flicks off the speed with a snap into the tube. And on the face with another snap. She'll just catch the nose on the last maneuver, but the flow throughout that was crazy.
Shouldn't leave any marrow on that bone, Paul. That was excellent surfing right there. I just absolutely love to see that. Different lines, explosive. That's what we like to see. Final is on.
Women's finals happening here. Here, another look at Caity.
So whips it out of the top, parks it in the tube. I like that little stall. I mean, this is seriously deep. She's on that foam ball there. She's got a perfect read of this. One of the longer tube rides we've seen from the women. And then for me, it was all about that setup turn into that fin throw. She basically created that coping for herself to hit, then parks it in the tube incredibly late on this end section. And generally when we see people enter that last section really late to that barrel, they're not coming out. So despite even falling on that last turn, this is going to be a great score.
We expected quality from the world champ. We got it. What about quantity in terms of the score? We'll come back with that score, the rest of the women's final, right after break. Women's final in the water here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Have a look at this number for Simmers coming in. Excellent. Loads of flow on that flick. 8.67 for Caity.
Yeah, massive number. And I mean, rightfully so. We thought it. We had the feeling when she took off. Let's see what she's got on the left.
Oh, here we go. Simmers on the backhand. Her first run on the left. Pastel colors reflected on the face of the wave. And she'll decorate that with some turns. She'll get the stall here. It'll be a little while before she eventually does get pretty deep. Look how low she's able to stay and stick on that face. All right, now out. A little twitch from the rail. She'll get busy here. Getting to work. And now looking to drive and tuck for cover. The world champ getting in the barrel again. Out of that steep section and hangs it up. Backside, couple of hits on the end. A nice hair flick too. And yet more great surfing from Caity.
Beautiful way to back up that 8.67. Just, I mean, right now she's just really applying that pressure on Molly just by finishing that ride and getting the completion. But she didn't just finish it, she parked it in the tube. She got some serious time in there. Let's have a look. Just absolute golden hour here as we look at this wave and break it down through the lip there. I just love how stylish she is. I mean, she's not completely covered here, but just the steez, the casualness to it. I mean, she gets fully shaded at that section for a few moments, comes out here. She draws a different line here to most women. You know, instead of the 3 turns, the traditional that we're seeing, just a big down carve and up into the lip, and then getting the finish. Rides out of this little barrel section. You can tell here that she's just wanting to get that finish. I feel like you can see it in her surfing. She just really wants to apply that pressure, as we see. Beautiful little tube on the inside section with just glistening light. Really backlit tube. Very picturesque here. Right as that sun goes down. And just that beautiful carve down we see, just not that traditional sort of line that we're seeing taken in the pool.
How do we finish it? That's the fun stuff. That's really cool. Do you want music?
Number in for Caity Simmers. 7-point ride for her. You'll match that up with the 8.67. Total's huge already. 15.67 in reply to Molly Picklum's opening run, which scored 12.5. So advantage Caity at the midway point in the final.
Yeah, wow. I mean, what a way to back up that 8.67 with that other 7-point ride. I mean, on the flip side of this, I mean, Molly's got another run, right? And yep, she's sitting there with a 7 as well in her scoreline. So she's looking to improve on that 5.5. You're also thinking maybe Molly's strong point might be the right, so maybe she is going to go just as hard here too. I mean, this is the final run. This is where you give it all you've got. I mean, this is the last 2 waves for Molly in the pool for this very event. So I'm expecting her to go big. She's a woman who likes to have a dig, and I suspect big things.
The last right-hander of the event here for Molly Picklum. And she'll need to go with real quality. Looking to go excellent to stay in touch here. Try and get in front in this heat. She's under a bit of pressure from the opening run of Simmers. And she's given it absolute pelters on the outside before the tube section. So squeezing loads out of the first section. Tube riding's good. Now makes room down at the bottom of the wave. Lays down a carve with power. Nice. Driving that bottom turn and snapping out the tail in the lip again. Similar stuff, and she'll need to go fast here. She goes real fast. She's covering ground. She's out of a deep tube ride. Lays a hammer on the rail and a really nice turn to finish as well. So loads more there from Molly.
That was absolutely epic. That's exactly what she needed to do in that situation. You could really see it. She was pushing hard. She was setting up sections for herself. For me, I could see a bit more intensity than that earlier 7. I feel like she was giving it more. Just the read was a bit better. The rhythm was better on that wave. Let's have a look. Just already, you know, initially the set up into that tube, the fin throw, parks it in there, gets pretty deep. But for me, it's this big carve down, right? She actually creates coping for herself to hit. You watch, she goes up and actually tags this bit of foam. And then just once again, so critical and so late into this tube, gets so much time underneath the cover, backs it up with a big layback and tags it. So I get a better feeling than 7 personally. I think there's more energy in this wave. I think there's more spark.
It felt a lot better, didn't it? Think about the finish as well, that speedy entry into the tube. And from how far back she was, it always just gives you that bit of jeopardy in terms of this being a risky, are you going to make this maneuver? Why did she put that in there, Flick?
It's so hard to get, like if you get caught behind on this wave, it keeps you honest really quickly. So, I mean, she just really impressed me on that wave. And I knew when I saw the 7 that she had more to give. She definitely gave more then. And, I mean, so thinking she's improving on that. And now, you know, looking to improve on that 5.5 on the left. She's feeling good.
Yeah, I mean, she's enjoying herself. It's been a lot of unique aspects, obviously, about this event, but we even just saw footage of Caity and Wits just clapping on as well, kind of laughing while they watched that went down. So definitely different from a normal surf event in so many ways. Absolutely unique, historic being here in the Middle East for a start. Kelly Slater Wave Co-Tech for the first time away from the surf ranch and here at Surf Abu Dhabi. They're going to get an excellent number for Molly Picklum. 8-point ride for her. She's made this much more gettable now, bringing it back within the reach. So the 8 from her means her requirement 7.68 is what she's looking for on the backhands. Her run will come to an end with this left. Looking at that number, looking at her surfing. So 5.5 with the fall, the incomplete last time. She needs a couple more points from that. Obviously, we know she's got that kind of surfing. How's she going to approach this?
This is it. This is the last wave. This is the last run. This is the last ditch at really putting a big dent here. I mean, obviously, you want to be getting the 7.68, but then you're thinking, is Caity potentially going to improve on her scoreline too?
Just thinking like takeaways, those turns that she did, they're absolutely huge. She got a 5.5 really just for that work through the middle of the wave. So some of those linked together with some deep tubes. Let's go, Picklum into it here, 7.68. The number she's after, she'll tag. Her last turn on the outside before, trying to stall and get cover. You see that tail just slide out a bit, and that puts her a little deeper as she directs her line out of the tube. Absolutely clobbers the first section again, tearing into it here. Picklum, she'll go a pump, low line, extended pump with speed, and now try and coil this and try and disappear. Doesn't quite get super deep, but that's a great hit to finish with as well. So asked a question, she's given an emphatic answer. 7.68, the number she's looking for. For sure, it's an improvement by quite some measure of what she was holding on to onto the left, but now it's down to the judges to really do their thing.
For sure. I think I can't wait to break this wave down because there was some good damage done in terms of turns, right? Like, it was pretty explosive in my opinion. I mean, let's have a look. So sets this first section up, cracks it into the lip, gets the third one there, and that's really critical. Parks it in the tube. Now, I reckon she probably would have liked to have been a little bit deeper here. She does get that shade time, and you can see her ride that foam ball for a second. Comes out. I mean, these two maneuvers here were my favorite. 1-2 combo, so deadly. And then she kind of tries to get to this section a bit earlier, and you can really see her just trying to stomp on the brakes. She gets the fin release there at the end, and that will be all she wrote for Molly. No more waves to be surfed, just all in the hands of the judges. I mean, look at that look at the fin release she's getting on there. These 2 turns here for me, this was my favourite moment of the wave. It was the most dynamic.
First job she needed to do was improve on a second run. She needed to improve on both of her waves. She's done that for sure. That's happening. It's just a question, obviously, of how much by exactly.
Yeah.
Then got ahead of the valve.
Yeah. I'll just be stoked to get it to make up for a little extra.
Alright.
Just like do it for the fun of it. 7-6
Yeah, it's not easy. Pocket's right there, surely.
I'll be stoked if they just change it and then.
Hey, I surfed in the right.
Yeah,
I
thank
thought that
you.
was a night. I was sick.
Yeah.
That was really, really
when
good.
I come into the tube after, I was like, see, I'm like,
yeah. Yeah.
just do it, just colours.
Gotta let her know. Yeah, she needs to know before she takes it.
Is the victory lap surely a couple roundhouses, if so?
Well, they're not. That's so low. Usually by 30 seconds, they're giving it.
Got it. Just. 0.03. 0.03. Oh, shit.
Molly Picklum gets the number 7-7, goes into first for the moment. Not loads in it.
Watch this girl, man, she's gnarly though.
All right, so now a requirement goes over onto Caity Simmers for her final run.
Go. Give it to me.
Here we go, love this action. So the last right for Caitlin Simmers, world champ, driving for the fence, swooping back, banking off the white water, and then up. Super crisp and critical, gives that loads, and that's audacious.
Wow.
She waits with the bottom turn. Wow, really deep traveling. Simmers had no right to make it out of that, but she does somehow. That's why she's the world champ. She's ripping here, crazy as she compresses through that turn, tweaking out the tail. The recovery into the tube so late. Simmers traveling and down.
Holy moly. Wow, wow, wow. That is why Caity Simmers is the world champ. I mean, disbelief there from Griff. That was incredible. You could just see Molly before being like, come on, just give it to me so that I can ask the question of Caity. And I mean, I'm looking forward to breaking this down. This is what we like to see. The big roundhouse, using so much of the face of the wave, just drawing such a different line. She creates the coping for herself to hit. Again, so late up into the tube. This was seriously deep. Some tube piggery. Almost loses it there and then comes around this section. Big carve down again, creating that coping. Gets that fin release, and another one she tries to do the same thing again, you know, just have that mastery to come out of that second barrel, but doesn't get the finish. Will it be enough without that finish? I mean, I'm thinking there was some seriously great surfing going on here. Just so stylish, so casual, different read on the wave. I think the roundhouse for me and the tube time alone was pretty spectacular.
In terms of a turn into the tube, the entry in with the bottom turn and then the turn after exiting, think of that as a combo of 3 distinct things. Crazy stuff. Just a touch late, trying to sneak under there. So entertaining. Where's this going to go in terms of a number? Judges will decide exactly where this puts her. So 8.67 was the score she got for a first right. Anything that isn't better than that might be significant in terms of her total, but extremely significant really. Just in terms of entertainment, we're getting an absolute show here. What we wanted and what neutrals would have wanted is the fact that Molly goes back to the lead and then forces Caity to try and improve, which obviously just keeps this thing alive, which makes it so cool to watch go down. Number will drop in shortly for Simmers. There's a good chance this is all going to come down to the very last ride here. Score for Caity Simmers. She goes excellent. She gets an 8, but doesn't improve her overall total. It will be a throwaway for her. But that requirement obviously will change in terms of what she's got holding on to on her left. So she will need an improvement now. Doesn't get it on her first wave, which is the right, but the left was the more modest score. About just over a 1.5 shy of what she got on the forehand. It was a 7 that she got on her left this time. 7.03 flick.
Wow. She just needs to do 0.3 better. This is actually crazy.
All comes down to the very last wave of the women's final. Caity Simmers, world champ, swinging, setting up, covering a lot of ground, big amplitude to the turns. And that cruisy line becomes a compressed body position, pretty textbook one in terms of controlling the speed. Real well done. Grip in the face and then out onto this steep transition. That was a hammer. And then on the rail, so 2 maneuvers through the insides. She'll try and go into the tube here and get as deep as possible. Maneuvers on the end. She'll throw away the first turn out of the tube.
Wow.
Was that better than a 7?
Ooh, I feel like this is going to be, it's already extremely close, right? The totals are so crazy right now, the heat total, but
it's so close.
It's so close.
Your best one was your left was a 7-7.
This is the kind of battle you want in a final right now. You want it to be ping-ponging that leaderboard back and forth. Molly asking the question, Caity answering. Yeah, I think this. I honestly, I don't know where this is going to go. I think it could go one way, it could go the other. We might even get, some judges give it, some judges not. Let's have a look. Carving here. A bit more of a down carve to set up this next section, which is super critical. And for me, I just loved the tube time she gets here. Just super deep, really toying with it. Had time to even wipe her hair out of her face. Comes out, it's this turn here, just blows the fins out the back of the wave. Probably the most we've seen by the women so far on a left, on their backhand. And then again, just such dream-like conditions here at Surf Abu Dhabi. Just doesn't get the finish. It's right there, it's close.
My leg, I literally was like, couldn't finish. I could not finish the last one.
Can you come back just a little bit, please? Can you come back just a little bit?
I normally don't get one of these things. Just give it to me. I think if you finish, it was it. Yeah. But then I was like, she's just going to do a big blowtail.
Look at the sunset though.
I know. Wait, when you did your first or second carve, it was like in line with the sun. Well, that was fun though.
Watch out.
Come on. This is crazy.
What a moment this is here. Just adding further to the uniqueness of this event. So Simmers, wait for her score.
They didn't take ages to do it.
I think it's going to come in soon and not far away from getting it.
Oh, you got it.
Scores in for Caity Simmers. She's queen of the desert, 7-4-3 champion here at Surf Abu Dhabi. An historic moment, a brilliant final. Well done to Molly Picklum, who competed and surfed great. But Caity Simmers, defending world champ, off a final at the Lexus Pipe Pro, back into another one at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro, and getting it done on the very last wave. Guess what? Just a small matter of the men's final to come up now. And it will be Italo Ferreira taking on Rio Waida, who's up and surfing right now. He's in the tube, he's really deep. Rio coming out, building speed. And then slicing off the top, snapping that tail.
Whoa.
Giving that absolute loads. as he slides out and then tries to reverse off the lip. He was feeling really loose and comfortable. Just lost that pretty early in that rotation. So a chance to put some pressure up at the beginning of the final. Fierro is kicked away by an incomplete maneuver for him, which served him real well in the semi-finals. What a women's final that was, coming down to the very last wave flick. Let's get down and hear from the champ, Caity Simmers.
The champ indeed, still processing that final score, Caity. I want you to tell me what the exchange was between you and Molly before you went out for that final lap.
We were just exchanging some music, and we definitely have different tastes in music, but I don't know. I think I was just looking at like how pretty the sun was. It was looking pretty good on Molly's face, so I don't know. We were just laughing, I don't know. I feel like when me and Molly are out there, we just laugh at each other. It's pretty fun.
And then you shared the moment waiting for the score. It drops, and you got it. What does it mean to you to have gotten the win here at the first ever Surf Abu Dhabi Pro?
I think, I don't know, it was like the most pressure you're gonna feel is like when you're in a wave pool waiting for like your wave and you know exactly what you need and you know you're gonna get the opportunity to get it, but you don't know if you're actually gonna like, it's pretty much just you gotta just use skill. Like it's not like luck like it usually is where you're like, well, the ocean could send me this wave. It's like the pool is gonna send you this wave and you gotta get the score. And so I think that's what makes it like very special for me. And I'm so out of breath, I don't know.
Last thing, with the win, you get to take the yellow jersey into Portugal. How good does it feel to put that color back on?
Yeah, it's a good one. So yeah, I'm glad.
Congratulations, enjoy the win.
Thank you.
Caity Simmers, your champion here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro for the first time ever in surfing history, having an event over here in this beautiful part of the world. That was one of the most sensational finals, going back-to-back. The new school officially taking over. The rivalry continues with two good friends with so much respect for each other. Now Rio Waida and Italo Ferreira have the final in this beautiful sunset in the desert sky. Rio in his second chance to win a CT event. If he can, it'll be the first ever for Indonesia on the championship tour. For Italo Ferreira, he's looking for a 10th championship tour win in his career to go along with his world title that he got in 2019. Stage is set. Rio's already had his first wave, a 6.17. And now he'll prepare for the left. He finaled on his backhand at cloud break. This is definitely a great opportunity for him to show how powerful he can be in the pocket. It's like the new Spartan on tour with how much power he can put into the lip. Great transition into the barrel, holding that line. And now merging. Big hammer there with the fins hanging out. Pushing it around to a reverse. Back into swing of things with a tap off the top. No one's done that on that second move after the barrel. And now driving into that section well with a lot of control. Rio Waida looking strong, even has more room to hammer this thing through the inside corner.
It's pretty crazy for me to think, because I keep talking to myself and saying, okay, this is it. There's not a way for you to like push harder on those waves. Like, you know, there's a limit to it, how much you can push, and everyone keeps breaking barriers every time they step on the board. Like, if you look at this wave from Rio, how much water he was pushing, how aggressive he was. He's gonna pull in this barrel, and then after he's gonna start doing damage that I haven't seen it on the backhand yet on the left. Beautiful technique from him. Look at his blowtail. Right about now. Like, pushed as hard as you could. The board redirected all the way through, and then back to back. Massive maneuvers. He is on his way to a massive score here on the left. not rattled whatsoever that he's in a final against Italo on a wave pool, just pushing the limits.
Rio Waida finishes his first run in the final of the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Coming up next, the opening wave for Italo. The final underway with Rio and Italo. Italo Ferreira representing Brazil. His whole surfing life started by surfing on the lid of his father's ice chest at a young age in Bahia Formosa, a little running right, and look who he's turned into, one of the best ever, as he is running into a beautiful right. Perfection on demand here at Surf Abu Dhabi. Hitting the lip well, and how about that rock and roll float? Transitions in the flats and drills it. Italo on fire. Just will not stop, deciding not to worry about that opening barrel. He can't stop swinging. Jams the fins out, extends it off the bottom, back over the roof again. Now styling into the end section pit. Italo putting his head down. Nice exit, driving a big vertical. And now bonus section to throw that silky reverse that he's been greasing all event. Italo hitting that point where he could basically do anything he wants. We saw that happen in his quarterfinal, and he's just been building ever since.
I'm really in disbelief. Like, people are struggling or have been struggling to do a turn after that barrel, and he's just transitioning like there's nothing, like straight up to the bottom. There are no thoughts in his mind right now. It's just reaction to what's in front of him. It's so much speed and finesse. Probably fit about 10 turns right there, back to back. It's so impressive the type of surfing Italo is doing right now on this right-hander. And a deep barrel. And finish it off with one more massive turn. And a blow-tail reverse. Like, the transitions right there, like, it gives you no time to think for you to do that. So just try to apply that 5 times back-to-back or 6. I don't even know. I lost count of, I lost track of it. That's why I don't know how he kept everything so clean. See, he's gonna airdrop, and he goes straight up the top again. He does that about 5 or 6 times, the most critical part of the wave, ignoring the barrel.
When Italo gets into this kind of form, you could tell he doesn't even have to think. He can just react. He's so strong. He got really, really into his training a few years back. He looks so different than he did in his rookie season on tour. Putting on some weight in a good way. So strong, so powerful. Typically using the epoxy construction on all of his surfboards, and he pushes them hard, and they just made a little adjustment, pulled in the nose and tail this year with the Timmy Patterson crew, and now he can go really anywhere he wants in the pocket. We saw that displayed on that first right, comes in excellent 8.67 for Italo. Best number of the final so far.
I mean, you have to go that high. Like he smashed that wave from top to bottom. And you're mentioning about that mindset that you get, and it only happens a very few times, so it's very important for you to capitalize on it. And it's happening to Italo right now. You can see it from the beginning of the day today. He felt like his board is just an extension to his body. Everything he thinks about it, it's translating to his foot and transmitting to the board, and it's so impressive to watch. Not taking anything from Rio. Like, both of them are on another level right now.
Big congratulations to the super coach, Reynos Hayes, coaching Italo and Rio into this clash in the final. He put so much love into his practice, really cares about his athletes, and doing a great job with these two different personalities. Italo jamming that one into the guts of the wave, now sits inside the pit. He's going to enjoy that view. Ferreira now blitzing that section. Wide open canvas to play with, and he is in sync. Now stalling, waiting. That means he's looking for a little runway. Now he's got it clear for takeoff. Ferreira launching the alley-oop. Lays into that open face wrap and then chucks the tail out to reverse it on the end section. Italo's acting like Superman. Just threw down the 8.67, now a big number heading his way on the left.
I mean, just a pair of excellent surfing to start off the heat. Intensity, how do you keep that intensity throughout that long of a period in a wave? Keeps your focus throughout the whole day since 10 a.m. this morning.
There's Reynos right there with the hat on. Such a kind spirit, travels with the Aloha spirit in his heart and just loves to surf as well, but this is probably as good as it gets for a coach. Watching this.
I mean, this is so impressive from him. I mean, if I have to criticize something about this wave, right? Like, he lost a little bit of time after this barrel. Wave scopes it under. You see his pushes right there, and he kind of almost dig his nose, so he loses a bit of speed, so he's just a touch behind still. Pushes through it. That's just being overcritical. And then it goes for a massive alley-oop, straight into a beautiful layback carve. Kind of getting a release after that and finish it off with another nice reverse. That was incredible. The transition from that alley-oop to the carve was impressive. That's what we're gonna see right there. As usual, launches with 90 miles per hour, but exits out of the launch with 150 miles per hour. It's so impressive how much speed he gains in the air.
Great tool for the surfers in this event. They just stare at the Jumbotron. They get to see the replays, review the sections immediately after their ride. The ocean, they're waiting for scores to come in. They can't have that review. Then you take a break and he'll plan for run two. That was brilliant. Italo score in. Let's call it another excellent heat total for Italo Ferreira. 8.67 with an 8.60. What a dominant opening run in this final. Rio Waida will have another chance to improve on both of his scores. That's really what he's looking at.
Yes, he has to. He has to go massive, like both on the right and the left, because you expect Italo also to step it up. That was his first run. Like, there's things to clean up on that left mostly. I don't see anything he could do better. On the right, maybe like finish with the air, that's the only thing, but yeah, something to clean on the left.
Head-to-head with these guys. They had 2 heats last year. Italo got Rio on way to his win in the northern part of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, when Italo got that victory on the home soil. We saw Rio get past Italo last year for that win, so it all tied up. The final will decide it. Rio's win came at Bells Beach when he went on the roll and almost made the final. Chucking the tail out, going for it, and sliding it at the bottom of the wave. I don't know how he kept his balance there. Gets nice and barrel. You can tell he's swinging for something big, showing the judges different types of lines. Now he's a bit more connected. Throw tail reverse. Will this put him behind? And it does. So Rio trying to go next level to push something into the X-zone range. Changed gears a bit, but it's going to cost him the back end of the right. On his first wave on the right, he was counting a 6-1-7. He might end up keeping that one.
Yeah, that might be it for Rio. I feel like he's going to be in a combination of scores going into the left. I love the way he started. He went for it. That big blow tail in the beginning before the barrel. Very impressive. It requires more control than actually spinning all the way around. You're going to see it right here. Nice bottom turn setting up. Straight into it. It requires more strength for you to actually push the board and slow the momentum down to whip that board back around. And then he's going to do that once again. But he's going to try to spin it all the way around. See how he keeps the momentum, but right there the wave just moves at a faster pace. That might have not been the section for that turn. And I think that might be it, because he needs at least a 7-2-7 in order to need a 10 on the left hand.
There's a couple big turns in there that he was trying to really mix up, sliding halfway down the face. And Italo can't sit still.
What is he going to do now?
Where do we go from here? Well, we'll find out in a moment if he really needs a second run. But to give Italo the whole basin just to freestyle, who knows what we'll see next. Still waiting for the judges to make a decision on the right. Is it better than the 6-1-7 that he opened up with? And he does improve a touch. A 6.67 from Rio Waida, but it is all over. A 10.6 is the requirement. Italo Ferreira takes out the win in the first ever event here in the UAE, the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro Champ. Italo makes it 10 CT wins in his career.
Não sei se pode com a bandeira não, porque eles tiraram a bandeira da gente daqui, mano. Não sei. Ah, por causa do
Beautiful. Beautiful. Keep yourself in one piece.
Great words. Great words there from Reynolds Hayes. Hayes like, I know you won. Let's stay in one piece. Who knows? He doesn't want him to go bonkers.
Hey, it's a long year ahead.
Exactly.
It's a long year, and a guy like Italo, the way he gets fired up himself, he could put himself in trouble. I 100% agree, and that's the good quality that he actually Reynolds is bringing into him.
So Rio getting this last wave here, but in the requirement needs a 10.6. Obviously skill out of 10, so he'll get a final lap here. What a great performer. Great representation of Indonesia in this event, but now at a second final appearance for Waida. He definitely showed us another level, an extra gear in this contest. And I think he was motivated for a lot of reasons, knowing his prep was solid, having Bronson representing Indonesia in this event as well, having Rizal Tanjung and Varun around. But it all goes to this man. Ferreira was tied on the all-time win list with John Florence and Sonny Garcia. Breaks that tie, moves into 10 event wins. Next guy he's chasing on that list is Taj Burrow.
Hoje para todo e sempre. Eu te amo, meu Deus. Obrigado. It's for him. It's the only way.
Italo is going to enjoy the best victory lap you can imagine. With the Brazilian flag as a cape, he certainly surfed like a superhero the last few days. Jump off the Red Bull ski and enjoy his final run here. And like his coach said, great job. That was next level. But yeah, let's stay in one piece. We have got a big goal in mind, and that is the world title race. Congrats to Italo. Big show for Rio Waida. Second CT final. But showing us that extra gear of belief mentally. Maybe more consistency than anyone else from the opening round and then down the stretch to the final. So making Indonesia proud from all the guys that kicked things off. Made Switra, Wayan Suwenda, Ketut Menda, Made Kasim, all the OGs from Indonesia that really paved the way for Rizal Tanjung. And then Bronson's coming, Rio. We remember Oni Anwar in events. Goes on and on. But yeah, what a beautiful country, finishing second in this final.
It's great that you mentioned that, because Rio could not be here without those names that he said. You know, like those guys are the guys that he looked up to growing up and that pushed him and showed that surfing was possible. There's so much behind the history of just getting, like, just what you see right now at this moment. So should keep his standards very high. Bright future in front of Rio.
And for Italo, one of our favorite mentors that he has, a goofy foot named Jansen Andre, who told us about this kid that was coming. He said, trust me. And then Italo, through the junior series, he didn't win a major event. He was always on the QS, and he didn't win like a giant QS.
Forever, yeah.
Got on tour, and then all of a sudden he won bells, and he figured out the system. Now a gold medalist, world champ, 10 CT wins, and he'll ride switch.
Of course.
By the way, the judges are scoring this. This is part of the final. Oh my goodness. He's gotten so good at this. Oh my gosh, is he really getting barreled?
He's gonna get the last go for sure.
And for sure he saw what Kauli Voss did when he switched it up in the barrel, but this is next level. The entire wave switch with his cape on, which is the Brazilian flag. And he'll get absolutely drained. That is unbelievable. Most people look so awkward riding switch. He's doing turns, he's getting barreled. And I can't wait to see what that score looks like.
I mean, if you think about it, like most people wouldn't be able to do half of what he did right there in their normal stance, so.
I mean, this is the future of surfing for sure. Pretty soon, surfers will be able to look just as confident in their switch stance. It's only a matter of time. What'd you think?
I mean, this is awesome. What can I talk about it? Like, can't even do that on my normal stance. Oh, that was incredible. Cat reflexes right there for him. Now he's gonna push it so hard. He almost loses right there, and he feels like he's gonna get stuck behind. See it? That was kind of awkward. He was like, oh, am I gonna make it around? And then stand still, let the boards do the talk, and just finish it up with a nice little drainer on the inside.
Oof. And then laying it down. He's figuring it out. He's often has a switch stance wave when he's won events in the past. Sometimes it's just riding in through the whitewater, but that was the first time we got to see a wave like that from Italo. And scores are coming in. It's a 3.17. And we'll see
funny
if
that
he
they
ends
had
up
actually to kind of go through that score, you know?
Oh, what a champion. This guy was lights out. Surfed amazing at Pipe. Made the semifinals over there. Now with a win. Oh my goodness. Next event, Portugal, where he's had a lot of success. And when he was a rookie, he was connected there. Made the final, did that gigantic air. Almost got a 10 for it. So he's always loved that contest. But just momentum's a real thing in sport, especially in the ocean or pool events where you find your winning rhythm. He's got it right now. Just the advantage, too, of being at a facility like this at Surf Abu Dhabi with the lights on. Could surf all day, all night. That's what we've done the last couple of days. Hats off to the entire broadcast team and all the workers working on this event, basically from sun up to beyond sundown, because you turn the lights on and you're getting home at about midnight on the first day. All the coaching staff were a part of it. Everybody riding the shuttles back and forth from the hotel. And Italo's the one that'll always be remembered as the first champ here in Abu Dhabi, along with Caity Simmers. That Caity Molly final will be one to remember. Their semifinal at Pipe was one of the favorites of the event. They bring out the best in each other. That was some of the best surfing I think I've ever seen at the final stage, most definitely in the wave pool system. So Italo's going to go back to his normal stance. Right foot forward, the goofy foot champion. Always has a ton of adrenaline pumping through his veins. But how sweet this would be. A great way to have a cool down.
I'm just kind of soaking in the moment. This looks so fun.
Love all the angles we see from the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam. This man will take flight.
Keep yourself in one piece. Remember what the wise man said, Reynolds case.
That was incredible. I never thought the alley-oop rotation would not take me by surprise, but in saying that, we got to really break down the critical ones. Sometimes we get one or two in an event, maybe. Now we really got to focus on that maneuver, and Italo's version of that had a couple of different factors to it. The space he covered sideways, how high he would get, but also his footwork and upper body movement. Never really questioned it when he really needed it. He could just stomp it perfect and then go right into that little lean back gouge. He had it so dialed, and for someone to be able to have an alley-oop move so dialed, it's like, that's a big movement in pro surfing.
And just think about, he turned that turn into a transitional turn. He was coming out of that turn with more speed than he came in with. And into that transition, he did that big gouge, and he was doing that big gouge in such a short space, so he couldn't even think about it. Like, there's not even time for you to think. You're just reacting to what's right ahead of you. So impressive.
I don't know if there's a Grom out there that doesn't mind going through the heat analyzer and counting all the alley-oops that were landed for us.
Yeah.
Just send us a text.
Please do it.
That definitely broke a record.
Should we try and guess how many?
We could split it up, maybe round by round, and we'll be up all night.
Total, probably like, I'd say 100.
100 alley-oops?
100 alley-oops, maybe. Yeah, I guess less. Only 4 waves each.
What a day. Just groundbreaking for pro surfing to have a complete platform change with the wave pool system, but also to come to a new part of the world to grow the surfing community. And everyone showed up here on finals day. The skate park, there's a big lawn to hang out on, food trucks, rad little VIP zone. The 2 restaurants that they have here full time at this facility are incredible. Little Latin fusion on one, Japanese flavors on the other, little Mediterranean vibe. Now the world title race is on. Always tough to predict the final 5 this early with a lot that can happen. Thinking about what it might look like is kind of fun to break down. You start really looking at Gabby Bryan and what she's doing with power. Molly Picklum has consistently showed up in that event, but when you have a new name that hasn't been there like Gabby Bryan, that means someone won't be there. She's taking a spot if she can hold that position to compete for a title.
Levanta, Sofia, fecha, up the stairs, bora. 1, 2,
Até o Bob, let's go.
Sofia, é isso.
So Marcos and Reynos on the chair. We'll hear from the champ, who's now with AJ.
With AJ and rocking the Brazilian flag like he did for that victory lap. Italo, you have been automatic for this entire contest, the first ever Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. How did you step it up even more in the final?
Wow, I was like super excited. You know, I woke up today and I was like watching moving, like preparing my mind for like those runs, and on a wave pool, it's always like super exciting. You know, when you had a wave, you have a chance to like perform. You're always going hard and bigger, and that's what I did. You know, and I was so glad to have like those moments and have all my team behind, my girls, Sofia, Marcos, Reynos, all my friends as well, especially Ali, my local coach. He bring me one day, and then I had like full day of surfing, and it was pretty cool. And yeah, I just want to say thank you, God, for this moment, for everything that he gave me. And yeah, I just enjoy myself. You know, I need to go back to the hotel packing because I have a flight tonight.
Well, before we get to that, you also are going to be packing a different jersey to Portugal. It's going to be the color yellow. We talked at the beginning of this year how much it means to you to wear that color throughout this season. Now you have it.
Crazy, huh? After a long time, right? And but I'm super excited to the longer like journey, you know, to the end, and just keep my mind and play the game and enjoy my moment. Now it's time to like go back home, work a little bit more on the gym, get ready, be confident, and do what I love.
Before we let you go, in Portuguese, for your fans watching back at home in Brazil, what do you want to say?
Então, galera, obrigado, desculpa por ser tão tarde e às vezes vocês perderem o sono, mas eu tentei fazer o meu máximo, dar um show para vocês e graças a Deus eu saí daqui campeão. O ano que eu competi, o último ano que eu competi na piscina, acabei ficando em segundo. Isso me deu bastante raiva e me motivou para que eu pudesse treinar muito mais e performar no dia de hoje. Então, graças a Deus e por tudo que eu venho fazendo, né, as coisas vêm acontecendo naturalmente e Deus vem abençoando sempre, né? Então, desde já também agradecer a torcida de vocês. Muito obrigado. E é isso, vamos nessa.
Parabéns, congratulations, Italo.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Way to go, Italo Ferreira, the champion of this event. Locked in. You could tell he still is locked in. He wants to stay that way this entire season, doing what he loves. We're going to celebrate all the major highlights of a historic moment in surfing history coming up next on the Corona Sarah Post Show. Welcome everybody to the Corona Cerro Post Show. A big day for surfing history. Crowning champions for the first time here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Stop 2 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Everything's just settling down a little bit. We had a little bit of everything. Some wind the first day, even a little sandstorm on finals day, and en road to crown our champions. One thing I know for sure, we saw the best surfing on the last day when it came down to the big finals. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, and Felicity Palmatier. Flick, man, where do we even begin? I mean, I just want your opinion, you know, from being on the CT yourself in the past, following the movement for women's surfing for your whole life. How do you put into words what we saw in that final earlier today?
I think when we rocked up here, it's kind of everything you want on finals day, right? We wanted that seesaw battle. We had these 2 absolute, you know, phenoms going at it, and we had Molly Picklum, Caity Simmers, who have been really responsible for sort of that shift in, you know, the new momentum, the new generation on the women's tour. And it was incredible to watch it go down and to be decided right on that last wave.
And Jesse, on the men's side, it wasn't kind of the usual script of what's happened in wave pools in the past, you know, from Felipe losing early, even Griff, who was a favorite to take this one on. We kind of had a new story in a lot of ways this year.
And that's how it should roll, you know, like there's new people coming up. Obviously, Felipe lost to a veteran, a canoa himself. But, I mean, we saw a glimpse of excellence with Jackson Bunch. Obviously, we had Italo take over, and his consistency and how mature he looks on top of the board and how aggressive and fast he is paid a difference throughout the whole event. But there's a few people that stepped it up that I didn't expect, mostly being their very first time in a wave pool system event that has so much pressure added. It was fun to be part of it and just watch.
Well said. Well, now let's start the presentation as we send it to the other end with Kaipo Guerrero.
Thank you, Joe. Welcome to the presentation for the inaugural Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. This is stop number 2 on the 2025 World Championship Tour. And what a day we had today. This was a great day and an historic day, the first CT competition ever held in the Middle East. Let's give an applause for that. We made history with this. Pressure, performance, and progression were all coming into play in this format, and I think it worked out pretty well, don't you? Thank you for this world-class wave, Surf Abu Dhabi and Modern Properties, the wonderful hospitality that we've shared here, and the amazing amenities. This has been an incredible event for everyone involved, especially the surfers. We also like to thank our event sponsors. Thank you to Corona Cerro, Yeti, Red Bull, the people at Body Glove, Apple Watch, Surfline. They got the forecast spot on through this entire event. True Surf, FlexFit, Visla, and GWM. Helping me with the trophies tonight is Deepak John, the CEO of Modern Commodities. You can give a hand. Ryan Watkins, the general manager of Surf Abu Dhabi. Give Ryan a hand. Hey, you know what, you guys, oh boy. Amazing crew here, you guys. This has been such an incredible experience. Thank all of the crew here. And also, Ryan Crosby, the CEO of the World Surf League. Let's hand out some trophies. Indonesia. He's been making a name for himself in his second CT final. Our runner-up for men. Let's bring to the stage Rio Waida. Come on up here, Rio. One of the nicest guys you'll meet. Rio. Yeah, let's give it up. Okay, quick word from you, Rio. This is your second CT final. I think there's a lot more in it. You have a young man with a bright future. Your thoughts coming off of this final finish?
Yeah, I feel like happy and sad, Of course, I was stoked that I made the final, but at the same time, I was like, damn it, I lost, So I'm happy the fire is there, I wasn't satisfied, so I feel like I will go back home and train harder for Portugal, and I'm excited, and I'm happy to be here in Abu Dhabi. It's so beautiful, and everyone's welcoming and stuff, so I'm just blessed, I don't know, performance, I just kind of almost just let it happen, I feel like I did the job done during the off season, there was a little bit of, I don't know, to be honest, I don't want to say, but I got hurt, like I dislocated my shoulder, and there was a doubt that maybe I was not going to compete this year because I thought I wanted to do surgery and stuff, but I did train hard and stuff, so I'm stoked, I'm blessed to be here, and many more, and I'm stoked.
Making Indonesia proud, Rio Waida. There you go. Let's have our women's runner-up come to stage. Incredible surfing throughout the entire event, and now number 2 on the world rankings. Let's bring up Molly Picklum. Yeah, Pickles. Molly, oh, what a road it's been here. Your experience here at Surf Abu Dhabi.
One that I'll never ever forget. No, I think ultimately it's been a real culture shock. It's so different to anything I've ever seen in my life, and I was so happy to have my boyfriend here and just share that moment and really enjoy the food, the karaoke, the people, the vibes. Watching everyone rip this wave pool to pieces was really special.
Yeah, and I think you were one of the surfers that was having the most fun here, so you win that prize too. Molly Picklum, let's give it up for her. Now for our men's champ. The raging Brazilian came in here and broke barriers, put big scores in every time he hit the basin. Let's give it up for your men's champion, Italo Ferreira. Let's give it up. Oh, here we go. Get this. Yeah. All right, Italo. What's this mean to you? This was a hard-fought battle. You look like the man to beat from the very first heat.
Yeah. On the last event at the surf pool, that was like really hard for me. I got second, and that was hurt, and I was like super excited to have one more opportunity to do what I love to do and perform and put all my heart in that. And then yeah, it was a long week because we came from Brazil, and it was like so hard to sleep, and rest, but I tried to keep focus on myself, and try to perform every single moment. I had like worst time on surf session, and I was like, oh my God, I need to reset my mind and try it again. But on the moment that I put the jersey, I changed my mind and start to do it again. And I'm so glad to have this opportunity to win this event for the first time, and I put a lot of work, after September, after the final, I have been like working so hard, and then yeah, big trainings, and yeah, this is the result. But I know that it's a long year, there's a long journey, into the end, but I will keep focus and keep doing what I love. And I just want to say thank you, my team, my girl Sofia, Marcos, Reynolds, and Ali, my local coach as well. Yeah, brother. Habibi, and yeah, that was a really special moment for me. And yeah, that's it. Time to go back home, reset, and then go to Portugal. That's one of the places that I love, and I would love to win that as well.
Well, you're going to go to Portugal with a yellow leader jersey on. You're #1 in the rankings, Italo.
Oh, yeah, that was really special. Yeah, for sure. But it's a lot of work still, and let's do it.
Anything in Portuguese?
Agradecer a galera, especialmente a galera local aí que permaneceu todos esses dias acompanhando, dando suporte. Aos atletas brasileiros pelas performances também, pela dedicação, por todo o esforço, por tudo que vocês vêm fazendo e por esse esporte. E é muito especial viver esse momento junto com essa geração que se dedica, que se entrega. E é isso, cada um de vocês é uma inspiração para mim e é legal viver tudo isso e ser recompensado, né? E Deus tem me proporcionado esses momentos e eu realmente tenho aproveitado, tenho orado bastante para que eu possa me manter num caminho, no propósito e firme no que eu venho fazendo, né? E que toda a honra e toda a glória seja dada a Deus. Então, obrigado, galera. Valeu!
Italo Ferreira. Now let's bring up our women's champ, our defending world champ. 2 finals in a row on the championship tour. Your winner for the ladies, Caity Simmers. Come on up here, Caity. Caity, come over here. All right, yeah. Hey, another big win.
Yeah, all I can think of is really just how thankful I am, honestly. I'm thankful for surfing, for just being able to like ride waves. It's like the funnest thing ever. I really enjoy it, and I'm thankful for Molly because she makes me surf my best, and I feel like we both do that to each other, so that's always fun. And yeah, I'm thankful for just my friends and my family and all the love I got around me, and yeah.
Stop number 3, you're going to a place where you've won before, Portugal.
Yeah, I love Portugal. I don't know, I always have a lot of fun there, so I'm excited for it. Beach break, I grew up in beach break, so it's a bit familiar, so yeah.
Congratulations, Caity Simmers. All of our champs here, all of our finalists. Photo opportunity for all of you, and I'm going to throw it back to the show with Joe Turpel. Thank you all, and thank you, Surf Abu Dhabi.
How cool is that? Thanks so much, Kaipo, and congrats once again to our finalists, our champions, making history today at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Italo happy to win. He was reminded of that wave pool event where he lost on a close decision, and you can kind of remember the heartbreak that you can go through as an athlete, as a world champion, when you lose, when you put so much into it. As we know, he's all out no matter what he does, and there's almost a recovery period of time for Italo to find himself again. And when he won last year in the back end of the season on the podium, he's like, I'm back. And that was a long time since that pool event. So he's right where he wants to be, world #1, as you see his road to the final. Jesse, round by round, quarters, semis, and obviously the final, he had the highest combined heat total. So it made sense. As soon as we saw that 9-1-3 in the quarters, you're like, oh, yeah, he's going all the way.
I mean, more than fair, right? Like domination to the max right there, and just the intensity that he kept throughout this whole event. How consistent he was solid, barely committed any mistakes, both on the lefts and rights, and it was impressive to watch. And actually not impressive, it was just very fun to watch, to be through. Like, the first day of the event, everyone was kind of still tight, and then the second day got better, and they just blew up on the day like today, and that was just fun to watch.
It looked like he was really free to do his brand of surfing. He wasn't making the wave force him to do any maneuvers.
Yeah, definitely not. I think the word that comes to mind is spontaneity. He kind of always keeps you guessing, which makes it super exciting. He also was willing to take a lot of risk. He decided to start, really pushing it in sections where people hadn't done that yet, putting that. Basically, with big risk comes big reward, and we saw excellent scores from him. And I mean, with maneuvers like that in that section of the wave where we hadn't seen that done yet, he was just pushing the boundaries, and sort of without a doubt, like you just knew he was in that form, and kind of said it at the beginning of the day, but if he gets in one of those rhythms where he's getting that fired up, he's getting amped up, you know, he comes in from his serves, he doesn't know where he's walking, he's bouncing off the walls, you can kind of just see that he's on that trajectory to the final and he's just in the groove. He's almost unstoppable when he gets like that.
It's a state of mind that you get. Like, it's something that only happens very few times in the career. And for those guys, they're actually able to multiply that by times 10, you know, but every other normal human will get that 5 times their whole career. And you just got to take advantage of it, because that's when you start performing your best and just reacting to what's in front of you, doesn't overthink. Actually, doesn't even think. He goes into a blink. The whole day just passes by and everything went naturally. It's pretty impressive and fun to watch for us that are here.
World title race is getting very exciting, you guys. Italo back in yellow. He said, man, it's been a long time. Bear Mamiya won pipe. He just drops 1 spot down to number 2 in the world. How about Miguel Pupo, solid in 3rd, Ewing to 4th. Leo Fioravanti dropped from 2nd to 5th as your current WSL Final 5. Pretty exciting to see what might happen at stop number 3. I'm expecting a lot of guys to try to gun for those spots. Felipe's done so well in Portugal in the past. He's going to look for redemption. I don't know if we could predict the Final 5 for the end of the season this far out, but fun to see some fresh names in there.
No doubt. Yeah, it's very far for you to predict, and you have to expect those names. Like, if you talk about all the stops that we have ahead of us, like a name like Felipe, it's pretty much the guy to win each stop, you know? Like, so it's like you got to count him in. But, yeah, I was still only on the second. You just finished the second event, and let's see what's going to roll out for us.
Pretty exciting. Stop 3 for Portugal. Let's go to the women's finals day. Just like Italo, Caity Simmers had the highest combined heat total from the quarters, semis, and then through the win over Molly Picklum. Caity was sensational and drew some new lines. I mean, representing the Roundhouse Cup back out the back flick.
Yeah, it was so epic to see. I mean, she had, you know, Bella Kenworthy in the early quarter here today, and she just started to click into gear. She was greasing everything up. She was looking fired up. But for me, when she stepped into that semi-final is when I was like, wow, okay, she's really starting to experiment here, sort of starting to gain that confidence. And that's when she started experimenting with that big roundhouse carve. I mean, we just saw that big trademark rail grab hack too. But yeah, the semi-finals for me, it was where the penny was dropping. And I was like, okay, this moment right here, she is well and truly on her way to sort of surprising the judges. You know, this wave, let's be honest, can get a little bit repetitive. She's showing something totally different, and this whole event, that creativity has been rewarded. When we've seen something different being done, it's rewarded in spades. So she also carried that through to the final. I mean, Molly was also in form all event, and I just think the momentum though was with Caity. It's undeniable the sort of lines she's drawing. It's just so fresh to look at, and especially when you're a judge and you've judged. How many total waves did we have today, Joe? It was 420. It was upwards of 400, right? You want to be doing something that's pretty special, pretty creative, and that's exactly what Caity did.
Oh, that was insane. Yeah, the semifinal you're referencing against Gabby Bryan, just power surfing, but Caity switched on. She loved the back and forth. It wasn't like getting rattled that someone else was getting a score. She was lifting with the rise of the performance today.
She surfs with freedom. Like, it's different than most people. There's only a very few people that comes to mind in history of surfing that have that. Like, it's light-footed. Like, it's light on the shoulders. It's pleasing to watch. It's just different lines, and she's not scared of doing what she thinks she should do. And it translates into massive numbers and winning world titles.
It's a generational talent. Caity's wearing the yellow jersey. Remember, Tyler Wright got her at Pipeline, so Caity's got it back. Molly Picklum jumps to 2nd. Caroline Marks to 4th. And how about that? Sawyer Lindblad, Rookie of the Year last year in 5th. And her good friend Gabby Bryan right behind her. That's a very exciting Final 5 picture at the moment.
Super exciting. I mean, to me, it's just incredible for me that Caity's gone back-to-back finals in just such a tight turnaround. For those athletes to get from, you know, the islands of Hawaii all the way here to the desert, I mean, it was a matter of days, hours really, and to perform like that and under pressure, it was just super clutch.
Let's get caught up with the Shapers, how competitive they get with the Vissla CT Shaper rankings. How about this? We've had a shift after stop 2.
I was going to say, I saw Sharp Eye right there on the top, and it's been kind of domination of mayhem, lost surfboards, right?
Yeah, it totally has. And Channel Islands had the lead after pipe, so they'll just drop to 2nd. They got some points from Vahine Fierro. Bella Kenworthy. They've got some new contenders on their team, but cool to see Sharp Eye kind of taking the top spot because they were dominating the scene a few years ago.
I like seeing number 5 right there.
Same.
You
Number
know,
5.
you should be able to have your power surfer. Like your shaper could maybe pick a power surfer just in case they only have 1 or 2 guys on tour and they can double the points, because if he had one, he would have been right up in there.
Yeah, I have to totally agree with Jesse. Super stoked to see Boston there. And yeah, Caity representing proud.
Wow.
Pride of Oceanside there.
Just imagine if they had one other team rider. You know, that's amazing. But Katie's carrying everything for Team Boris Designs. That's pretty awesome.
There are not that many Caitlin Simmers in the world, though. So, like, it's hard to get that many points, you know, with only one athlete.
Exciting time. Stop number 2 comes to a close. We're really looking forward to the Mayo Pro Portugal. Check this out.
Bom dia and good morning. Welcome to WSL's the Mayo Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
Pulls up and under, still traveling. Colapinto! The Mayo Rip Curl Pro Portugal is the next stop. One of our favorites on tour, the wild beach breaks of Super Tubos. It could be big, 6 to 8 foot teepees. It could be really heavy. It could be really fun and have some big air sections. You really have to be ready for everything.
No doubt about it. I love going back to the tajinha, as we call it in Brazil, and I can't wait, you know, some fish soup, whatever. South winds, north winds, everywhere is offshore there.
Yeah.
It's just a great place.
Being on that peninsula, somewhere's good all the time, and there's sandbars everywhere. That's going to be really interesting where this whole title race goes at what can be, at times, like the European pipeline.
For sure, it can definitely be pipeline, but there's room for it being, you have to be adaptive there, I feel, because it can be a mixed bag. You could rock up, it could be 10-foot offshore draining pipes. It could be, you know, the A-frame beachy. So you could really throw a blanket over, you know, the surfers there to who's going to be a winner. We've obviously seen Griff get a lot of success there in the past, his brother as well. But, I mean, yeah, I'm looking forward to watching it all go down.
Oh, can't wait to get that one going. But before we get there, we've got to celebrate a great finals day with the daily top 5 moments. It all went by so quickly, kicking off with the quarterfinals. And number 5 on the list, it was a surprise sandstorm. You know, we've got this artificial wave. You got to feel what nature has in store for us.
Hey, we kind of got lucky because we were talking to our brother there, local guy, and he said sometimes it takes 2 days for that sandstorm to go away.
You're absolutely kidding me.
No, I mean, he said it's rare. It needs to be a massive one, but he said it happened before.
We'd be up a certain creek if that was to happen. But, I mean, we watched Ethan here, and look, fair enough, he baubles here and got the rerun on this. I mean, visibility was super low, really hard to see. It was actually pretty crazy. Kind of cool that we got to experience that. I mean, we are in the desert. Didn't affect too much. So here we go. What do you expect?
Little break. They just did a little maintenance break. And then number 4 on the list, this is the top 5 of the event. Just under the lights, David Silva doing the biggest alley-oop. That was insane.
And that's a statement, like how many alley-oops we had, you know? Like, and he did the biggest one. Probably by a good margin, like 10-15%. That was impressive from him.
Just the energy from guys saying they couldn't see, but still performing, the pressure that they went through. Richard Dogmar said watching the night session last night was one of the most impactful moments of the season. Just the pressure that he got to feel.
For me, that was my first time ever calling that sort of leaderboard style format. And I mean, as a surfer, you're thinking, wow, okay, this is a lot of pressure. But as a fan watching, it is super exciting. It's so exciting to call, you know, both of those leaderboard starts coming down to essentially the last or second last surfer getting the job done.
And then number 3, it was just the air show that we got to see in Abu Dhabi. We referenced the number of alley-oops, maybe 87, 88, we'll go count. But we saw a lot of different variety as well. Halfway down when someone committed was awesome.
We saw about 5 of them already, but it kept getting better. You know, that's a variation of it as well called corrupt flip. But same rotation, unclockwise. Iago Dora, just smooth styles right there.
Iago, one of the best in the basin. He was switched on. Alley-oop. Italo Ferreira then could go the other way. We're talking to Jackson Bunch about it. It's one of the coolest combos. Alley-oop, and then when you can, throw the frontside reverse right after for an aggressive combo. Number 2 on the top 5, Caity Simmers. You little legend, you. picking up her 6th CT win of her career.
Almost standing up in the barrel, exiting out of that. Like, it's crazy. She had a few of those, and that just shows the level of comfort that she has.
Yeah, for me, it's undeniable, right? She's the defending world champ. She's gone back-to-back finals. And I just have already said it, but out here, she's just unique in her surfing, in her lines, really sort of being the painter, and that is her canvas. She's the point of difference. It's undeniable. And I just love seeing how casual she is at the same time as doing it. You know, it was incredible to watch, incredible to see it go down, and really awesome to see Molly really push the best out of Caity.
Picked up 2 event wins in her rookie season, 3 events win in her world title run. Now she's got 1 already in 2025, and taking the #1 spot on the Corona Cero post show, Italo Ferreira finding that winning feeling.
I mean, are you kidding me? Nothing better than finish it off with a banger, and that's what he did. First 2 waves, a pair of 8s. I think that's the first time we saw on this event. Just going for broke every time, pushing as hard as you could, not holding back, keeping the speed, keeping the power, and finish it off, I mean, progressively. Like, how could he not get a pair of 8s?
You know what my favorite part was? The last 2 waves. I mean, they didn't, obviously the judges had to score them, but it was just such showman skills, you know, like he absolutely lives for those moments. Once he'd secured the win, right? Just watching him go switch. I mean, Joe, we were talking about it. Surely that has to be the future of surfing. Eventually, one day, surfers are going to be, you know, having that forehand, you know, both sides, going left, going right. Just a true born entertainer. I love to see it. Personality, bring it on.
Hey, and a CT 3-point ride, that's big.
Hey, that's massive. Most
better
people
than how
in the world, oh, for sure. Like, I bogged my every rail possible, but like, it's very impressive the damage he did on his switch foot.
Oh, that was amazing. Oh, what a run this has been, and some massive days of competition. Hats off to the crew working so hard in the dark, all the way under the lights. It's been a huge day for pro surfing, creating history here in Abu Dhabi. Thank you all the fans for watching from the opening round all the way to finals day. Also, want to remind you that the event at Nazare has been yellow alert, so we'll check in 24 hours before, and potential green alert for Tuesday, February 18th. Stay tuned for that, and can't wait to see you guys in the future. Good morning, surf fans, and happy finals day. World-class wave, world-class facility. And now we're down for the final 8 men, final 8 women. It's all on the line. Her pace and tempo are just spot on.
And a best score of the event for the women to Caity Simmers. Looking forward now to women's first semi, checking out Molly Picklum.
As we see the reigning world champion, Caity Simmers, drawn out roundhouse cutback. Now setting up this barrel.
Look how tall she's standing.
And it all comes down to the next couple of heats, just 2 left to go. It's our finals.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.